Chapter 10. To decapitate a snake. Chapter text. Your Slytherins have been making quite the stand for themselves, haven't they? All this talk of house unity, why it brings a tear to my old Gryffindor eyes. Snape raised a thin eyebrow as he looked up from the swirling bowl of silver to meet the eyes of a smiling Dumbledore. Do not insult me by comparing Slytherins to Gryffindors. The old headmaster huffed lightly. Why, heavens no. Gryffindors have never been so cohesive. If anything, the harmonious house had always been the trait of Hufflepuffs. Snape scowled, taking that comment rightfully as an insult. Still, a frown touched the headmaster's bushy brows. I cannot help but worry. Slytherin has always been a house that stood apart from the others. Snape grumbled, hoping the old man would drop the issue. Dumbledore regarded him, blue eyes peering piercingly over his half-moon glasses. Until recently, Slytherin had also been a house that stood apart from itself. Snape scowled and did not reply, the fear of being made to hand over once more the little niche of comfort he had made for himself. To his immense relief, the headmaster finally turned his attention back to his pensive. Their Thursday sessions had taken a far more relaxed tone. Dumbledore had long since finished with his memories of the Second War, ending with the final moments of Snape's life. The younger man wondered if the headmaster was affected, staring into the eyes of that 17-year-old boy who was destined to die at the man's own askance. Perhaps that assessment was unfair. This Dumbledore, at the very least, had not yet laid those orders. The guilt should not yet be his to bear. Why should he? For actions he had not yet committed. It was exactly the opposite situation to Snape's own. The once professor stared distantly into the bowl of silver the headmaster had poured over. The image of the silver hand floated to the surface, something Snape recalled seeing fixed upon an older and disheveled Peter Pettigrew. These objects had become Dumbledore's new focus, extracting knowledge and spells that did not yet exist in this time. They had been conducting this exercise since the week before, and as the old headmaster had pointed out cheerfully, it really is convenient that you had been a man of the scholarly persuasion. Indeed, as a professor, Snape had exposure to all manner of spells that would come through the various faculties of this school. That had been the original intent of the exercise, to go through the yet uninvented spells that Snape had seen and slowly dissect their mechanisms between their two genius-leveled spell-crafting minds. However, towards the end of their last session, they had hit a snag, which the headmaster had found himself unwilling to move on from. Dumbledore had been fixated upon the complex spells Snape had come across during the dark times of his life. The magical substitute hand the pathetic Pettigrew had sported, as well as the gift of unaided flight. Two spells that did not exist in this time, or indeed in his last life either, for they were spells created by the Dark Lord. Sharing for the betterment of the world was not a point upon his manifesto. Snape had been personally gifted the power of unaided flight, but as with all spells, the Dark Lord created it was not without a catch. The problem with this spell was though Snape could cast it with relatively little effort, he did not understand its mechanisms. There were no words of incantation, nor complex channeling or spell juggling. It was a simple application of spell power and intent. It was as if the Dark Lord had laid an enchantment upon him like he would an object. Afterwards, the power had appeared to him suddenly, as if it had always come naturally. This was what was consistent between the known spells the Dark Lord's creation. They had been crafted in a form that made it impossible to learn without his consent, and once learnt, it was made impossible to pass on to another. These two miraculous examples of that madman's great power, two spells that could have shaped the world immeasurably, kept out of the world's reach through a complex spell weaving that even Snape could not truly understand. Are you able to still fly? Dumbledore had asked him the week before, and without knowing whether it would work, Snape had stood and channeled. He had not yet had cause or privacy to work through the extent of his abilities, but without practice, he instinctively knew it would still come to him. The magic responded as if no time or change touched its course, and without any difficulty, he lifted from the ground to the delight of the headmaster. It's like an enchantment, you say? The headmaster inquired as he watched his younger counterpart float back into his seat. With a grimace, Snape had shook his head. I cannot say for certain. And it was with that uncertain direction those two spells had become the priority of Dumbledore's curiosity. The other spells they had planned to explore lay untouched within Snape's mind. The younger man tried not to sigh as he wondered what use was his presence today. Apart from some simple exchanges of current affairs, most of today's session had been spent with Dumbledore's head in the bowl. It was another 10 minutes before the headmaster finally came up for breath again, no closer to solving either of his puzzles by the furrow between his bushy brows. "I have transfigurations tomorrow, you know," Snape muttered scathingly. Dumbledore blinked and met his eyes with an expression of muted amusement. "My apologies, Severus. I do find myself carried away sometimes." Almost reluctantly, he gathered up the memories in the bowl and bottled them up. "Unless you have any more to add, I do believe this might be a query best left for my private pursuits." "Nothing to add," Snape replied dryly. He'd long since given up on untangling the maddened webs of the Dark Lord's brilliant mind. It had once been one of his personal pursuits to understand the power of flight he had been gifted, but as brilliant as his own mind had been, it proved to be a fruitless endeavor. Without even an incantation, he could not begin to understand how the basics of the spell worked. Shame. With a flourishing gesture of his unwanded hand, Dumbledore sent the vial of memories into its storage. "Well, as you say, you have classes to attend tomorrow, and we have already burnt much of our evening fuel. What say we find one last article to muse upon?" Snape leant forward ready to oblige, ready to do something, anything to dull the boredom of inactivity. He felt the probing approach of Dumbledore's legilimency, and with some effort he parted the veil of his own mind, allowing the headmaster in. No spell knowledge pushed into the forefront of his mind this time, instead a list of potioneering developments rolled by. Knowledge he had known intimately and partially pioneered. But slowly as the potions ticked by, the browsing stopped, focusing on one brew in particular. "You have a masterfully complete knowledge of this potion despite its complexity." Dumbledore complimented. Snape was not fooled by a second by that mask of flattery. "I know what you wish to ask, but my answer is no. I will not brew it for that werewolf." With a forceful pull of his mind, Snape closed the wolfsbane potion away. A frown touched Dumbledore's bushy brows. "But Severus, if it is able to do what your memory tells me it does, it would improve the boy's life immeasurably. Then more's the pity for him that he's a blasted marauder." The furrow softened upon the old man's brows. "You would have him suffer for the wrongs of his friends." "I would, and more." Silence fell between them. Snape scowled, feeling judging eyes fall upon him from a man whose judgment he refused to bear. "Severus." Dumbledore tried again, this time voiced gentle and coaxing. "I do not pretend to understand the depth of your animosity, but if you do this, you would be helping more than just Lupin. Good thing Damocles Belby is working on it as we speak. He is the true inventor of this potion, and I will not be stealing credit from the man." Dumbledore nodded once in agreement. "I admire your noble refusal to claim credit for other people's work. However, perhaps such measures are unwarranted. I have the personal pleasure of knowing Damocles, and happen to know that he would have developed the potion for personal reasons, not for personal gain. He would be the first to agree with me when I say the benefits of the potion's early emergence into the world outweigh the benefits of one man's claim to fame." Snape unkindly sneered. For the greater good, the silence that fell between them was sudden and heavy. No outward darkening of expression touched Dumbledore's calm aspect, but Snape could sense the old man's immediate change of mood. This was the first time speaking with this new Dumbledore that Snape had felt he might have overstepped his bounds. The silence eventually parted. "Have you seen them, then, my memories?" Snape dipped his head in acknowledgement, unwilling to meet the headmaster's eyes. "Yes." With a quick glimpse up, he saw the weariness upon Dumbledore's wizened face. "Then you must have many questions. Many questions, many judgmental thoughts, many bleak conclusions, but none of them would pass his lips. Your past is your business. Who am I to judge?" A small smile touched the headmaster's lips, but the weariness never left his face. "You know, Severus, I have been thinking on that matter. What possessed me to give you those memories?" A grimace touched the younger man's lips. "If you cannot understand your own mind, what hope is there for us mere mortals?" After another spell of silence, Dumbledore waved his hand and summoned a vial of memories from storage, this one stored in a decoratively gilded bottle. "Memories from myself. part of the collection you gifted me upon our first encounter." Slowly he emptied the pensive, sending those memories away in a plain glass vial as he set about pouring out the crystal bottle with a gentle tap. Memories sprung forth upon the surface, memories Snape knew like the wounds carved upon his very soul. His own haunted face stared up at him, howling in fury and misery. In his mind he heard the words as if spoken aloud by that silent memory. "I thought you were going to keep her safe." Snape flinched. "What is this?" he snarled. "As I said, my memories." The weariness disappeared from Dumbledore's face, replaced by an almost calm. "Memories I had given to myself in regards to you, memories I imagine that were designed to make me trust you." "Well, did it work?" Snape hissed, his every fibre of being rebelling at the sight of facing his own raw grief. "Do you trust me?" Dumbledore peered at him over his half-moon glasses. "Well, ask yourself. Do you trust me?" Snape frowned. Albus Dumbledore was his one and only ally in this life. If he could not trust the great wizard, then who else did he have? But even as he thought that, his memories rebelled, reminding him of how his trust was most cruelly exploited once before. Memories of a vow to protect a boy left behind by his own foolish actions, a vow that was cruelly twisted into a blade against the enemy, a vow left broken for the greater good. Had the purpose of those memories been to convince Snape empathetically that this was a man he could place his trust in once again, then it had failed. But it had not been trust that drove the twice-burned spy back to Dumbledore's side. It had been duty, not to the headmaster, but to his vow. "Understand, this is my conundrum," the headmaster continued once his young counterpart did not reply. "It had not been me that had witnessed your reform. It had not been me that consoled you as you lamented your misdecisions. It had not been me that trusted your convictions as you walked the darkened path at my request. No, it had been a man that I would become, or might become depending on my decisions now. Foresight is both a blessing and a curse." The old man's piercing blue eyes fixed upon Snape's. The haze of occlumency swept across his dark eyes, but he felt no probing push of legilimency. "It is the unfortunate truth, Severus, that though I do not doubt those memories are from myself, I doubt the intent on which I had gifted them to us. After all, surely I would have realized I had given you no reason to trust me, and knowing me, no reason to trust my own judgment." The memory played across Snape's mind, the one of a young boy, staring with adoring blue eyes up at one of the darkest wizards of history. "This is why I believe I had given us both those memories as security." A grimness settled upon those same blue eyes, no longer touched with such foolish notions, so that neither one of us could betray the other without facing the possibility of dire consequences wrought. A chill pierced Snape's heart. Why would you, have I not been loyal? Have I not obeyed your every command, even sacrificed the boy on your orders, against my very vow? The headmaster tipped his head in a weary relent. And yet, those decisions you made upon your turn had been done so without ever facing the object of your regret. Snape froze, his heart burning cold with fear and anger. "Don't you dare put her to harm." "Oh, I wouldn't dream of it." Dumbledore replied lightly, then lapsed into silence. Snape glowered threateningly at the headmaster, shaken by the implications of his words, not at all finding himself able to settle his disquiet despite the assurances he had been given. Unexpectedly, the headmaster broke his own silence with a question. "Do you still love her?" Of all the idiotic questions Snape had been asked in either of his lifetimes, that one would rank highly. "I've never stopped." If Dumbledore sensed the bristle in the younger man's voice, he gave no indication. "If I may, what are you doing to deal with that fact? As I understand it, you and Miss Evans are not on, shall we say, conversational terms." Snape almost choked with indignation. "I do not need you to pry. I apologize if I overstep my bounds, but I feel your relationship with her may be of vital importance to your life. It has certainly been so to your last. I need to know how she would affect your conduct and your conviction." With a dark scowl, the younger man replied, "You need not fear. I am keeping to her wishes and staying away from her. I will not be embroiling myself in any foolish attempts to right what has passed. They are mistakes I cannot take back. You need not doubt my utility. It is not your utility I doubt." The old man shook his head. "I fear your conviction if such a choice comes to pass between her and our victory." "There will be no such choice," Snape hissed, maddened by the mere suggestion. "You will keep her safe. That is the condition of my loyalty. I will accept nothing less. The headmaster stared at him once more with those piercing blue eyes. Judging. Snape scowled back defiantly, refusing to bow to this. In an almost unsettlingly even tone, Dumbledore spoke. I had loved once. It was someone who I knew would never love me back. He shook his head. My love led me foolishly close to the darkness. You almost became Dumbledore, the Dark Lord of the greater good. Snape sneered, not feeling at all charitable with his empathy. I prefer the sparkling Lord of the greater good. The headmaster quipped lightly, not at all rising to the remark. Snape grimaced, dangerously close to being amused. You have to be such a stereotype. The headmaster smiled, unable to contain his amusement as well. I think the point I was making was, your love for Lily led you in the exact opposite direction. It pulled you from the darkness when you had been all but lost. Snape bowed his head, solemn in his agreement. However, I ask you, should you find a way to bridge the divide between you, where would you lead her? Snape looked up at him sharply, brows pinching together. Believe yourself truly free of darkness. That too will not happen. Snape muttered with a resigned shake of the head. Our friendship is dust, severed by my ill-thought words. It will never see reformation. A strange look touched Dumbledore's smile. Perhaps you should think upon the consequences of your current actions beyond the intended results. Snape bristled protectively. They were back on the topic he did not wish to retread. The matters with his house were of his own. Slytherin needs this. Growled. I cannot see how my affairs with my housemates concern you, unless you have rescinded your decision to exclude me as a spy. His heart clutched at the fear invoked by such a thought. Why not at all, Severus? Please by all means carry on with what you intend to do. The headmaster smiled a kindly smile. There are children that need your help. The war can wait. December came marching through the halls of Hogwarts. Along with the month came the frigid howling winds that would bring with them heavy snowfall. The weather, however, had been in fluctuation since the closing days of autumn. As such, the transition into the actual winter months came to Lily by surprise. It had not been until McGonagall came around in Transfigurations with a list for the student Christmas break stayovers had Lily been reminded of her duties this season. On the way to hand in her homework, she threw a glance at the sheet, noting with some warm reminiscence that it was always the first years that had their names on it the moment the list came out. The castle was a new and wonderful place back then. She remembered not wanting to miss a second of it. And back then, she had a person to share the wonder with too. Their first Christmas may have been the last time she had seen him truly happy, tucked away from the judging eyes of those that would revolt at the idea of a Gryffindor and Slytherin consorting. But that had been back when times were simple, when the differences between their paths did not seem insurmountable, back before the cruel realities of the world had torn them asunder. That memory had always intruded on this time of the year, the tinge of sadness that accompanied it turning bitter in her heart. First year was the only Christmas she had spent at Hogwarts, leaving Severus to endure the break in solitude. She had to shake off that guilt that accompanied her every winter thereafter. With her eyes cast down to the textbook upon her desk, Lily commanded herself to not look up towards him. That guilt should have no place in her heart ever again. As class end ticked around, Lily shoved her books into her bag, ready to rush off to find her monthly prefectural duties sheet. Her eagerness to jump straight in was stoked by her desperation to escape the gloomy thoughts this season always brought. Her escape, however, was not quick enough. MS Evans, a word if you please. Beckoned over by McGonagall, Lily leapt to comply. She approached the stern professor's desk and awaited her attention quietly. I ask now of your plans for the holidays. Am I correct in assuming you will be joining your family again this year? Yes, ma'am, Lily answered. She had planned to return home as she had every break since second year, a pattern that even the professor had seemed to notice. Then, I believe keeping order on the Hogwarts Express may come down to you, MS Evans. McGonagall told her with an almost undetectable sigh. Professor Flitwick had informed me of MS Till's decision to sign on to stay for the break. Though it is part of the head girl's duty to keep order on the train, am I correct in feeling the responsibility might be completely within your scope of handling? Yes, ma'am, Lily answered without hesitation, adding once again to her list of responsibilities without any closure in sight. Very well, then. McGonagall regarded her with an approving nod. I shall inform Professor Flitwick immediately that MS Tills can relax over the break. She need not apparate to London and back, and believe me, she will appreciate the rest this affords her. Oh, I know she will, the Gryffindor prefect said earnestly. I can barely keep on top of my responsibilities. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be head girl on top of a seventh-year workload. Oh, please do imagine MS Evans, McGonagall suggested with a knowing smile, because I should think you'd be a top candidate for that position next year. Lily went rigid. Yes, ma'am. She squeaked. With a brisk nod, McGonagall dismissed her, and she left with her delight and apprehension mixed with sobering caution divided in equal parts. She did not wish for it all to spill out before the stern but approving teacher. Nothing could spoil her mood after receiving her hard-earned accolades. Nothing. And almost as soon as she thought those thoughts, she knew the universe would punish her for her hubris. A loud cry rang out as a scuffle broke out between a small Gryffindor and an equally small Slytherin. "Tiwa's a bump of the shoulder, that's all," shouted the Gryffindor, backing away from the sudden cluster of Slytherins that approached him menacingly. Immediately, Lily knew this was not to have a peaceful resolution, as the 6th years were passing through this hallway. And with them, the marauders. "Oh ho, we going, are we?" James stepped up beside the young Gryffindor, wand held out menacingly, a vicious smile upon his face. He walked with a swagger in his step, the swagger that became all the more prominent owing to his recent Quidditch victory against the Slytherins. In that instant, his friends materialized by his side. The 4 marauders stood head and shoulders taller than any of the other students involved. Lily's heart dropped. When those 4 got involved, things tend to not de-escalate. The Slytherins wisely began backing away. Even in a larger group, they did not wish to provoke older students, especially not the likes of the marauders. James, however, was not letting them retire with grace. With a casual flick of his wand and the incantation of Locomotor Mortis, he tripped the young trouble-starting Slytherin with a leglocker curse, causing him to flop ungracefully upon his rear. Now, we haven't settled matters yet." The bound boys' peers appeared hesitant, wands held still aloft. They didn't stand a chance against the marauders, but it appeared for the sake of one of their own, they might just be willing to try. Lily was almost thankful when they did not have to. The flawed boy's legs sprang open, and he scrambled quickly to his feet, out of the way of a glowering Snape that strode into the clash. A sliver of fear touched Lily's heart as she witnessed with what ease the furious boy had dispelled the curse. That same unease was reflected off the marauders, who did not back down despite being faced with a suddenly changed scenario. The 6th-year Slytherins that now accompanied Snape wherever he went approached, wands drawn. Favor was no longer on Gryffindor's side. Lily prepared to step in, dreading this with the knowledge that she really couldn't do anything to stop it getting big, complex, and messy. However, just as suddenly, the scenario changed again. Snape, who looked ready to kick it off, held out a hand in a placating gesture to his advancing accomplices. With a firm hand, he guided the young Slytherin by his shoulder, away from the hostilities around them. The boy followed silently and willingly as the older boy directed him back into his throng of housemates. It occurred to Lily suddenly that the number of green uniforms within the corridor had increased. It was as if every Slytherin from every year group had dropped what they were doing to approach, all watching Snape as if awaiting some sort of signal, a signal that never came. Without a backwards glance, the skinny boy swept down the corridor, his yearmates in tow. It was as if a spell had broken, the greens melted away, leaving confusion and fear upon the faces of all who witnessed. Lily saw that look in James' eye, a dark look that spoke of his vicious streak. Her heart dropped. Whatever he had planned might have just escalated in scope. In her mind came scenarios, each more horrible than the next, yet all very much in line with what she knew the marauders were capable of. That little voice of conscience screamed at her to stop them, but then that firm conviction of hers spoke, reminding her what a threat a united Slytherin presented. It would all be for the greater good. A strange state had befallen Snape, not that of peace, but something akin to order. Almost a week had passed since his cowing of those blasted marauders, almost a week of caution and tense corridor walks. He had been sure they would not let go of such a challenge. A fight was within the realm of certainties. A fight that would have Snape come out with the moral high ground, for he would not act first while impressionable eyes were upon him. The Slytherins that he had imposed his new order upon took to it with an almost suspicious lack of resistance. He remembered even as a professor he had to whittle away at a few of the more reluctant hardliners. But not this time. Something had changed. As he passed members of his house, they would greet him as they would when he had been their head of house, a familiar scenario, yet jarring in this new context, for he had never commanded any form of respect as a student. It was perhaps this success that lulled him into abstraction, that dulled his alertness when he was on the most dangerous leg of his journey through the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, the path from the alchemy classroom. It was noon on a Thursday. Alchemy had passed with mixed results. Snape was still unable to utilize both hands for transmutation, a detrimental flaw for an alchemist, but something that Flamel still insisted did not yet paint him as too far gone to be taught. It was with a head full of his alchemical conundrum he descended the grand staircase, lulled by the false sense of security offered by the crowds that swarmed the path. Any tension he might have had upon the 7th floor lessened at the sight of the first flash of green. As he reached the flight of stairs binding together the 3rd and 4th floors, the ancient staircase creaked beneath him, informing him of the sentient structure's intention to move. He paused his step, bracing for the jolt that came with the shift. That should have been a moment no danger could reach him. With the only path behind him diverted away and a clear path before him, there should have been nothing to fear. He felt it before he heard it, that tingle that rose the hairs on the back of his neck. The feeling that upon the otherwise unremarkable magical staircase he was not alone. Petrificus totalis, came the muttered incantation, spell fire flung seemingly from thin air. Snape jumped back in alarm and felt his entire body lock in a body-bind curse. Losing his balance, Snape came crashing down the rest of the way, rolling to a stop on the 3rd floor landing. Laughter and gasps rang out about him. Staring upwards helplessly, Snape struggled against the spell, panic rising. Finite incantatem. He screamed over and over again in his mind, willing his wild grasp on wandless magic to obey. Of spells within his wandless scope, counter spells were the only ones he developed a comfortable grasp of in his lifetime. To do so wordlessly too, however, was beyond his abilities. His stomach clenched as footsteps approached. He bared his clenched teeth, unable to unstick his jaw. Well, well, looky what we got here. You comfortable there, Snivelus? Came that infuriating voice from above his head. With a casual saunter, James Potter stepped out above him, sinister overtones touching his smile. Good shot, mate. Seeming to appear from nowhere, Black was suddenly looming above him too, on his arm draped that blasted cloak of invisibility. Snape cursed his own inattention. He should have remembered that dratted piece of calamitous artifact. He should have heeded his own instincts. He had not been alone when that stair shifted, when he paused to brace. He had not been alone the entire trek down. It had been an ambush, and one that he had walked all too foolishly into. It was not the first time he had been made a fool of by a school child allied with the element of surprise. He felt his locked head turn as the rubber welt of a shoe nudged not so gently against his cheekbone. God, he's ugly from any angle, isn't he? Black's sneering voice marked down at him, eliciting a shrill chuckle that could only have belonged to Pettigrew. The entire set of marauders must be in on this attack. That werewolf would no doubt be off somewhere hiding his face, pretending his prefectural duties required him off remediating elsewhere. Black's boot retreated, and Snape's head was allowed to loll back to rest. Above him, he saw that arrogant Potter turn to address the no doubt gathering crowd. You see this, Snakes? You admire this pathetic excuse for a human being. Eyes wide, Snape's heart raced, the slow, sickening realization dawning of what the marauders were planning within their twisted minds. The memory of that incident by the lake blared forth warningly. The humiliation of the day destroyed his entire life, scarred him to his very core. Black stared down at him, his handsome face contorted in a vicious wolf-like smile, anticipation tensed upon his shoulders. His wand casually twirled between his fingers, ready to cast when given the word. Snape struggled wordlessly against those bonds, realizing the futility of his predicament. With great effort, he calmed his turbulent mind, that screaming fear that rolled against what was coming. He only had one chance if he meant to save himself from humiliation, to save what he had built for his Slytherins. With a hateful glare, Snape cast his black eyes upwards, challenging the vicious boy to meet his eyes directly. Unable to resist, those marking grey ones slipped down and locked onto his. With a great push, Snape channeled every forceful scrap of magic into that antagonizing boy's mind. Those grey eyes widened with surprise as Snape's legilimency stabbed painfully into Black's thoughts, unraveling the boy's grasp of magic and physically stumbling him with confusion. Snape felt the curse weaken as he forced his jaws apart. "Finite incantatem," he roared, shattering the spell that netted about him. With a swift push, Snape rolled onto his knees, scrambling upright, wand in hand. Before he could find his feet, however, a black shoe of fine leather drove hard into his gut, the pain driving him to his knees. He curled down, gasping through his winding and pain. A firm tug took his wand from his weakened grasp. "Sorry, James." Black's sheepish mutter sounded overhead. "Almost lost the slippery shit." Another swift kick came to his side. Snape gritted his teeth, forcing down the yelp of pain, willing his gasping breath to settle. His skinny, weak arse wasn't going to get away from my Quidditch reflexes. "No harm done, my dear Sirius," came that smarmy, arrogant voice. Snape stilled his wheeze, willing himself to uncurl and pull himself upright on his knees. Both Black and Potter diverted their gaze wisely. They were not such fools as to fall for the same trick twice. A wand rested gently against his throat, Black's wand. Snape glared hatefully upwards, taking in that sneering Black and that casually vicious Potter. With a flick of his messy hair, that brute of a Quidditch captain drew out his wand. In the boy's other hand was grasped Snape's own. Potter and Black were both fit and physically capable young men, conditioned by their love of sports and roughhousing. Though unbound, Snape did not move. He would stand no chance in a fight without his wand. He felt a drop of sweat roll its way down the back of his neck, at the mercy of the marauders yet again. Alone, yet again. "Expelliarmus," came an unexpected cry. Black's wand flung out of his grasp and clattered across the floor. A young Slytherin boy darted forth, snatching it up, staring defiantly at the hulking Gryffindor that towered above him. Potter turned minutely, surprised by this manifestation of unslytherin behavior. His moment's distraction was the best Snape could hope for. He lunged at the larger boy, shoving him backwards into that gormless Pettigrew, stumbling the larger boy over his smaller friend. In that moment of imbalance, Snape prized his wand from Potter's grasp, and with a triumphant snarl, he sent both boys flying with a flick of his wrist. Surprise felled greater wizards than himself, and so too would surprise bring low, stronger men than Potter. Black turned back, the sudden turn of the tide distracting him from the physical punishment he had been dealing to the smaller child. With a roar, he lunged at Snape, wand back in hand. Without even turning to look, the targeted Slytherin flicked a stunner over his shoulder, and the beast of a boy fell over with a thundering thump. Potter scrambled quickly to his feet, his own wand still within his grasp. Before he could level it with his opponent, it sailed from his hand, leaving him unarmed against the advancing, smaller Slytherin. What a delightful turn of the tables! Snape sneered, his wand tip not wavering from the center of his enemy's chest. Cries of alarm sounded from the crowds surrounding, the very same crowds that had jeered at Snape's misfortune. The throngs of young Slytherins watched on with wide, eager eyes, some bracing the brave boy upright, the boy that took a beating to give Snape his chance. Their eager, impressionable eyes watching what he would do. Pettigrew had found his feet, but started with wide-eyed fear when his mind caught up with the situation. Snape's eyes narrowed as Potter backed away slowly, shielding his battered and whimpering friend. Unarmed. Snape's hand itched upon the handle of his ebony wood wand, his mind seducing him with the thoughts of the damage he could wreak upon his most hated enemy. Pay back for those years of vicious assaults, of cruel humiliation. That boy would crumple like nothing in the face of Snape's wealth of power and experience. But those watching eyes stopped him. Those young, impressionable eyes, those Slytherins he was trying to break of their darkness. His eyes flickering out to them, meeting those eager stares, meeting fearful stares. Meeting those green eyes, staring from on high, as that he would never wish to see hatred within. With a bitter taste in his mouth, Snape lowered his wand. His thundering heart settled beneath his bruised and battered ribs. "Get out of my sight," he spat, Potter's hazel eyes widened as he watched, not at all believing the smaller boy's intent of mercy. "What are you playing at?" he snarled, swatting at the olive branch extended. Snape glared hatefully. "Being the better man." "Ha, what?" The tall boy's derisive laughter never reached his eyes. "You, the better man. If you really believe that, then you must be more deluded than I thought." His white teeth bared in a snarl, a hateful fury glaring from behind the thick panes of his glasses. "Nobody would ever think big of you, Death Eater scum. You and your evil snakes don't fool anyone." Snape's jagged breathing ceased, his eyelids shuttered. His heart thudded loudly in his breast, muscle tensed. In his mind's eye he saw those wide, impressionable eyes, those staring, judgmental ones. So many gathered in this spot, their attentions captured. It was this moment his voice would reach the furthest it would ever be possible to reach, to finally shake off this pretense. As a child, it always took him courage to speak his heart aloud, but as an adult, he had courage enough for this. "I will not be a Death Eater." Gasps erupted from those around him before being swallowed by the sudden silence. The stairwell fell deathly quiet. Skeptical disbelief shone from Potter's eyes, but he did not speak, he simply stared, waiting. Snape took a deep breath, feeling an almost calm settle upon him. "I tell all who stand here today, I, under no uncertain terms, will not become a Death Eater. That is not the fated path of the House of Slytherin." He paused, turning his eyes from the disbelieving Potter and sweeping across the silent Slytherin youths who stood beside him, meeting the eyes of the one who assisted him when he needed help the most. "And if there is any Slytherin still willing to follow me, know that our road will not take that direction." He turned away, his back to his shocked opponent, fearing no assaults. Not at this moment. His eyes swept up and met then the wide graze of Rosia, standing frozen upon the lower staircase. With him were Avery and Mulciber, an assortment of shaken Death Eaters to be, staring at him with indiscernible eyes. Snape met their eyes briefly, without hesitation, without guilt. If it was betrayal they felt, they would not get any condolences from him. He strode past them, not interested in exchanging words at this moment. The crowds parted before him, a silent confusion radiating from Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws alike. The Gryffindors stared in disbelief, but no words of contrary parted from any of their lips. The Slytherins, however, just stared. Chapter 11. The Path Once Closed. Chapter text. In the oppressive silence of the stairwell, Lily stood stunned. She watched the retreating figure of that lone Slytherin, his parting words still echoing within her mind. What? Her heart thumped as she saw him slip past his Death Eater friends, that smug Rosier, the nasty Avery, and that vile Mulciber, all rattled, unable to believe that he had uttered those words. As much in disbelief as Lily was, Remus leaned over the balcony ledge. Was all he managed. His shaken voice spoke perturbation as deep as his prefect counterpart felt. He had been standing there when Lily arrived, drawn on her way from the study hall by the commotion in the stairwell. The marauder prefect was no doubt keeping distance from his reckless friends as they unleashed their chaos, giving him plausible deniability of his involvement. Lily hadn't known what happened to precipitate the result. However, she had arrived in time to see Snape point a wand to James and Peter, looking every moment closer to taking the two apart piece by bloody piece. Lily had felt her body move. She had felt her intention to stop him, and whatever madness that took hold of him. But then his eyes had met hers, and she had frozen. It had lingered only briefly before flickering away. Then the unexpected had happened. He had lowered his wand. He had chosen to exchange words instead. His angry, violent ways, his eternal hatred for his bitter rival, somehow restrained. An action so unlike him, an action so unexpected, yet it could not have prepared her for what was to come. "I will not be a Death Eater." At those words, her heart had thudded to a stop. She had stared in disbelief as the boy continued to shout, not recanting his statement, not diminishing its meaning, but cementing it firmly in its certainty. Words she had always wanted to hear from him, shouted across the crowded stairwell, reaching the ears of Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. She could not move, even after Snape marched down through the entrance hall flight. She could not uproot herself. Her heart beat heavily in her ears. Disbelief and hope tingled down her spine, setting her stomach aflutter. Remus spoke quietly then. "I think we should do something." It was like the spell broke upon her. Lily shook off her daze as the sounds of Hogwarts bubbled back through the haze within her mind. Whispers and mutters filled the air, a few opinionated voices carried, but those were few and far between. Lily descended quickly, Remus on her tail, as they reached the third-floor landing. The young Slytherins that lingered there shrunk back at the prefect's approach. The boy that sported bruises upon his face stared defiantly up at the Gryffindors. "Take him to the hospital wing," Lily ordered, unable to say more than that. Slowly she turned her attention to the Gryffindor boy, still frozen in shock and disbelief. "James," Lily prodded gently, shaking him out of his daze. Peter was by Sirius' prone body, Remus already setting to work renovating him. "James, whatever has happened, you can't avoid the consequences," Lily insisted, meeting that boy's distant eyes. "Go down to McGonagall's office. Tell her what happened." No word of objection passed the boy's lips, just a tired, solemn nod. Dinner was going to be tense. Snape felt the eyes of the room upon him when he entered. He had arrived early for dinner, but evidently he had not been the only one who had that thought. The great tables of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff already lined with students, staring unabashedly at his entrance. Only the Slytherin table sat bare, not yet dinner time, and not as eager to witness politics in action. Snape had skipped lunch, as he often did when imposing great political upheaval, giving his Slytherins time and space to think. Time to cool their heads. Time to decide. He hid in an empty classroom until then, feeling the calm of the silence envelop him, drinking in the lightness upon his soul. Finally unburdened by that masquerade. It would be here at dinner that things would be decided. Snape took his usual seat at the corner of the table, pulling out his basic principles of alchemy, and waited. Ordinarily, he did not read at the meal table, but he needed something to direct his attention while he covertly watched the arrangement of his Slytherins. Then the entrance door opened, its hinges squeaking loudly in the inexplicable silence of the crowded room. Slytherin's seventh years marched in, their eyes cast downwards, away from the anxious stares of the other houses. Travers and Wilkes, without any hesitation, deposited themselves on the furthest end of the table, leaving Snape no doubt what their position on the matter would be. He did not lift his head to acknowledge them, or the handful of other seventh years who sat themselves neutrally at the middle of the table. First years trickled in, wide nervous eyes glancing about, taking in the heavy air that surrounded them. They took their seats as close to the seventh years as possible without committing to one side or the other. Snape closed his eyes and turned the page as food began materializing before him, not taking in a word of text, listening, hoping. Miscellaneous year groups began to trickle in, pausing with hesitation at the table arrangement, understanding dawning on each one of them as to the implications of their seating this day. Without warning, a body dropped onto the bench opposite of Snape. His eyes flickered up over his textbook, seeing the top of the head of a short youngster. Slowly, the potion master lowered his textbook, eyes meeting those of a smiling boy, the same boy who disarmed Black to the detriment of his own safety. Beside him, younger years began to take their seats, no doubt or worry clouding their eyes, a heavy decision apparently lightly made. Then the sixth years arrived. Avery, Rosier, and Mulciber stood frozen at the table. Lester peered nervously up and down the arrangement, the decision sitting no longer so lightly. But Urquhart, no hesitation in his stride, walked the length of the table, passing his usual seat, passing each and every other Slytherin, to sit directly beside the upstart. It was like a light flickered on within those hesitating sixth years. Doubt left Lester's eyes as he strode over and took the seat beside Urquhart, a nervous smile cast to the boy in the corner, the Slytherin who reached out to him when he had no one. Then, to everyone's surprise, Mulciber, with a heaving squeak, settled his hefty frame upon the bench by Lester, shooting a nod to the surprised reformed Death Eater. Triumph burned within Snape's eyes as he swept his attention across the other tables, meeting those silent, watching eyes, taking in the muted disbelief branded on each of their faces. Those green eyes stared too, burning brightly amongst the reds of Gryffindor. For the first time, Snape met them without any accompanying sense of shame. He met them, proud in the knowledge. He had changed things for his house, and however slightly for her. Snape's panning eyes pulled away from Lily's, sweeping up to the high table to the watching eyes of the professors. He found those blue ones, staring out from his throne-like seat. that knowing little twinkle shining out from behind those half-moon glasses. Evening had fallen, and curfew was not long behind it. With two resounding knocks, Lily pushed open the door to the boys' dormitory, startling the occupants within. James, Black, Remus, and Peter sat two by two, along the sides of two facing beds, appearing to huddle in discussion. Between them lay a parchment, held aloft by James. Upon its surface the ink spots appeared to move. "Is that the map?" Lily asked, marching forward. James made to hide the item, but Lily held her hand out, demanding it. "I'm not going to confiscate it. I need it." "You're looking for him?" James asked sheepishly, not even having it in him to look pleased to have Lily in his room. Lily nodded. "I need to know where I could find him. He isn't in the common room. I had Slughorn check. He could be lying, you know." Black muttered half-heartedly with a plastered scowl. "Who knows with their type? But serious, we've been over this." Remus beseeched. "What possible reason would he have to lie?" "I don't know, Mooney, and frankly, I don't care." "Well, I do." Lily reached out again, demanding that map. James refused to meet her eyes. "It could be dangerous," he muttered. "It could all be a trap to lure you to him." If he was convinced by what he said, he did not sound it. "James," Remus prompted gently. "Of everyone here, Lily's the one in the best position to get any answers." Those hazel eyes glanced up toward his friend and fellow marauders, then finally met those stormy green ones. "Just give her the bloody map," Black snarled. Peter looked away, unwilling to voice his opinion, but his curious eyes betrayed him. Reluctantly, James rolled up the map and offered it to Lily. "He's in classroom 3 on the ground floor. He's been in there all afternoon, and he returned there after dinner. He hasn't moved since." "Thanks," Lily said, a smile touching her lips as she spotted the label Severus Snape in the area where the marauder had described. "Once you're done, wipe the map by tapping it and saying 'mischief managed.'" Lily offered James a grateful smile. With some effort, he returned it weakly. With a sudden start, he stood and headed for his trunk. "One more thing." He turned and unfurled a beautiful silver cloak. "This is an invisibility cloak, an heirloom that's been in my family for generations. My parents don't even know I smuggled it into school." He held it out to Lily, offering her that priceless artifact without any hesitation. "Wear it and be careful." The sun had set. The light from the castle cast long shadows across the snow-coated Hogwarts grounds. Snape watched the shapes and colors from his window seat in the empty classroom, appreciating the calm the sight evoked within him. It had been too long since he was able to sit and relax without pressing worries. Just him and the quiet of the turning world. Before long, the nipping cold of the season would sour his mood as it had always done. Any contentment he could ever find always had a time limit. He huffed out a puff of breath, watching the white tendrils of mist curl up into the frigid air and dissipate. The chill of the air was apparent to him, but he did not feel it upon his skin. As a child, he found he could not escape this ever-prevailing cold. His ragged clothes did little to guard him from the chill. His solution in his teenage years had always been to rely on a heating charm so that he might weather the frigid halls of the castle without being driven into the shelter of a room with a hearth. As an adult, he had long since been able to afford warm winter garments, the salary of a professor being more than enough to update his wardrobe to something less pathetic. As such, he had not been forced to rely on a long-term heating charm for years. He had long forgotten how finicky the individually cast version of the spell was, and how stuffy he felt when the spell settled correctly. He sighed, leaning back in his chair, finding a sort of peace, despite the dreariness of the season and the discomfort of the spell. Discomfort would have to be the norm in his winters now, at least until he could afford the alternative. He did not return to the common room after dinner. He was not needed. His presence would have been something of a hindrance as those within pondered the implications of the day, the shift in Slytherin politics that reared suddenly and unexpectedly. The house did not implode in on itself. While resistance existed, the response had been more positive than he could have hoped for. Then again, it should not have been as much of a surprise as it did. After all, these were just children. They were not yet evil. The rest was something beyond his control now. He had laid his cards upon the table and taken the first course of action. Now everything was left up to the ticking of fate. Stretching backwards, Snape relaxed into his wooden seat, enjoying the lightened burden. Soon, he would be chased back into his dorm by the looming curfew, and with it would follow the pressure of the new Slytherin dynamics. But for now, Snape felt he deserved some peace. For the first time in months, in possibly years, he felt his actions had made an inkling of difference. His well-deserved rest, however, was suddenly and rudely disturbed by the opening creak of the classroom door. The hairs upon the back of his neck pricked at the lack of a visitor behind the opened gap. In an old haunted castle such as Hogwarts, it was not an uncommon occurrence, but Snape knew better than to indulge complacency again. He flicked his wand out, casting a human presence-revealing spell, and before him he felt the spell flare. With a snarl, Snape leapt to his feet, whipping his wand around, summoning a gust of wind to unveil that skulking Potter. But it was not Potter who stood beneath the cloak. Shock numbed him to the core. Snape stood frozen, meeting those wide green eyes of a girl he never believed would stand before him ever again. "Lily," he breathed. His voice tore her from her wide-eyed silence. With a quick flick of her wand, she closed the door and began weaving together basic privacy wards. Snape's hands hung slack beside him, unable to pull himself together enough to help. What was she doing here? This never happened before. She never sought him out. They never had another opportunity to talk. "Why are you here?" he thought, but all he managed was, "Why?" Lily whipped back, eyes wide and incredulous. "I should be asking you that. You weren't coming back." He insisted, his mind rebelling against his own words, screaming at him for bringing that up. "You didn't forgive me." A frown touched Lily's face, a cautious disbelief. "And you were going to become a Death Eater." It finally clicked after so many years, after an entire lifetime. It was never about insulting her, never about calling her a mudblood. He almost laughed at his own pig-headed stupidity. "Well?" Lily asked, green eyes searching his own dark ones, those green eyes that touched his very soul. "Is it true? Do you mean it?" He heard the catch in her voice, that little quiver in her tone, her breathy disbelief mingling with a pitched hope. "I do." He growled, heart pounding within his chest. Silence answered his words. Lily stared, green eyes shining in the dimming lights. Slowly her expression softened, cracks forming upon her countenance as tears welled in those shimmering green eyes. With an angry motion she wiped them away, her breath hitching with every intake. "Do you mean it?" she demanded. "Why, you better not be lying. Do you truly mean it?" "Yes," Snape insisted, hope flared within, warring with his deep-seated cynicism. His heart raced. "Please believe me. Every word of it. I am done with the Dark Lord's promises. I don't want it. Any of it." Stood 5 feet apart, unmoving, staring, silent. Those green eyes searched his black ones, looking for something. The temptation reared up, the temptation to dive into them to reveal her thoughts. With a shuddering breath, Snape closed his eyes, calming his sparked nerves, controlling his roiling, hormone-induced temptation. He would not violate that mind, not hers. He felt a touch on his arm. His eyes snapped open in shock, meeting those green eyes that appeared right before him, staring seemingly straight into his soul. Lily stood right before him, her lips curling upwards as the disbelief melted away, as the hesitation left her eyes. "Severus," she muttered, finally smiling. She flung her arms around him. His breath escaped him in a sudden whoosh as Lily took him in a tight embrace. His hands hovering awkwardly over her form, uncertain where to put them, or if his touch was even welcome. He felt her shudder against him, her soft sobs reaching his ears. Her hands balled into fists upon his back, scrunching up his thin robes and pulling them back. He felt the ill-fitting, frayed garments strain against his limbs. "Idiot!" she cried lightly through her muffled sob, her face pressed against his thin chest. "Why did it take you this long?" His heart was beating so loud that he was certain she could hear it beating against his rib cage. She had no idea how long it took him. "Why did it take me so long?" Resting his hands against her shoulders, he finally returned her embrace, enveloping her tightly in his arms. "You have no idea how long." He pulled her in tight, laying his cheek against the top of her head, feeling the soft locks of her beautiful red hair tickle his throat. She smelt of sweet lilacs and a hint of what reminded him of rain, the familiarity invoking his memories and constricting his heart painfully. He couldn't stop the sob that tore shuddering from his frame. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice unsteady. Tears spilt over from his eyes, dripping upon Lily's silken locks. "I am so sorry." He felt her relax in his arms, her fists loosening upon his robes. "I forgive you," she muttered, still muffled against his chest. This time she did not reject his apology. This time she did not turn away. and this time he understood why. Darkness had well and truly fallen when Lily returned to the fat lady's corridor, and along with it the curfew. James' invisibility cloak really lived up to its hype when it shielded her from the notice of Filch, who was shuffling from the third-floor landing with his lantern held aloft. She often wondered when the caretaker slept. He spent all day maintaining the castle against the destructive capabilities of several hundred unruly magical children, and he spent all night guarding the halls against the roaming of those aforementioned. She hoped Severus found his way back without evoking the attention of midnight patrols. She had offered to walk him back to his common room under the cloak, but he politely declined. What is fear in the loss of a few points, honestly? He muttered with a rueful twitch of the lips as they had parted in the entrance hall. She had watched him stalk off, swallowed by the darkened gloom of the dungeon corridor, her heart fluttering light, almost weightless. The fear she had always held for him, the guilt she felt for cutting him off, for needing to protect herself from his fanaticism, all dispelled in the course of a day. And it took him 6 damned months to come to his senses. She shook off the annoyance that surged suddenly. The important thing was that he stepped off that path, that he changed and returned to her. She could be part of his life again, without fear of where he might lead her, or what he might do to her. It was all in the past now. He suppressed the urge to squeal and jump up and down, lest she attract the attention of another roaming adult. The cloak only hid her form. It did nothing to muffle her sound. His change of heart was everything she could ever hope for. More even, for never in her wildest dream did she imagine he'd be leading a crusade to reform his own house, to change the values from within and save other children from falling into the same darkness he almost had. With a light spring in her step, Lily approached the portrait. "Periwinkle," she called out, rattling the fat lady from her daze. "What? Who?" The portrait glanced about, still half asleep. "Periwinkle." Lily called again, still unwilling to reveal herself lest her presence past curfew be reported. "Oh, all right. Hurry up." The fat lady grumbled, swinging open with an almost asinine reluctance. Lily hopped through before the temperamental portrait could change her mind. The canvas swung shut behind her with a harumph. Only in the safety and warmth of the cozy Gryffindor common room did Lily finally whip off her cloak, and despite the advancing hour, the room was not barren of occupants. "Lily!" James leaped from his seat by the fire. "I was so worried." He was the only other presence in that otherwise empty room. With a start, she checked her watch, only just realizing exactly how late it was. "Wow," she muttered. "Sorry, wasn't watching the time. I'm fine, as you can see." James strode over, glancing her over, not taking her for her word. "Your eyes are red," he observed with a grim, worried frown. "Yep, had a good cry," Lily replied, wiping her tired, sore eyes for good measure. She grinned brightly in an attempt to dispel the serious expression plastered across the tall boy's face. It honestly had no place there. With a warm smile and a spring in her step, Lily held out the cloak and map, returning them to their rightful owner. "Thanks for lending me these. They saved my hide on the way up." A smugness managed to work its way onto his worried face. He ran his fingers through the back of his messy hair as he fought to contain his reactive smile. "So, how'd it go?" he asked in a cool voice, his forced calm not fooling Lily for a minute. I believe him. James' fingers ran through his hair once again, a reflex now more than a true conscious action. A small shudder passed through his expression, his eyes aglow from the dim firelight and vexation. With a quick flick of her head, Lily indicated the chairs. She didn't want to stand near the drafty portrait hole. After spending so many hours in a frigid, unheated classroom, all she wanted was to cozy up to the roaring fire. Sinking into the plush seat, a worry suddenly niggled at the back of her mind about how much worse Severus must have felt the cold. His robes were always so rough and thin, much like himself. Though he felt very warm to the touch, she couldn't help but think she really shouldn't have kept him up. But she had been so reluctant to let him go. Lily had made him talk, for hours, about what he had been up to lately, what was happening in his life. She had missed so much of it. He had not been so forthcoming with his answers, keeping them short and vague. He had always been shy, but never with her. It hurt how much distance 6 months had put between them, but the fact he was by her side again was enough for now. Everything else would mend with time. When it had been finally time to part, she had felt the sudden thrill of irrational fear that today had been all a dream. As they had walked silently side by side down the hallway to the entrance hall, she had kept shooting glances at him, fearing that this noble, calm Severus did not exist, that she'd wake up to find her best friend was truly gone from the world. Maybe that was why she had held on to him so tightly, so eager to bury her face into his chest and drink up his familiar scent. That citric-toned, bitter aroma had tickled her nose, the smell that seeped into his robes from the time he spent around the potion storehouse. He had always asked for extra time in the labs every year, extra hours to work on his experiments with special ingredients not accessible to the usual student population. Slughorn had always agreed, in return for Severus, assistance in sorting and packing the potion supplies he received by house elf delivery every month. Why Severus hadn't done the same this year was anyone's guess. Perhaps the workload had finally caught up with him too, especially if he was now walking the path of an alchemist. So much had changed, terrifying, thrilling change. James sunk into the seat opposite, watching her distant smile with tired eyes. The firelight danced upon the lens of his glasses, giving his hazel eyes a shimmering orange quality. "Careful, Lily," he muttered. "I know you believe him, but he could still be just lying, or he could be telling the truth." Lily hadn't meant to deliver that so snappily. "I know." James' eyes drifted away, shadows carved upon his face by the relief of the firelight. "Just be careful, okay?" Lily felt her heart settle, her thoughts warm in her becalmed soul. "James, I know there's a chance that everything could be a lie. It was always more likely that he would succumb to the worst in himself." She smiled, a small, hesitant expression tinged with her troubled thoughts. "But this is the first time I've ever felt true hope that he hasn't fallen too far, that he could be saved. I want to believe." She looked up, meeting James' fire-tinted hazel eyes. "Can you understand? Wanting to believe my friend is not lost to me, that he somehow has reformed beyond my wildest dreams." James' lips drew together in a thin white line, a small dip forming between his brows. He gave a small nod, an offer of acknowledgement, if not agreement. "I can't say I'm won over," he muttered. "But I hope you're right, for your sake and ours, that he truly meant what he said." He stood from the couch and straightened his robes. "Good night, Lily, and good luck." "Good night, James." She offered lightly to his retreating back, feeling the sudden knot of guilt rear up within her. The implications of any fancy she might have with the boy changed drastically in the face of a repaired link with Severus. Because no matter how much situations might change, it did not change the past. James and Severus were still bitter enemies, and no matter how much time passed, it did not change what had passed, scarred by the terrible incidents that had occurred over the years. For the first time tonight, Lily felt her elation ebb. Her heart clenched with dread over the complication that would be certain to arise. To be able to maintain a friendship with both Severus and James, that keeping one meant losing the other. She closed her eyes and turned her flailing thoughts away. She did not want to face them tonight. Slowly, she sought out that little happy spot she had gained with Severus' return. That was the most important thing she needed to think on. Her save came back to her. Everything else would mend with time. Chapter 12. Enemy of My Enemy. Chapter text: Christmas was right around the corner. A terrible, inescapable fact. Snape's method of dealing with this festive bollocks usually involved putting on an extra dour scowl as he swept through the corridors. But this time, he simply did not feel his heart in it. "Hair save." Lily greeted him with a smile as he prowled into the defense against the dark arts classroom. He could not fight the slackening of his glower then, but he wished so dearly he wasn't so damned stiff when he made to wave back. He lacked the ability to wave properly. Imagine that. It had been a week and 3 days since Snape's dramatic announcement in the stairwell. A week and 3 days since Lily had approached him that frigid evening. A week and 3 days since she had forgiven him without knowing the extent of forgiveness he sought. Though the air about them had drastically changed, nothing much else had. Apart from sharing the same study table in a strangely empty library on one Saturday afternoon and not going out of their ways to avoid each other, nothing much changed about their schedules, yet it felt an age of difference. In this lifetime, he did not have to part from her on a sour note. Perhaps that would eventually be enough for him. Stalking over to his usual seat in the back, Snape settled. He did not attempt to move his seating closer to Lily. Despite how his relationship with her might have changed, he felt adjusting his seeding plans might be taken as a tad desperate. Snape. Mulciber greeted with a nod. He kept his seat in the back corner and hadn't moved to physically dissociate himself like Avery and Rosier had. Those two had moved perceptibly into the opposite corner, eyeing the defectors warily. Internal politics in Slytherin had shifted drastically in the past week. The shock of Snape's proclamation of succession of the known order had mellowed in the coming days, but the status quo could not find restoration. He had found his gamble correct. Children did not wish to be alone. They followed the shifting dynamic with the breeziest of ease. While the children adapted to the change well enough, it was the ones that neared adulthood that proved problematic for the once head of Slytherin, the ones to which the path of darkness was not so far into their futures. Travers and Wilkes had completely divorced him and those he associated with, and with them went Rosier and Avery. They had made their decision known as they sat for dinner that very evening, a decision that found them on the spectrum of outcasts to their great shock, and upon inspection by use of legilimency, mounting regret. Almost all the younger Slytherins found themselves in the neutral or pro-party. Regulus had chosen to sit himself neutrally upon the table, as had many of the fifth-year Slytherins, but a handful had thrown their lot in with Snape. The boy who sat himself opposite of him, the very same one who saved Snape's hide in the stairwell, identified himself as a fourth-year boy named Lincoln Rockers. He never came to Snape's notice in the past, despite the boy's casual acquaintance with the Death Eater gang. Whatever reasons Rockers might have had for joining, it was apparent it had not been a true belief of their blood purity ideals. Indeed, many of the youth jumped at this offer of a way out, a very telling glimpse into the mental state of these troubled youths. Few children chose willingly to walk the path of darkness. Circumstance forced most down that path, as it had once Snape. But for some, it was a matter of deeply rooted belief. Some whose families had impressed that idea upon them since childhood. Very few stood plainly against the majority like Travers and Wilkes had, but sat very tenuously neutral. They did not wish to become outcasts, but they wore their ideals plainly upon their demeanor. The Legilimens did not need to delve far to see the resentment they held for the shift. Snape knew he could not expect things to change easily, but the fact they did not rock the boat was enough for now. The once head of Slytherin was willing to meet them halfway as compromise, and hoped that, under the influence of the new majority, they might slowly change their ways. Pressure from their peers, after all, was one of the hardest influences to fight at this age. Peering carefully from his books, Snape sent another exploratory glance to Lily. She sat at the front, chatting energetically to her blonde friend, with laughter that reminded him of ringing bells. She shook her head, sending a cascade of her crimson hair trickling over her shoulders. "So that's why, huh?" A high drawling voice snapped the dark-eyed boy out of his mesmerization. Urquhart deposited himself full bodily into the seat by Snape, the seat Avery had once occupied. "She's pretty, I'll give you that." "Shut up." Snape muttered, scowling, trying to keep the color from his face. Lester strode by for the back seat, poised to greet, but made hesitant by the dour boy's expression. Snape gave him a curt nod, and the Muggle-born appeared relieved as he darted for his seat. "Snape's been after her since first year." Mulciber grumbled. Snape turned his glare upon him, daring him to continue. "Muggle-born, I'm guessing." Urquhart ventured, not at all cowed by Snape's frazzling temper. Mulciber snorted. "Haven't been paying much attention for the past 5 years, have you?" "No, I generally didn't pay any heed to any of you Death Eater wannabes." Snape internally sighed at the ensuing silence. Ever since the formation of this new combination of odd ducks, there had been a discernible tension between the once voluntary outcast and the once Death Eater gang ringleader. Neither was publicly snapping at each other's throats, but Snape was too old to be blind to the enmity. All that simmering tension was sidelined, however, and replaced by another set of long-standing animosity when the door swung open and admitted the marauders. Snape glared adamantly away from the 4 stragglers, anger bubbling close to the surface, but wise enough to contain it. The marauders had been placed on a week's worth of detention by McGonagall for their stunt at the stairwell, a light rap on the wrists compared to the maliciousness of their actions. He tried not to pay any heed to the 4 that settled in the second row, with Potter depositing himself directly behind that muggle girl he pursued with such callous disregard. She turned with a smile and a greeting for that malicious boy, stoking the furious hurt within Snape. Even after everything that happened, even after she realized what that James Potter was capable of, she would still regard him so warmly. The crushing unfairness of the world reasserted its grip upon Snape's pessimism. The dismayed boy looked away, trying to distract himself from his writhing soul with classwork. Professor Leafly had appeared at some point during Snape's distraction and was peppering away at the black board with her charmed chalk piece. With a disgruntled glower, Snape wondered why he even bothered to remember the professor's name, considering she wasn't going to last the year. He honestly didn't remember how it went down for her, or in fact, any of his 7 defense professors. That was how unremarkable Snape found his education in the subject to be. The only reason he maintained an outstanding was all down to his own tenacity and eagerness to read any text relating to the dark arts. It became apparent by the 4th week of education that a lot of theory material covered in defense for 6th years had mostly been topics Snape would have taught his 4th years. "Now, class, turn to page 394, she declared with a bright, beaming smile. "Today we're taking a look at werewolves." "Make that 3rd years," Snape thought with a malicious smirk as he glared over the rapidly paling Lupin and his suddenly sheepish marauders. Defense against the dark arts class ended as it started. Unremarkable. When it was apparent during the course of the hour that the werewolf lesson was not causing the marauders any further mental distress, Snape found no more stimulation in that well-learned topic. He simply spent the rest of the class scowling glumly into his textbook until the teacher told them to pack their things and to write a foot on the topic of legislation regarding the beasts and how the system discriminates against them unfairly. Merlin's beard, she was a bleeding hot. With a firm scowl fixed upon his face, Snape packed his bag. He could see the unthreading seams of the straps and knew like most of his school gear it had seen well more than its recommended days. It had fallen through on the final weeks of his last walk on 6th year. Based on known trajectory, its time was numbered. With no funds to replace it, he had spent the rest of his previous 6th year lugging his belongings around in a sheet stripped from his bedding, transfigured into a knapsack. It was a situation he simply had to bear with until Lucius had taken him under his wing. The summer leading into 7th year was the time when Lucius had agreed to be his sponsor and subsequently set about teaching pureblood manners to the ill-kempt urchin. He had sent Snape back to Hogwarts with new sets of badly needed supplies and a whole new wardrobe. Smartly dressed, and with a new graceful confidence, 7th year would have been the highlight of Snape's schooling. It would have been, had it not been for the devastating news of the Gryffindor golden couple. That blasted Trelawney had once bemoaned the agony of knowing what was to happen and being unable to do a thing about it. This was the closest Snape had ever gotten to agreeing with that charlatan. Carefully threading the buckle over his shredded bag, Snape peered broodingly up to the front row seats, ready to drive his hatred into the back of James Bloody Potter's head. Instead, he found Lily's expectant eyes, lit by a cheerful smile. "I'll see you later in potions this afternoon, Save." She called across the room with the most chipper of waves, then promptly stepped through the entranceway alongside a far less chirpy blonde girl. For a moment, Snape had forgotten what he had been angry about as he stood with a dumb half-pout and a hand extended in the worst mockery of a wave this side of the British Isles. "Smooth," Urquhart muttered, prompting the scowl to return to its rightful place. "Have you tried giving her chocolates?" Lester interjected unhelpfully into a subject he was certainly unwelcome in. "Look at him. Does he look like he can afford chocolates?" Urquhart had a brutal tongue. "Oh, right." Lester quietened for a long moment, but not long enough. "How about I spot you a box next visit to Hogsmeade?" "Absolutely not." Snape growled and stormed out of the classroom, shutting down the entire discussion behind him. Storming down the corridors in a swirl of broody annoyance, Snape hadn't noticed the thundering strides catching up to him. It wasn't until Mulciber slowed his step right beside the fuming boy did Snape finally acknowledge the looming colossus. Of all the impact Snape had expected to have on the known Death Eaters to be, he had never expected Mulciber to respond. He did not know whether it was because the boy had been properly cowed by Snape's superior display, or if he had simply been that grateful when the smaller boy did not have him excluded after his fall, but Mulciber had stuck with him through the transition. However, at this moment, Snape had simply been grateful that the hulking boy didn't have anything to say about his exhibit on the mortification of hormones. Christmas holiday is in a week. Mulciber grunted, glaring at the festively decorated suits of armor. Well observed. Snape grumbled. He didn't need another reminder of this idiotic festivity. Mulciber fell silent for a moment, prompting Snape to glance upwards to see if his flippant reply had hit a nerve. Instead, he found a strange expression on that looming giant's face, almost as if the usually vacuous boy was in deep thought. Snape waited quietly, suddenly curious to hear the fruits of this rare occurrence. So, Mulciber finally muttered. You're not going home again this year, I'm guessing. After Snape's brisk nod to the affirmative, he continued. Well, I've signed up this year too. Slowly, Snape's scowl lessened. He turned his own thoughts carefully in his mind. Mulciber's father was a well-known Death Eater, one of the Dark Lord's first supporters, and one of the leading figures of the Dark Lord's inner circle. Are you worried about what your father might say? Obviously, Mulciber mumbled, his frown darkening. Snape had always considered the boy to be rather dim, remarkable only in his cruelty. As an adult, Owen Mulciber had shown surprising talent in the Imperious Curse, being able to maintain control of several high-key political figures within the Ministry at once. Never once had he ever considered the boy or man within the capacity of redemption. That he would be truly willing to consider. A conflicting path with his own father. A conflicting path with his own destiny. Do what you have to do to figure it out. Snape muttered finally. Whatever you decide, nothing will change between us until we both graduate and walk the paths we've decided on. The hulking boy's gormless eyes met Snape's dark ones. He nodded firmly, but said not a word more. Nobody's destinies were certain yet. Even the darkest of wizards had once been a child, with a future of possibilities seemingly limitless. The Mulciber he knew had been a dark wizard of savage, unforgivable acts. This child was not yet him, and if Snape's own dark deeds were not past redemption, if forgiveness was somehow attainable, why should it not be for a boy who had not yet touched upon his dark destiny? Dumbledore greeted Snape warmly that Thursday before the coming holidays, another evening spent together during their weekly post-dinner tutorial. My, how things have changed lately. The headmaster mused with a knowing smile. If you regret cutting me loose from my spy work, then it's a little too late. Snape muttered dryly as he found his seat from across the great oaken desk. They had not spoken of this topic the past 2 sessions since the sudden dramatic shift of house dynamics. The young Slytherin had a feeling that Dumbledore might have been reserving judgment, pending results. The headmaster's blue eyes peered over his half-moon glasses. Why, not at all. In fact, I'm quite pleased with what you have accomplished. I had seen in your mind your efforts to reform your house as a professor. I am certainly delighted to see you finding a similar success as a student. Snape conceded with a nod. Their positive response surprised me as well, as would the other unforeseen benefits of your success. Dumbledore added with a twinkle in his eye. Tell me how fares your renewed friendship with M.S. Evans. Snape flushed with a glowering scowl. He had long since suspected that Dumbledore knew of the possibility of a path back into Lily's life. Knew and did not share. As intelligent as Severus Snape might be, he was an absolute troll in empathy. He had taken their breaking event at face value, thought that Lily had indeed been so mortally offended by Snape's one-off slip of the tongue, she had been willing to cut him from her life forever. That it had been but a single pebble upon the pile of ever-building tensions between them, fueled by the darkening path beneath a much younger Snape's feet, was something he hadn't considered. A very obvious fact now that it was laid out plainly for him, but embarrassingly elusive for his emotionally inept teen, and admittedly, adult self. Why did he ever think she was so petty as to begrudge him simply over an ill-judged insult? An insult spat from his wounded pride in the midst of humiliating distress. Good to see it's put you in a good mood at least. Dumbledore quipped lightly, causing Snape's scowl to deepen. Enough of that, he growled. Do not interfere with my private affairs. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. The headmaster relented with an easy smile, as if to prove his word, he changed the subject. I have something I wish to speak of to you today. With the break coming in 2 days, am I right in my understanding that you'll be staying with us here at Hogwarts? In that, nothing has changed. Snape replied dryly. Dumbledore gave a brisk nod and looked almost apologetic. I'm glad you had taken it upon yourself to do so. I feared I might have to convince you to stay. From your memories, I had no way of knowing when Amadeus Prince had declared Voldemort's cause his beneficiary. And until I can find some way of knowing what stage of negotiations they are in, your family is still in mortal danger. I had hoped for the time being to keep you somewhere I know to be safe. Snape leaned back with a careless motion in mimicry of a shrug. I have no eagerness to return to my still-living parents. Better still if I don't return at all. Dumbledore gave Snape a measured look. Is it perhaps guilt you feel? No probing touch graced Snape's mind. Perhaps if Dumbledore had looked, he'd have realized what an idiotic question that was. I feel no guilt for their deaths. Snape felt the whisper of a brush against the surface of his lightly occluded mind as a sudden tenseness appeared between them. He frowned as he tried to fathom what thoughts might be hidden in Dumbledore's expression. He thought he saw disappointment in the old man's eyes, perhaps a glimmer of worry. Finally, the headmaster spoke, in a slow and measured voice. You had told me you have left the darkness behind. Snape bristled. Had he not made himself very clear about refusing to retread his old path? Why is it then, Dumbledore continued, still calmly, that you do not feel remorse for having a hand in your own parents' death? Snape felt a more insistent prod against the surface of his mind. With an angry flick of his mental shields, he swatted Dumbledore's legilimency away, not willing to indulge his probing curiosity on this topic. I do not have to answer to you about them, he hissed. But they are your parents, Severus. What was that old man insisting? That because they had spawned him that he should care about their welfare regardless of whether they cared about his, to care unconditionally? Was that what it meant to be walking amongst the light? That was not who Snape was. I did not care about their deaths, he hissed, and I would not care if they died again. Dumbledore stared at him, true judgment within his deep blue eyes. But of course he would not understand. Those with loving parents never understood. Snape stood without another word and swept from the room, leaving a silent Dumbledore with a darkened frown. Packing for the Christmas holidays, there was an air of finality to the ritual. Once, Lily might have started weeks ahead of the break, but after 5 years' worth of traveling back and forth, she knew what she had to pack and could do it in an afternoon beforehand. Ordinarily, a fairly straightforward affair for the Muggle-born witch, but this time, she simply didn't have her head in the game. She caught herself folding up a summer blouse to bring along, a certainly unneeded article for the blustery weather of the Midlands. In fact, most clothing was superfluous, as she had plenty stored at home. Her comfortable cotton pajama set was honestly the only set of wearables she had to bring, and this time, she'd better remember to bring them back again. Lily had hated her scratchy woolen set, and no doubt by now it was covered in cat hairs. Pandora's abusive black cat Achilles had appropriated Lily's woolen pajamas for his basket, and Lily had allowed him to. It had been a small price to pay to buy some peace with that militant feline. But now she was not so eager to be rid of it. Her mother had bought her that woolen set. Lily sat for a moment still, stewing in guilt over her ingratitude. She still missed her mother dearly, and though the girl had long since passed the point where she grieved bitterly for her dear mum's passing, long past the point where fond memories of her could send her into random fits of giggles and moody wallowing, she still found her mother's presence persisting in little snippets of her life, like that bundle of itchy wool that was meant to be her winter pajamas. With a wistful smile, Lily swiped it from Achilles' basket, and after a quick scourging charm she switched it with her cotton set. She'd probably never get used to the texture, but she didn't feel like this year she could bring herself to leave it behind. Perhaps she'd bring back a woolen blanket as a peace offering for the feline who would no doubt suspect Lily of the reappropriation. Into the luggage went the pajamas, along with a toothbrush and some hobby reading material. Pandora had made good on her promise and lent her a large tome on the principles of enchantment. It had turned out to be a far more interesting read than anticipated, and she looked forward to finishing it over the break. Her textbooks went into the packing too, but only the Transfiguration ones. McGonagall left an abundance of homework that morning despite being the last class of the holidays. Though charms and potions left a foot of writing each, Lily had forced herself to complete them during the course of the week. During the Thursday, just yesterday, she actually wound up running into Save again in the library after lunch. He had roughly the same idea about getting homework over and done with, it seemed, and she found herself settling into the rhythm of blissful efficiency, as was the norm when studying with him. He was that sort of best friend, the kind that would make sure you stayed focused and your work gets done. The exact opposite of Marlene. A shiver of guilt passed through Lily, an irrational guilt for choosing a second best friend when she thought she had lost Save. He had always been jealous of her friendships, possessive of her singular attention. How he would react if he found out she had replaced him so quickly, perhaps he would understand. He seemed far more mature now. But that nervous lump sat in her throat, not at all convinced by her own reasoning. She wanted to keep both as best friends, and Marlene couldn't give a flying whoop over how many Lily had. Perhaps she'd simply not tell him. A squirm of guilt shot through Lily at the thought of rebuilding their friendship on a bedrock of deceit. It felt strange being around him again. She had hoped they'd click like before. Like no time or nastiness had passed between them, but something had irrevocably changed. No longer did he slump, hiding his face behind his curtain of hair. He stood straight and spoke calmly and evenly. He now had a confidence about him. Though still garbed in the rags of his poverty, he held himself now like a rich man. But this confidence trickled away in her presence. Lily sighed, closing the zip on her half-packed travel bag. It was a strange situation now, where everything was in reverse. Once, he had told her the only place he felt truly comfortable was by her side. She believed him, seeing as only with her was he ever calm, collected, and confident. He shirked away from contact with strangers. He refused to talk to any of Lily's other friends. He couldn't even make eye contact with the teachers or any of the adults in their life. Even when she had him over for dinner, he'd only ever mumble short replies to her parents and would never look up from his plate. But somehow, in the span of the 6 months, they were apart. He had grown up into an almost unrecognizable young man. A change so drastic she almost thought it carried over even to his physical appearance, despite not being able to name a single article of difference. If she was to venture a guess, she'd think his eyes changed, somehow. They were still the deepest of ink-black little pits staring out from the dark shadows of his sunken sockets. Those were still his eyes, but why did it feel different? Lily shook herself out of her compounding imaginings. Thoughts like that came to her more and more often now that he was back in her life. Thoughts that she had initially attributed to overthinking. She saw the difference because she was expecting to find differences, and it became harder and harder to rationalize. That greed-filled beady stare he used to fix on her when he thought she didn't notice was gone, replaced by an almost wistful disbelief, as if he couldn't believe she stood before him, that she was talking to him again, that she forgave him. When he spoke, it was with the utmost polite formality, and almost caution in his tone, as if he feared one misspeak could ruin it all, as if their friendship was some tenuous, fragile thing, as if he believed she made her decision to part with him lightly. But perhaps she had, if she had never noticed his determination to break free. How could this be the same boy she once believed with certainty would come to stand against everything that she was? With a flick of her wand, Lily sent her half-packed duffel bag sliding neatly under her bed. If she packed while she was half present, she was certain to bollocks things up. The Gryffindor girl had already almost forgotten to lay the cushioning charm around the magical four-season snow globe she bought from Hogsmeade as a Christmas present for her father. She was too distracted by her thoughts, too unsettled by her worries. What if things changed again when they part? What if everything they were rebuilding crumbled away? What if 6 months apart was too large a divide to mend? She had planned to leave saying her goodbyes till after dinner, but it seemed prudent to alter her plans. The Slytherins sure seemed different. Lily thought as a young Slytherin boy dashed off down the corridor to deliver her message. She had been loitering at the dungeon entrance, hoping to catch Save if he came up for air. It was a long shot, but the alternative was taking the risk of venturing down into Slytherin territory. While she stood by the entrance, debating to herself the quandary, a young Slytherin emerged from the tunnel. She decided to take a gamble of speaking to him, and it turned out she needn't have worried. He introduced himself as the fourth-year Rockers, the boy who took a beating for her save, and he was not at all adverse about the idea of taking a message to him. Within minutes, that familiar thin boy emerged from the darkened corridor, walking his unfamiliar limber stride. Without his stooping, he really seemed much taller, but perhaps his skeletal figure also contributed to that illusion. She had never seen him so skinny, and he had a good 3 months at Hogwarts to put weight back on. It must have been quite the harsh summer break. "Hey, Save." Lily greeted cheerfully as the boy dipped his head shyly in greeting. "Got time. Wanted to hang out with you before I leave for Christmas break." He answered with a quick, almost eager nod. With a flick of her head, she indicated for him to follow as she led him up the stairs to the first floor, towards the little hidden alcove. That little spot was one of the little secrets they discovered together in their first year of exploration. He hadn't been as enamored by the discovery as she had been, and Lily had long since adopted it as her favorite solo haunt, just as he adopted the dungeon potion labs as his. She wondered if he still remembered it. But just as that thought passed her mind, she noticed his eyes light up with recognition on their walk down that first-floor corridor. They paced up the hall, his head turned slightly as he scanned the outer wall for the irregularities that marked the alcove. Reaching out his long, thin fingers, Save tested a patch of stonework and found his fingers dipping through. Lily shot him an encouraging smile as she stepped through into the frosty gloom of that poorly lit alcove. The lack of light had been the weakness of this room. It only had small window slits to let in a trickle of what was on offer outside. It was set in the east side of the castle, so it really only got light during the morning hours, and whatever little afternoon light it was supposed to get was swallowed by the snowy winter's day. A gentle glow appeared suddenly to brighten the chamber from within. Severus had stepped through and responded to this issue immediately and practically. A ball of light floated before him, conjured from the tip of his wand. With a swift flick, he sent it above them to float near the center of the sloped ceiling, casting its gentle light about the room in a mimicry of winter light. "A spell of your invention, Save?" Lily asked with a delighted smile. "Just a simple modification of a Lumos." He replied most enigmatically as he stowed his wand. Her Save was a most creative soul. He had been inventing spells for as long as she knew him. No matter her own natural talent in the craft, it took someone like him for there to be a craft to learn at all. "Well," she drew her wand, "share with the class." Without hesitation, he drew again his wand. The incantation is Lumos Acto. He traced his wand in that same familiar loop as the base Lumos spell and conjured another ball of light. "Lumos Acto," Lily repeated as she traced her wand along that path. She felt the magic respond, and before her eyes, the light that ought to have formed on the tip of her wand bent outwards into a brightly lit orb. She flicked it from her wand in an attempt to cast it alongside Severus, but she overshot and sent the ball splattering against the ceiling. Light danced down the stonework as little sparkles rained down on top of them. "It's beautiful," she muttered, little light wisps of light imprinted streaks along her sight. "You really are brilliant, Save." "I didn't actually invent this," he muttered almost sheepishly. He must have simply read ahead in some advanced charms textbook again, or more likely, simply remembered a part in the basics charms text that she hadn't. Lily could totally see herself skipping over a chapter and missing this spell. Doesn't matter. Still brilliant." With a most casual motion, the Gryffindor girl settled herself on the bench under the slit-like window and patted the seat beside her. Save stalked over, not inelegantly, and cautiously settled himself a distance from her, seemingly conscious about his movement. It bothered Lily to no bounds to see him act so. The hem of his short robes rode up, revealing his ill-fitting trouser legs. She could see his loose socks hanging downwards, laying his ankles bare to the winter chill. And chill winter did. The wind direction was just right to send the occasional small puffs of snowflakes raining upon them. "You feeling okay?" Lily asked, cringing at the caution in her own voice. Save's hesitant distance was starting to bleed into her. "You must be cold." Severus shook his head. "Heeding charm," was all his reply entailed. Lily reached over, causing him to startle suddenly at her touch upon his hand. She almost jerked back in surprise. The tension in the air was palpable. This was not how their relationship was supposed to be. "I was just checking that you're warm. Geez, what's with the nerves, Save?" He turned away, shame worn plainly upon his downcast face. Sorry, it's just been so long I've forgotten how to speak with you. Way to be dramatic. With almost forced humour, Lily rolled her eyes. It's only been 6 months. He swung around about suddenly and fixed her with those dark, shadowed eyes. A shiver passed through her as she thought she saw within an almost despairing desperation, as if he wanted to tell her something but could not find the words to. It felt longer. He finally choked out and fell silent again. With a long and ruffled sigh, Lily reached over and pulled the awkward boy into a hug. She felt him tense at her touch, but she did not let go. I missed you all right, she muttered, resting her chin against his bony shoulder blade. And I really like the person you've become. She felt his tension slowly unravel, his hot palms press against her back, holding her tightly against him. He had always been hesitant to hug, so he sucked at it at the best of times, but somehow now his embrace felt like the grasping of a drowning man. So unless you're lying about not becoming a servant of evil, I don't want to leave your side again. I won't, he quickly replied. She could feel his hot breath down her neck. She released him from the embrace and leaned back with a gentle push. His hands retreated and hovered awkwardly in front of him. I won't. He insisted again, dark eyes burning brightly in the shadows of his sunken sockets. I promise. A smile teased its way across Lily's lips. I'm holding you to that. He nodded in a steady motion, a sure motion. However hesitant of himself around her, he at least stood firmly by his own promise. She could feel his sincerity kindling the hope that things will get better in time. She reached forward and took his hands in her own. Keep well. I'm going to miss you over the holidays. You're leaving. His widening of eyes told Lily he hadn't meant for those words to slip out. I mean, of course you're leaving. You visit your family every break. He mumbled, trailing off. She raised one arching brow. And you'll be staying, like you always do. Good. Now that we've established status quo, I think it's time we wished each other happy holidays. Right, he muttered, dark eyes flickering as his brows pinched together. Have a happy Christmas. From him, it sounded more like a concession than a well wish. She leaned in to give his hand one last quick squeeze. Merry Christmas. Take care of yourself over the break. She stood and pulled him to his feet, watching him straighten to his full height to stand just above her. We'll catch up again after the break, okay? It'll be just like old times. A strange glimmer shone from behind his black eyes, an expression she couldn't quite fathom. Lily smiled and released his hands, and with a small wave, she stepped back. She resolved none of her niggling issues today. She hadn't found the courage to speak to him of it all, of how things changed in her life, how she had a new best friend, the death of her mother, of how she didn't want to let go of him or James Potter. Before the sun had broken over the low cloud cover, carriages were already gathered before the castle steps. With great impatient brays, the Thestrals waited in their straps, their black feathers catching the light of the grey winter's dawn. Severus Snape stood hidden in the shadow of the entrance hall steps, standing knee-deep in the snow and enveloped in heeding charms. Despite not being part of the cohort of leaving students, he took the effort of prizing himself out of his warm covers early before the sun had graced the Scottish peaks in the hopes of catching one last glimpse of Lily before the holidays. He could not help but scowl at how pathetically desperate this all seemed. It had only been 3 weeks since Lily forgave him, 3 weeks since she had met with him on speaking terms. He was certain she did not need him hounding her. After all, it had only been 6 months for her, not the lifetime it had been for him. He leant heavily against the staircase, his heating charm melting the small layer of snow that wedged in the irregularities of the stonework. He felt it seep sneakily into his thinning school robes. Even during the holidays, he would still elect to wear his uniform over the muggle garbage he was saddled with. With a self-deprecating scowl, Snape huffed a sigh, his breath forming in a small white puff and lingering in the still frigid air. If he was forced to relive this life, then he'd do so without Lucius' support. This meant an extra year of this lingering poverty, another year with making do with less, with practically nothing. But for the sake of having Lily look upon him again with something, anything other than disappointment, endure. That was what his life had been up till this point. That was how his life had always been. It would be how his life continued, but this time he would be able to live with himself. She was alive, and he was not beyond redemption. That was more than he could have ever asked for. The first sounds of activity jolted Snape out of his musing. The muted sounds of chatter, the softened taps of footsteps descending from the snow-dusted steps. Carefully, Snape edged around to find a covered view of the receiving carriages. A trio of young Hufflepuffs were the first to arrive, mounting the carriage steps to enter snugly into the warmth of enchantments. The impatient Thistral gave a back-curling stretch and set off in a brisk trot, clearing the receiving spot for another Thistral carriage to take. Snape slumped back against the wall, his own sensibilities reasoning with him to simply return to his warm dorm and avoid any awkwardness the discovery of his presence might cause. It would be the most galling affair if the marauders found him, as they always seem to be able to do. Unfortunately for him, worst-case scenarios always seem to have a higher priority in his stack of cards. His first warning had been the heavy crunching of snow. Decades of living on edge had brought Snape's reflexes tuned upon a razor wire. He spun around towards the sound, wand already in hand, searching the snow for irregularities. His sharp eyes immediately caught the deep furrowing pits within the knee-deep snow, the pits that dug a path around the edge of the castle towards him. Invisibility cloak. Snape snarled and shot a blast of frigid air towards the encroaching unseeable, attempting to unsettle that devil-blessed cloak. A ripple of color appeared against the bleaching white. His blast had missed, but caused the ripple to part the concealment briefly. He glared at that spot, readying his spell to strip away the mantle. Hands appeared suddenly, held up in a placating gesture, and a face followed them from within the folds of nothingness. A bespectacled face of the last person he ever wanted to see appeared. "Whoa there, Snape. I'm unarmed." James Potter called out, his hands held out from his cloak of invisibility as if proving a point. Snape, however, would not lower his wand. He trusted nothing the boy said. "Just makes it easier to be rid of you." He snarled, pupils narrowed to pin points. He gripped the handle of his wand so tightly his knuckles popped. With a careful motion, the approaching boy removed his invisibility cloak and draped the silvery artifact over his arm. His non-dominant arm, Snape noticed. "Now, I know I haven't given you much reason to trust, but to be fair, neither have you. So if you just lower your wand, we can both give each other the benefit of the doubt." Struck temporarily mute with rage, Snape's tongue warred with itself on the dozens of intricate ways to deliver to Potter the directions of where to shove his benefit of the doubt. But that momentary hesitation was all it took to convince the blasted boy to make himself right at home in Snape's cozy, shadowed corner. "I didn't say you could approach." Snape snarled. He felt the freezing wall pressed to his back. He waved his wand threateningly to ward the boy away, but it appeared Potter had wizened up to Snape's feint. It was no longer in Snape's nature to attack first. "I just want to talk, Snape. I swear." Potter insisted, hands still raised. "Well, I don't." Despite the travel pack clasped on his back, Potter had obviously chosen not to utilize the front door, choosing instead one of the many secret passages connecting the castle to the grounds. How the boy figured out where Snape was lying in wait was another mystery of its own. Once in the professor's youth, he had been convinced of serious foul play. It was as if the blasted brats had placed some form of surveillance on him that he could not dispel. Now, however, he knew better than to suspect the supernatural. He simply kept a careful eye out for rats. But oddly, none were to be seen this frigid dawn morning. Potter simply shrugged and ran his hand through his obnoxiously messy hair. "Well, unless you hex me, I'm going to talk anyway." Snape was sourly tempted to do so. "What you said 3 weeks ago about leading the Slytherins away from you-know-who. Were you speaking the truth?" "Why, Potter, finding it hard to justify assaulting me." The boy shrugged an almost apologetic gesture. "So were you?" "Yes," Snape hissed, "and your little stunt almost ruined everything." "Right, sorry about that." "Sorry, just sorry. After everything you put me through, just sorry." Potter ruffled the back of his hair with a sheepish look on his face. "Yeah, well, can't help the past, I suppose. So start over." He reached his hand out, to which Snape blinked stupidly at for a good 10 seconds before it dawned on him that James Bloody Potter wanted a handshake. "Oh no, we're not just peachy over everything." Snape hissed, outraged that this brute, his eternal tormentor, would have the gall to believe his transgressions forgiven so easily. "Right, but we're no longer enemies." Potter thrust his hand out more insistently. "That does not make us friends." On hindsight, Snape realized he should not have shouted that so loudly. Students had begun to trickle into the awaiting carriages, and it was just his luck among those who heard him was one he did not wish to enter this scenario. Green eyes peered curiously over the stair railing, her hair cascading downwards, framing her face in a halo of red. James. Oh, great. It's James now. Snape swept his eyes from side to side, searching for a way out of this mortifying scenario. But like a bad dream, Lily noticed him flattened against the wall under her chin. Her eyes widened at the sight of these two mortal enemies standing in proximity with one another, with no sign of bloodshed or trauma, and with Potter reached out in what could only unmistakably be a conciliatory gesture, of all the mortifying scenarios to be caught in. With a squeak of delight, Lily rushed down the stairs and took both of their hands in her own, joining them together in a three-way hand hold. Potter looked awfully pleased with himself as Snape fought every wave of revulsion at the thought of touching the vile boy. They were not square, far from it. Snape yanked his hand from the three-way clasp and found those bright green eyes fall on him, the delight fading from their shining pools. He mentally kicked himself as Lily's smile waned. Sorry, he muttered as he turned away. This was not how he wanted to send her off for the holidays. Why was he always upsetting her? Why couldn't he just make her happy? Potter extended his hand again. Apparently getting rejected for a handshake was not something he was willing to accept. The arrogant boy, in any other situation, Snape would have never indulged him. But this was no longer about Potter. Fighting the rising bile, Snape deliberately extended his hand and grasped the offered in a firm shake, fighting the vitriol that threatened to choke him. Lily's eyes lit up like wan light in their alcove. A heady smile stretched uncontrolled across her face. With a whoop, she lunged forward and brought the two boys together in a hug. Snape's entire body rebelled in confusion, his delight at Lily's touch warring with revulsion at being shoulder to shoulder with James Bloody Potter. With a breathless grin, Lily finally stepped back, releasing the two boys. This is the best Christmas present anyone could have got me. Ah, well, Merry Christmas then, Lily. James shot her a devilish grin and ruffled his hair. To Snape's dismay, she did not roll her eyes at the boy's preening display, but beamed right back. She then turned her radiant smile on the slowly withering boy. I'll see you after Christmas save. She bubbled, and it took all he had to return her half a smile. It seemed, however, that was all she needed to complete her day as she beamed radiantly and hopped off to board an empty carriage. Well, be seeing you then, Snape. Potter farewelled as well with a polite nod. And to Snape's dropping heart, the boy strode over to the very same carriage and stepped in. In silence, the lone Slytherin watched as the cart pulled away, the dread of what was coming whispering in his mind. For knowledge was a blessing and a curse, Trelawney had once said. Once more he wished that blasted woman had simply kept her mouth shut. Chapter 13. Glimpse into Darkness. Chapter text 2 weeks of festive break passed slowly, and Snape spent most of it avoiding the other examples of life, living or dead. Apart from the several attempts to teach Mulciber wizard chess with an old chess set left behind by Avery, Snape spent most of his time alone and seeking mental stimulation. Homework was finished within the first day of the break, and the rest was spent simply finding busy work. Fortunately, he had alchemy. He threw himself furiously into the study, earning a firm grasp of the base principles, a complex affair in itself. Potion craft and transfiguration combined to overcome the limitations of the other. A seemingly impossible notion at first, until he realized he already had a firm understanding of what was expected from the potioneering aspect. Galpalat's third law of antidote brewing had been a principle stemming from the alchemical arts. As a student, that had been the only topic in this subject that did not come instinctively to Snape. That had forced the boy to actually buckle down and apply himself, slowly and painstakingly taking apart the concept and analyzing every aspect of it. Upon reflection, Snape was glad he had been forced to learn it that way. Its core principle had been to coax out a hidden property in the compound toxins used in a blended poison through the addition of one single ingredient that would transform the poison into its own antidote, essentially inverting the very properties of the ingredients that formed it. The concept had been outlandish in principle, but basic in execution. The brewer needing simply to have a sample of the poison in its pure form and to add the necessary ingredients in a scaled dose. No incantations or focus stones necessary. But Snape now understood. Spagyric principles of alchemy proved the basics of the whole topic and were far simpler than its inorganic forms. Whereas potion ingredients ordinarily held several compounds of known and of hidden properties, that being the entire principle of potion brewing, a lump of copper had no discernible place in the art apart from forming the container in which the potion is brewed. That was where transmutation came to the fore, the manipulation of one substance into another. Whereas spagyric methods had a plant forced to exhibit a property that should be impossible for it to have, transmutative alchemy changed one substance fundamentally into another substance in its entirety, an idea claimed impossible by Gamp's laws of transfiguration. The idea was to start with a base material of a higher molecular weight than the substance the alchemist was trying to create. That was why lead was the universal material, the heaviest of all the stable elements. From there, the reagent would be broken down into its molecular form, a similar state to its liquid phase, but without the application of energy in the form of heat. It was an art in itself, the ability to hold the substance in its liquid state, when every molecule was fighting to revert into a solid structure. It had to be done, while maintaining safety wards upon the caster to avoid accidental poisoning, as well as the second application of transmutative magic. A transmutation spell designed to be cast wandlessly, aimed for the very building blocks of a molecule, the atom, an extreme manipulation of the substance form, one that it cannot revert from, with the entire being of the substance warring against this perversion of its structure. A catalyst was necessary to tip the scales to the alchemist's favor. That was the function of the runic table, and to a far larger degree, focus stones. These catalysts lowered the magical threshold one needed to overcome the transmute of the substrates and also increase the yield of the resulting product. These were placed within a dip set into the meridian of the runic tables, designed for this very purpose. The table then took on the property of the stone, allowing for every spell the alchemist worked upon to touch the magical catalyst. Of course, the amount of magic supplied to the transmutation depended entirely on the alchemist, and no amount of firm grasp of theory could compensate for that. Snape scowled at the small lump of copper sitting upon his rune-inscribed table. He knew his weakness and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to trying to overcome it, his inability to efficiently apply his transmutation spells without his wand. Though Snape was able to wandlessly cast basic spells, it had never been a specialization of his. Through practice, he was able to bludgeon a firm grasp of wandless counterspells for his own personal defensive purposes, but he had the weakest notion of even the most basic of transmutation or charms. Any attempts he'd ever made with wandless spell casting in those fields had always been small in scale and never achieved much range beyond his person. It had become apparent to Snape, within the first few attempts to do a basic matchstick to needle transfiguration wandlessly, that it would not be the solution for him. Even with a wand, he was unable to cast with his left hand, his non-wand hand, that hand that he needed to perform the far more difficult concept of microtransfiguration. No, it would not do. He had no natural talents in secondary magical manipulation. His magical abilities were firmly rooted in their well-practiced path, which was through the wand grasped firmly in his right hand, and he would simply have to find ways to refine a technique for himself. With a drawn sigh, Snape waved his wand and drew another dollop of lead from the block stored in the alchemical supplies cupboard block, taking great care with the toxic substance. His first attempts had all found some semblance of success, a complex single-handed juggling technique. Perhaps through practice, he could make that transmutative style his own. But even as he brushed the crumb of copper that resulted from his latest attempt off onto the floor, he recognized how much less efficient his attempts were. He simply did not have the magical dexterity, nor the transfigurative mastery, to juggle both spells and maintain his casting strength. Snape leaned back in his seat, staring blankly towards the stone ceiling. This was a craft that was able to create life itself, and yet here he sat struggling to form a lump of copper. The logical step to take would be to seek out Dumbledore and take advantage of his alchemy tutorials for once. The headmaster was still in Hogwarts, and though classes were not in session, he was certain his tutorial times were still available during their scheduled slots. Unfortunately, Snape simply could not bring himself to go. Their last session had rattled the old headmaster, and after passing through the initial haze of indignation, Snape found himself disconcerted by the disappointment he earned. Dumbledore had not looked upon him with such judgment since he had started his path of redemption over 16 years ago. That Dumbledore knew as well the fate of Tobias and Eileen Snape. He knew, but never passed judgment. Snape's past could not be changed, the old man had said, and told him the only thing left was to find a way to make amends and move forward. But no matter how Snape tried, he could never stop holding tightly to his past. This Dumbledore should have been the same man, but for whatever reason, his ways of dealing with the same knowledge were different. It baffled the younger man as to why this was so. Was a Dumbledore of wartime truly that different to one who had known over a decade of peace? The dark deeds that Snape had once committed in the name of the Dark Lord were actions he would ever repeat. The fact that he hated his parents did not change that. But if they had to die again, and the plans of the Dark Lord had not yet been disrupted, then this was an inevitable event. Far be it for him to risk exposure and cost them the war for the mere chance to change their fates. Dumbledore had called for far greater sacrifices in the past. Why would he balk now at one willingly given? He even went so far as to accuse Snape of not divorcing himself from the darkness. Was it simply because Snape had accepted his own role in killing his parents? The headmaster should have seen in the memories he was given that Snape had been downright merciful, especially compared to the cruelty Death Eaters were capable of. That night, mere months after his graduation, Snape, garbed in black, his white mask affixed to his thin face, had returned to his home on Spinner's End. Midnight had rolled past, and not a soul was awake in the household. It had been a simple matter to charm the lock open and step silently into the dark, still household. The creaking of the steps had fallen silent under the power of the boy's command, his steps landing swiftly yet softly. Brushing open the bedroom door, he had found his mother asleep, a woman whom he could not remember ever looking upon him warmly. A mother who had never bothered to see to his health or heart, abandoning him in every sense of the word. She had died peacefully in her sleep. With nearly careless haste, Snape had sought his father. It had not taken him long to find the brute of a man, he simply followed his nose. The odor of stale beer had led him to the lounge room, where the fat bastard had passed out on the couch, surrounded by empty beer bottles. With a flick of the wand, Snape conjured a bright light and a sharp bang, startling the man from his slumber. He had not been allowed to die peacefully in his sleep. Instead, Snape had ensured the man's fearful round eyes were upon him as he slowly removed the mask. He had sneered cruelly as his father's eyes widened in recognition. The last image he had taken with him to the beyond was of his own son, before the all-claiming flash of green. Snape had since reflected upon these murders. He recognized that he had been in a bad place mentally. The fact that he did not punish himself for these actions was not the same as being willing to commit them again. He found punishment enough for the role he played in Lily's death, and that alone was enough to deter him from the darkness forever. With an almost savage shake, Snape brought himself out of the directions of his thoughts. He knew where it would lead him, and could not be more eager to distract himself with the impossible riddle of transmutation. He would have to face Dumbledore again eventually, but until the old man summoned him, Snape would not force the encounter. He did not relish having to explain to the headmaster the reasoning of his calm acceptance or the events behind his actions, explanation that was sure to be required of him upon their next encounter. The Sunday after New Year's, Lily returned to Hogwarts. Ordinarily, she'd arrive on the Saturday, but as that had been on New Year's Day, she had left it a day later than usual. She hadn't wanted to leave her father alone on that day, not since Petunia had refused to return from London for the holidays again. Lily hadn't seen her sister since her mother's funeral, and she was torn between feeling relieved at being given this reprieve and a little melancholic about how small her family felt now. It had never been Christmas with just her and her father before now. Neither of them said a word on the subject, but they both felt her mother's absence keenly, especially when father and daughter sat alongside each other for their Christmas dinner. Then all too soon, Lily had to leave. Departing from the now quiet household in which her father remained alone, she resolved to write to him more often. There was nothing worse than the feeling of loneliness and solitude. Lily sighed as she unpacked her travel bag and dumped the contents unceremoniously onto the bed. A Muggle pen lay among the contents, a present her father had gifted her for Christmas. He called it a bespoke, a brand of Muggle fountain pen. He had often complained about how inefficient the wizard writing methods were compared to the developments in the Muggle world, and had made it a tradition to gift her with a new pen every year. Lily could not deny its efficiency compared to its wizarding equivalent of quill and inkwell, a practice phased out many centuries past, and rightfully so. But despite its obvious advantages, she could not bring herself to use the Muggle tool at school. She did not want to stand out as the only student who did not use a quill and suggest she lacked an ability with the quill as she had when she first came into this world many years ago. She was not by any means ashamed of her heritage, and would quite gladly wear her Muggle clothing about on weekends and on outings. But ultimately, she wanted to be a witch. She wanted acceptance into this world. She didn't want to be different. She didn't want to feel like she couldn't do what everyone else could. With a sigh, Lily shut the fine fountain pen into a drawer, alongside 5 other specimens of equally fine craftsmanship. She would still use them for convenience on occasions when she had to do some writing in the comfort of her dorm. Her roommates never thought much of it, except Pandora. The girl had been quite taken by the revolutionary concept of a quill that did not need an inkwell, and upon being told it was Muggle technology, she had immediately set about writing to her grandfather to ask for one on her birthday. Lily glanced over to the curious witch, perched upon her bed and scribbling away with her own Muggle pen. A common biro, which the girl kept with no less delight. It must be nice to be able to live without a scrap of self-conscious worry. Finishing homework as well, Dora, Marlene called from the floor beneath her bed. She had to lay the inkwell on the floor to get any writing done in the dorm. Pens really were far more convenient. Pandora shook her head. Oh no, just adding an address to a letter for Aunt Minnie. Susan, their 5th roommate, popped her head out from the drawn curtains of her bed. Why do you need to do that? Talk to her at her office. Oh, I don't want to disturb her. Lily glanced at the curious girl quizzically. But it's important enough to warrant a letter. Oh, well, see, that Slytherin Urquhart had asked me to deliver this letter to her and didn't want to do it himself. I hadn't planned on seeing her until Friday, so I thought I'd properly address the letter and have an owl deliver it. It seemed most prudent. That piqued Susan's interest. Ooh, what is it about? She was a terrible gossip. Just his uncle sending his season's greetings. Pandora answered airily, before returning to her writing with a flourish of her biro. It was a strange feeling to have such casual contact with the Slytherins. Not long ago, association with any member of that house was met with intense scrutiny and disapproval. But now, even in train carriages, Lily began to see spots of green among mingling yellows, blues and reds. Younger ones mostly, the ones most eager to embrace their new house order. Severus had done something truly wonderful. Speaking of Severus, she looked forward to seeing him again. It had only been 2 weeks this time, but that was long enough for her to miss the new and wonderful him. The boy who matured so quickly in the span of 6 months that he was almost unrecognizable. Lily rooted around in her bag for a small, brightly wrapped parcel. It had been a while since she had gifted him a birthday present, because whenever she did he was always so reluctant to accept it. She knew he didn't have the money to reciprocate on her birthday, and he never welcomed that reminder. But this year was different. He was turning 17. It was the most important birthday in every witch and wizard's life. She was not going to leave it unremarked, especially now that she knew she was not going to lose him. Transmutation of plant substances. That was something Snape had not thought possible before he started alchemy. He sat in his first alchemy class of the new year, learning how to do something he had long been assured impossible by the basic laws of transfiguration. A potion ingredient cannot be transfigured to take the place of another. But he sat there now, no longer a disbeliever. He pulled together the loose molecules of what used to be asphodel, directing the newly transmuted particles into their new form. A loose pile of goop sat before him, completely unlike the biological substance he had started with, but not convincingly like the substance he had tried to create. Well, student, how was your attempt? Flamel peered curiously. It does not look like xanthoria. With a disheartened glower, the student poked at the formless mush. All right, you are not much of a sculptor, but enough of how it looks, test its properties. As an excelling student of potioneering, surely you know what to look for. With quick muttering taps, Snape cast the spell of analysis. He hadn't expected to receive much feedback from the distinctly non-plant-like substance, but to his surprise, a myriad of information assaulted his mind. It's xanthoria, he confirmed with a satisfied smirk. Whether it is actually a usable potion substitute is another matter, however. A gentle smile formed around those golden eyes. Had you formed it into the bristle-like shapes of its flower's counterpart, you'd have found the properties react as the real substance would have. As it is, you've created essentially a most evenly mashed paste of the flower, far finer than any potioneer would actually be able to make it. Its abundance of surface area makes it much too reactive to be of any use as a substitute for the actual ingredient in any given recipe. With a grimace, Snape leant back. So essentially, now there's another third stage of this transmutation process I'll have to mind. Getting difficult to do with the incorrect technique, isn't it? I had never doubted your claims, Professor. With a smile, Flamel clasped his hands across his knees. Well, unless there's any other questions, Mr. Snape, our lesson ends here. Stopping mid-pack, Snape glanced up at the ancient alchemist across the two-way mirror. Actually, I do have questions. Flamel's smile widened. It is good to engage with an inquisitive mind. Ask away. I understand the focus stone's function as a catalyst for the microtransfiguration process, but I wonder if it's possible to create one for the phase shift transfiguration as well. A quirk of the lips answered Snape's inquiry. Looking for shortcuts in the wrong places, I see. I'm just exploring my options. Flamel ran his fingers along the silver strands of his beard. Our lesson on the creation of focus stones will be discussed soon. Perhaps after that you can tell me. That was as good as an answer of no. Snape scowled as he turned back to his packing. That answer did not please you, I see. Flamel prodded gently. It did not. Snape had never met failure on an academic level before. Why hadn't dual casting been a starting requirement of this subject? He muttered. Why? Flamel leant in. Do you believe everyone that comes into the topic are naturally ambidextrous casters? No, but nor do I believe everyone that comes into the topic leaves an alchemist. Practice, Mr. Snape. That is all that stands between you and results. And if in the end you find it still stubbornly eludes you, remember, this is a most difficult subject. There is no shame in failure. Perhaps not for the average student, but for a man whose only asset had always been his intelligence and ability, it was a crying shame. Besides, it is not just transmutative ability that ensures a passing grade upon your final exam. I think you'll find your dedication to theory makes you a formidable alchemist. In your own right, there are many who simply specialize in the spagyric arts. I'd rather have all my options open to me. Snape muttered, somewhat belligerently. Don't we all? Flamel returned with a smile. Then keep applying yourself, dear student. We shall see, won't we? The break could have afforded a great step backwards to the progress of the house, with how many Slytherins returning to the spheres of their family ideals over the break. It had been a cautious week for Snape, watching the progress of his charges, but slowly that caution turned to optimism as he realized most of the Slytherins who had received the change positively had continued their course. Though Travers and Wilkes returned in seemingly far higher spirits, Snape's number of opponents had not actually increased. It was a better result than he could have initially hoped for. He was able to shed the stress briefly in this regard, and thus was able to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his second source, his alchemical conundrum. Snape had spent every spare hour in his alchemical laboratory since his lesson on Thursday, intent on finding a way to master the craft. That was how Lily had found him that Sunday, in the midst of his fifth attempt of the copper transmutation. "Not disturbing anything, am I?" she asked, without so much as a knock. Snape stood with a scramble. He had forgotten Lily had told him she was coming to see him this day. The lead mass he had been in the midst of micro-transfiguring shrunk and solidified into a scatter of copper dust. He grimaced at the wasted effort and shuffled awkwardly on the spot, pulling uselessly at the wrinkles that formed upon his robes after hours of sitting in that single position. "You're looking glum. Anything happened?" "No, nothing." he answered quickly, fighting back the scowl that came with his frustration. Lily peered at him, unconvinced. Her hands were clasped behind her, staring at him inquisitively. Honestly, I'm fine, he muttered insincerely as he brushed the crumbs of copper away. Those green eyes peered insistently up at him, causing his gut to squirm. With creeping horror, Snape realized his hormones were playing up again, and he quickly averted his eyes before his body could betray him. Lily stepped sideways into his view again, not allowing him to retreat gracefully with his dignity intact. I can always tell when something's bothering you, Save. Though I know that there are some things you don't like to talk about, all things considering, I think we really should start being more open with each other. It's alchemy, all right. I'm having problems with the subject. He growled, desperately trying to cast his eyes to the side. This was the first time he'd ever caved to an interrogation, in record time too, he'd bet. Who needed Veritaserum when they had those insistent green eyes? Oh, she finally stepped back. Well, good to know you struggle with sixth year like the rest of us mortals. Snape could not help the crimson blush that crept up from his neck, but whether it was from his mortification of his confession or a response from his hormones, he could not tell. Oh, honestly, Save, no need to get embarrassed. I would think difficulties are expected for a notorious subject like alchemy. He could not stop the scowl from breaking forth then. Lily glanced about, seemingly at a loss. Her eyes took in the little pebbles of copper now scattered about the floor. What exactly is it that you're trying to do? Transmutation. He growled, giving up on trying to shake the topic. All right, well, some of us don't speak alchemist, so you'll have to break it down for me. It's turning one substance into another, like transfiguration. With a shrug, Snape swept his wand across the floor, vanishing his copper litter. Parts of it. Lily watched as he proceeded to sweep the scatter of debris on his table away. You know, when I came in, I would have never guessed what you were doing was alchemy. It looked a lot like how I pictured enchanting. That requires a phase shift transfiguration as well, Snape asked, more grateful for the change of topic than actual curiosity. Well, yes. Lily nodded, leaning herself against the writing desk as her green eyes sparkled with interest. Pandora had lent me the most fascinating book on the topic. It described the process in detail. The enchanter has to basically melt metal or stone around a magical core, all the while laying down charms. Apparently, breaking things down ensured some sort of spell permanence. A strand of frustration unraveled itself from Snape's heart. It was uplifting to watch his Lily speak with such enthusiasm. That does sound similar, he conceded, eager to encourage her. It was the first time since their reunion that their interaction had taken a semblance of normality. These discussions on Lily's latest reading material had always been a staple of their friendship. That's why I was a little confused when you didn't use your left hand at all. Enchantments require the caster to cast the charms while the substance is held in liquid form. Something you do with one hand while the second part is handled by the other. She moved her hand in a sweeping gesture, as if trying to visualize the concept. That, too, is not dissimilar to alchemy. Snape conceded again, feeling the creeping sheepishness return as Lily turned her bright eyes upon him. Is wandless casting your issue, and that my wand hand is not my left? He conceded. So then you thought the solution would be to try to create a one-handed casting technique? A sparkle of mirth shone in Lily's eye as she grinned. Slightly defensively, Snape replied with a grumble. I just wanted to see if it was possible. But that's brilliant, Severus, she exclaimed suddenly with delight. You're the most creative guy I know. A little taken aback, Snape quirked his brow. I'd say that was a hyperbole, even if I were actually finding success in my endeavor. And you will, Lily insisted. If there's a way, you'll find it. And when you do, I want to hear it. A thin smile touched Snape's lips, the first genuine one he'd felt in years. Lily beamed in response, the value not lost on her. But after a moment her smile receded as her eyes grew round. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot. With a clumsy scramble, she stood up straight and swept up a small and colorfully wrapped box she had concealed atop the desk behind her. Happy birthday, Save. A present? Snape asked hesitantly. He couldn't even remember the last time he received a gift. Nah, I'm just holding this box for fun. He had forgotten how cheeky Lily had been. With a quirk of his lips, he accepted the gift, prompting a grin to stretch across her surprised face. Here I thought I'd have to fight tooth and claw to make you take it. With a conceding grimace, Snape edged open the wrappings neatly. I'm tired of fighting. He slid from the wrapping paper a flat, square box edged with velvet, causing his stomach to drop at the expensive look of the item. With a tremor of hesitation, he unclasped the lid, revealing within a gleaming silver pocket watch laid upon a velvet bedding. Snape's dark eyes took in the silvered finish of the sleek chained watch. The black hands that stretched across its face ticked with a healthy resonance. Behind it, various dials tracked the date and month and year, as well as the position of the moon along with its phases. Happy birthday, Lily exclaimed again, smiling widely. You have officially come of age. A watch for a 17-year-old. It was wizarding tradition for parents to gift one to mark that particular note in their child's life. Snape had never received one. With a snap, he closed the lid. I can't accept this, Lily. He tried to return it, but she was having none of it. What? You think I prefer to sell it? It's too expensive. Wonderful. Indulge. She pushed his hand back. You're 17. You only get to be 17 once. A smirk threatened to break through Snape's stormy expression. Lily interpreted his involuntary reaction to situational irony as a concession to her victory. With a happy grin, she pulled him once again unprepared into a hug. You know, I don't have anything prepared for your birthday, he muttered against her shoulder, feeling his face burn with the awkwardness. Her birthday was of the same month as his, and even if he had the means, he hadn't the time or opportunity to procure anything. I don't care. She muttered against his shoulder, her breath seeping straight through the thin fabric of his robes and tickling his skin beneath. I just got my best friend back. I couldn't ask for anything better. Snape arrived at the alchemy classroom that Thursday morning to find a message waiting for him at his desk. Alchemy class cancelled. It read in Dumbledore's sloping writing. See me after dinner. If the headmaster was holding his education hostage, then there was no avoiding this encounter. But still he had tried, sitting all the way through dinner until every dish had disappeared, and he could find no more reason to stay. It was with the utmost dread that Snape dragged himself to the gargoyle corridor that evening. Cockroach cluster, he muttered, prompting the gargoyle to jump aside. Snape strode swiftly up the stairs, turning over in his mind the look of disappointment upon the headmaster's face from last they spoke. Perhaps avoiding him so obviously for the past 3 weeks was not the smartest way he could have dealt with things. With 3 quick raps of his knuckles, Snape announced his presence and waited. Come in. Dumbledore beckoned, and without another moment's hesitation, Snape pushed into the office. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk. Before him was the pensive, already laid out upon his desk. Its silvery light cast across the walls in a display of the memories contained within. We left our discussion unfinished for a long while, Severus, a very necessary discussion to finish. Snape approached his chair with an air of resolute surrender, preparing for the painful discussion yet to come. He hated having to explain himself, especially on topics of such sensitivity. It was going to be a long and arduous talk, or so he had thought. His hands froze upon the back of the seat as his eyes caught the image of his own aged and weathered face floating upon the surface of the pensive, set aglow by the patroness he had cast. His most painful moments played out in silent mockery. Why was he viewing those memories again? Dumbledore met his eyes and answered his unasked question. I was reminding myself about how I had once been able to trust you, Severus. Snape released the chair and took an involuntary step back. I've given you to reason to doubt me. His dark eyes burned with disbelief. How could Dumbledore have possibly mistaken any of his actions as lingering support for the Dark Lord? I have concerns about your nature, one of many worries I have of you. I do not plan on ever returning to the Dark Lord. What do I have to do to convince you? And that too I believe you, for grievances run deep in you. I do not doubt you would never forgive Voldemort for the part he had once played in Lily's death. Then what? He hissed, unable to contain the flare of anger and frustration. Slowly and deliberately the headmaster answered, I can see a dark wizard when I look upon you. Fingers curling, Snape's nails dug into the palms of his hands. I have not committed another act, upon my own volition, against an innocent since I turned my back on the Death Eaters. I have not touched dark magic again, except in service to the light. But you feel no remorse. Dumbledore's blue eyes shone silver in the light of the pensive. You are easy to anger and unwilling to forgive. A whisper brushed against Snape's mental shields. If Lily was your only reason for turning back, what guarantees have I when she is alive? Then I won't betray her. The words snagged behind Snape's throat. He choked upon his rage and indignation. I won't tread that path again. He worked his jaw, but his voice would not come. He could not even think from the emotions raging within. He did not realize his feet were moving before he was already out the door, the gargoyle leaping aside for him, and by then he simply surrendered to instinct and allowed himself to be taken away by his feet, away from those accusing blue eyes filled with disappointment. Why? Why would he not believe me? His strides were quick and brash, echoing loudly in the corridor. Have I not proven myself? He could not think for the roaring rage in his ears. Have I not done everything he's asked of me? The throbbing of his head matched the rhythm drumming in his ears. Made every sacrifice he asked of me. Snape gritted his teeth against his writhing emotions. Why am I reacting so badly? Snape stopped mid-stride, turning on his heels. He stood frozen in the darkened hallway, the sliver of reason finally breaking through his haze of anger and frustration. This state was becoming the norm in his day-to-day life, an unfortunate side effect of his teenaged body overwhelming his adult mind. Dumbledore had always been the only one who ever trusted him. It hurt badly that he would doubt him so suddenly. With compounding frustration and the little emotional control his teenage self was capable of, he had flown badly off the handle. It was fortunate that he still had the mind of an adult when control returned to him. He could not let their discussion end like this. With a snarl, Snape set off back down the corridor towards the office once more, struggling hard to contain the writhing emotions that pushed back harder by each day. Lily knew she had made a mistake when she fished out 2 sets of Transfiguration essays from her bag. Severus was not going to be happy when he realized his homework was missing. They had spent the better part of the afternoon studying in the library. As it turned out, Save's transfiguration had improved by leaps and bounds since he began his alchemical education, and Lily took advantage of it to make some last-minute alterations of her homework. Unfortunately, like the scatterbrain she was, she had accidentally packed his homework along with hers when they left for dinner. With a groan, she knocked her head against the bedpost, wondering if she could possibly get away with returning it to him in the morning. But with Transfiguration literally first thing the next day, she could envision the boy ripping the school apart in search. There was nothing for it. It was her mistake. She would make the trek all the way back down to the dungeons to return it to him. Hopefully, she'd be able to find helpful Slytherins still out of their common room at this hour and contact him swiftly. Curfew was coming, and she did not feel like being caught out, especially not as a prefect. With a sigh, Lily slipped back into her school robes and reached for her cloak. "Were you going at this hour?" Mary asked from her bed. She wasn't preparing for sleep yet, but she often retreated early when the common room got too rowdy. Migraines, she called it, a type of ailment her father had once described as a headache with teeth. "I took Save's homework by mistake. I'm just going to return it to him before he realizes and freaks out." Mary grunted in affirmation and said no more. She was never inquisitive when she got like this. With quickened steps, Lily headed out the portrait before anyone else noticed. She really didn't want to deal with too many questions when the answer was Save. Though things had changed, she still instinctively avoided the topic of him when she spoke to her friends. It was not that long ago when they had all supported her when she decided to excise him from her life for good. With swift steps, Lily took the stairs 2 by 2, almost missing a trick step. She could see what few students were left were rushing towards the directions of their respective houses. Curfew was fast approaching. It was because of that, perhaps, that the singular Slytherin headed in the opposite direction of the dungeon caught Lily's eye so. She stopped in her descent and leaned over the railing, feeling a stroke of relief upon recognition of Severus. What a pleasant and convenient coincidence. He headed up the steps with slow, deliberate strides and appeared to hesitate briefly before turning down the second-floor corridor. Lily frowned with confusion. She had thought for certain he'd be headed to the library in search for his homework. She quickened to a jog to catch up, darting down 2 flights to follow him down the hallway. She darted down the corridor, straining her ears for his footsteps. When had he gotten so silent in his movements? Cockroach cluster. His voice rumbled from down the hall, and she slowed back down to a stroll when she realized where he was headed. Of course, It was Thursday night. Tonight was his tutorial night. Lily sighed as she rounded the bend and caught sight of the gargoyle shuffling back into place, tapping her foot in consideration of what she should do. She couldn't exactly barge into the headmaster's office and disturb them over homework that she shouldn't ethically have. With a sigh, she leant against the stonework, wondering what the best course of action would be. If she waited until after he's done, she'd surely be caught out after curfew. But almost as if in response to her despairing thoughts, the gargoyle sprung aside once more. Lily's greeting caught in her throat at the sight of Severus. He was livid. He stormed past without even seeing her, striding quickly and loudly away. Lily stood frozen, wondering what had happened, and why had his expression scared her so. His eyes had been so dark, with more than just fury. Without even thinking, Lily began making her way up the spiral staircase. She didn't know what she wanted to ask the headmaster, but she could not help but think she'd rather speak to him than Severus at the moment. It was perhaps of greater surprise, then, when she pushed open the door and found nobody within the office. Not Dumbledore, not Fawkes, not a soul. She frowned, glancing about. What then could have caused him to freak out so badly? A shimmering silver light caught Lily's attention, shining from a bowl perched upon the great oaken desk. She approached cautiously, certain this must be the offending source. As her eyes peered upon the surface, she was greeted by a face she recognized, in a state she did not. Severus stared up at her, face lined with dread and fear, his eyes glancing about him in panic. Lily's heart leapt to her mouth at the sight, her mind racing with possibilities. Was this some sort of scrying source like a crystal ball? Throwing caution to the wind, she leant in, eager to see more. She hadn't expected the room to tilt as it did, or for her feet to leave the ground. With a yelp, Lily fell forward into darkness and almost tripped on the hard earth she sat upon. She glanced around, eyes wide in fear, finding a landscape littered with barren trees. Wind whipped around her, scraping the branches into a rattle. No snow touched the hill she stood at the base of. Wherever she was not at Hogwarts. Movement caught her eye atop that hill. Lily almost cried out in fear when she saw him standing silhouetted in darkness. Severus, so different, yet so similar as he stood above her, spinning on the spot, staring in every which way but at her. "Save," she called out, but he did not respond. He continued to shift as if he feared the air itself was out to get him. It was then Lily realized another stood beside her. Professor Dumbledore observed silently from behind a skeletal tree. Lily passed her hand across the headmaster's eyes. He didn't even blink. She reached out for his sleeve, and to her shock she passed right through. But almost as if her attempted touch brought him to life, Dumbledore finally moved, stepping out of cover, and with a harsh sweep of his wand, he cast a bolt of light towards the panicking boy. He did not even wait for the spell to connect before he disapparated, appearing again suddenly atop the hilltop. Severus fell to his knees. "Don't kill me," he cried out, his fear-filled voice whipped away by the howling winds. Chapter 14. Beyond All Hope. Chapter text shock-rooted Snape in place as he stared from the doorway of the office. Lily stood before Dumbledore's desk, leaning over the pensive, standing too still. Heartbeats sounding loudly in his ears, Snape felt the sickening rush of blood to his head. "Lily," he choked out. No answer replied. She was in there, in that bowl of memories, watching his most painful moments, seeing his deepest secrets. His feet finally obeyed him. He strode forward, hoping she had not yet seen anything too incriminating, but knowing, no matter what she saw, it would still be too much. He reached into the pensive, passing his fingers through the shimmering surface of memories to touch them against her temple. The world barely shifted as he stood once again within this circular office, his hand already reaching out ready to take a hold of Lily and pull her out. But the sight of the silver doe, bounding across the ceiling and leaping through the open window, stopped him in his stride. It was already too late. After all this time, his heart dropped as he spotted himself, his old and weary eyes staring after the fading silver wisps. Always. Snape turned away from the tragedy that was his true self, and to Lily who stood beside him, unmoving, her eyes fixed upon the two figures from memories beyond her time. "Lily," Snape almost whispered as he laid his hand gently upon her elbow. She started at his touch, turning her wide green eyes upon the younger version of the man she had been watching. He did not wait for her to get her bearings. With a tug, he brought Lily back into the real world. She gasped as she lifted her face from the liquid memories, as if she had just emerged from water. Snape stepped back swiftly, giving her space to collect herself, giving himself time to pull his own thoughts together. What am I going to do? With a small shake of her head, Lily brought her eyes up, her shining green eyes filled with some unfathomable emotion, unshielded thoughts that beckoned his touch. He turned away, unwilling to meet those eyes, unwilling to trust himself. What can I do? He felt her touch upon his hand. Slowly he lifted his eyes, widening as a tear dropped upon their clasped hands. He met her eyes then, those bright green eyes, framed with shed and unshed tears. "We need to talk," was all he could manage to say. Classroom 31 was a small room that found use as an alternative theory classroom for when, for whatever reason, main rooms could not be used. Despite its long-term abandonment, the classroom was kept clean, a testament to the hard work put in by the house elves of the castle. No dust had built upon its undisturbed desks, still sitting in their neat rows, awaiting students that rarely sought their services. The thick and ancient curtains were drawn closed, shutting out the whisper of light the slivered moon provided, or what little could filter through the cloud cover. Two patrolling prefects swept past the room. Their unobservant glance about the classroom alerted them not of the two still figures seeking refuge in the dark gloom of the disused room. Now well and truly past curfew, the silence was only marked by the patter of slow flurries striking the panes of the window and the low creaking and whispers within the castle itself. But even that was to go. With a flick of his wand, Snape enveloped the room in complete silence. At the very least, what would be said in this room would not reach any further ears. Lily settled silently in a corner by the front of the room. She didn't choose a seat, opting for the floor directly. She tucked her knees up under her chin, scrunching up into a ball, her hands wrapped around herself protectively, shaking with silent sobs. The only light source was a soft glow offered by the ball of light sitting by her feet. The lighting spell Snape had taught her, the spell Dumbledore was to invent within another 4 years. Snape stalked over slowly, his heart thudded loudly in his own ears. Lies flew about his untethered thoughts, excuses that would seem plausible, explanations that did not entail admitting to his own foolish mistakes. Slowly he settled himself onto the floor, his back pressed against the chilly stone wall. His eyes did not lift from the shaking frame of the crying girl beside him. He did not know what to say. He was reminded of a time when they were children, just after Lily had a bad fight with Petunia. She could not stop crying then, and he had been at an equal loss as to what to do. In that, things had not changed, but in experience at least he had grown. He laid a hand upon Lily's back, hoping she would take comfort in contact as he'd seen of others, as he'd seen offered to others. It was not something he was personally experienced in. Her sobbing eased. He could hear her breaths, soft and uneven. Slowly she lifted her eyes towards his own. Even in the dim gloom, the green in her wide orbs was distinctive. "What did I just see?" she whispered, unsteady and barely audible. The lies swirled about his mind, excuses perched upon his tongue, but none made it past his lips. A future that will not come to be. Was that a prophecy? She asked in a rush, her eyes widening with alarm. "No," he almost hissed. He hated that word, prophecy. "That is not a prophecy. That will not happen." "What is it then?" Her shining green eyes bore into his own, stirring up his unsettled soul. He could not lie to them. "My past," Snape whispered, the words leaving his lips and disappearing into the silent darkness. Lily stared, expression unchanged, untouched by surprise. "Past," she whispered. Her tone was not that of disbelief. "From another life." As those words left his lips, he knew it left as a confession, one he could never take back. Those green eyes searched his own. If it was anyone else, he would have occluded on instinct, but not Lily. If she even had an inkling for the mind arts, he would have welcomed her searching intrusion, welcomed it to save him from having to explain. "So all that, everything that I saw, it happened to you." Disbelief still did not touch her eyes. "All of it," he confirmed, feeling the slow, heavy thudding of his heart. "Because of me." Tears. He felt it then, sliding down his sallow cheek, sliding slowly down his angular chin, and falling away. He made no motion to stem this shameful display of emotions. He could not stop himself even if he tried. "My fault. I'm sorry," he gasped, his voice catching. "I killed you, Lily." He could not stop himself as the words poured from his mouth. Confessions of the sort of man he truly was. You died because I sold your son to the Dark Lord, because I overheard a prophecy. I hadn't known who it spoke of, but had it affected anyone but you, I would not have done a single thing to stop it. I would not have cared. He was babbling, he knew. His words were not reassuring, he knew. She could not derive any comfort from them, he knew. I was a Death Eater. I killed so many, committed many terrible acts on behalf of the Dark Lord. The worst of himself poured freely from his mouth. He could not stop himself. Why couldn't he stop himself? When I knew it was you, when I realized what I had done, I had asked the Dark Lord to spare you. I did not care if he took Potter or your son. I did not care one whit. He felt disgust at his own words. The truth about himself he hid from the world, that he himself was unwilling to face, laid bare for the only person in his life that ever mattered. He could not even meet her eyes. I was evil. I was truly evil. He slumped against the wall, feeling his own knees draw up protectively against himself. The self-loathing crept up from his throat and threatened to choke him. A soft touch fell upon his back, causing his entire body to stiffen at the unfamiliar contact. Hands slid across his shoulders, pulling him from his protective curl. Lily folded her arms around him, pulling him against her, laying his head upon her shoulder. He could feel her breath against his neck, quivering with her own emotions. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, he muttered through his ceaseless sobs. She hushed him, softly but firmly. His breathless apologies trickled away and slowly disappeared into his quiet, shaking sobs. I know, she whispered, arms tightening around him. His breathing evened, his tears ran dry. Her arms still held tightly onto him, giving him comfort he did not deserve. He sat in silence, unsure of what to do or say. His emotions ached dully within his thudding heart. His confessions lay bare, unable to ever be taken back. Lily's soft voice pierced the darkness. A month ago. You promised me you would not become a Death Eater. I won't, he replied harshly, his voice still raw. Never again. Her green eyes found his, shining impossibly brightly in the darkened gloom. Then this isn't our future anymore. Lily didn't know how many hours had passed as they sat huddled together in that empty classroom, speaking in hushed tones of things that had not yet happened. Despite the powerful silencing spells that no doubt cloaked their presence, neither spoke loudly. Their energy had bled away through tears shed and emotion spent. It was a shock to learn what she had, and it hurt her deeply to know how badly things had turned out. A spy for 18 years of his life, at least 4 of which were spent directly under the scrutiny of the most dangerous man alive. How far Severus had fallen. How far he could have fallen. His sudden change now made an awful sort of sense. Because this Severus who sat by her now, this Severus who did not slouch and did not carelessly swear, would never choose that path again. His failures were a reality to him, but it was a relief to her that his fall was no longer destined in this lifetime. To know exactly what had been averted, to know the kind of boy that could have stood instead in his place, the boy that would have been growing darker by the day. The hopelessness she would be feeling as she tried not to watch. The man who sat within the skin of her once lost friend was a man who lived all that, who became the monster she had feared he would be, and against all odds emerged from the other side, a better man than anyone could have ever hoped possible. Because though he did not say it, she knew. She knew he had changed deeply and irrevocably. He carried his mistakes like blood upon an incriminated blade. The guilt that poured from his confession was not the unburdened remarks of the unrepentant. His heart was different, still dark, but no longer of darkness. His mistakes, though heinous, were not a reality yet, and they never would be, he had promised. Now it was just about coming to terms with him, Severus Snape, the man who lived 2 lives. Really, you're actually 38. Lily laughed. She really didn't have the energy for anything but laughter. A small smile finally touched the exhausted face of her time-touched friend. Actually, that's quite young now that I think about it. Lily continued, her smile fading. 38 isn't a time to die. The smile faded from Severus' face, and a deep sadness touched his eyes. She knew it was not his own death he was thinking on, a sobering reminder to herself that in his life she had died far younger. How did you die, Save? Lily ventured, uncertain if she really wanted to hear it, but at the same time certain it was a preferable topic to him. I was killed, Severus muttered, his eyes turning away, by the Dark Lord. Hey, we have something in common. Lily didn't know what possessed her to attempt such dark humor. He certainly wasn't receiving it as intended. Scowling deeply into the darkness, he muttered indecipherably and apologetically, "All right then, this topic is depressing." Lily squirmed closer, touching her shoulder against his. Despite her warm layers, she felt the chill. He didn't pull away, but she could see shame and discomfort flare within his eyes. "He loves me." A voice whispered in her mind, explaining his eagerness and reluctance for her touch. She turned away too, changing the topic for his sake and her own. "Enough about death. Tell me about how you lived." "Lived?" Severus muttered, voice hollowed of emotions. "Like what did you do with your life after you got it back on track?" She prodded again. Her one-serent friend shook his head. "It never got on track." Lily squirmed. "Come on, surely you did something." "When I saw you in those memories, you were dressed quite dapper. At the very least, you made something of yourself." A strange, self-deprecating grimace touched his face. "In those memories, did you also hear him call me Professor Snape?" "No," but Lily paused. "Wait, really? You became a professor? Here?" It hadn't clicked when she witnessed it in those memories. It had been quite difficult to process alongside so many world-shattering revelations, but now the realization hit her like a charging graph-horn. She didn't know why she found that so funny. Giggles bubbled forth uncontrollably. "Oh, Merlin, you, a professor." She could not stop laughing. She could see him watching her, his dark eyes staring at her through the darkened gloom, his eyes flashing with indignation. He could not stand being ridiculed, at least that part hadn't changed. "I'm sorry," she gasped. "It's not that ridiculous, I swear." Her giggling did not reinforce her words. "I hated it," Severus grumbled, turning away again. "I'd have been more surprised if you liked it." She gave one last tired chuckle. "That means school must be super easy for you now." "It has still been a long time since I've sat any exams," Severus admitted, "and I have just about forgotten all the complex theories to most of my subjects." "Ah, no wonder. I thought your charm's homework felt rudimentary." Severus spluttered with indignation. "I am putting in the effort, Lily. I'll thank you not to mock me." Lily sighed. His poor sense of humor was causing her inappropriate mirth to ebb away. "Let me guess, you taught potions." He scowled in the affirmative. "You're great at potions, so why didn't you like it? Weren't you able to teach it well?" "I taught it fine," he growled. "It was the dunderhead students who refused to learn." Lily tilted her head along with her brow. "Aha, and I'll bet your abundance of patience helped." "Patience." I shared my own formulas with those ungrateful brats, formulas that should have made brewing easy for even the most intellectually challenged of cretins, and I'm supposed to be patient when they somehow turn a simple sleeping draught into toxic sludge. She could not help the eye roll, whether Severus saw it or not. "You know, not everyone does rote memorization like you do. They wouldn't need to if they just learned the basic reaction principles." He simply would not let up. "Since day one I set them homework to teach them the basic properties of potion ingredients. The least I expect by fourth year is that they can tell me how slivering a soporiferous bean would not be as effective as crushing it." "Wait a minute, you set essays from first year?" Lily asked, aghast. Severus did not look the least bit chastised. "Yes, how else are they supposed to learn?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe set them questions like every other professor does. Spoon feed them." He said those words with such vehemence that Lily actually felt chastised. "What, you think every student's going to come into the topic with an expert grasp like you did?" Severus would not accept her assessment. "I wasn't born with potioneering knowledge. I studied." "And you got me to study it too," Lily nudged gently, prompting the exasperated would-be professor to fall silent. "Remember, I sucked pretty badly at it too in the beginning, and in those first 6 weeks I dreaded those classes." "Who wouldn't, the way Slughorn teaches it?" Severus muttered darkly. "Oh, I like the way he taught the topic," Lily insisted, not helping Severus' mood in the slightest. "I just wish he'd double-check the recipes in those ancient textbooks before he makes us brew them. I swear half of them don't work right." "None of them do. I've made corrections to all of them." Lily laughed, her shoulder jolting against his. "Sometimes I think you're just too smart to be happy among us mere mortals." Her best friend leaned backwards against the wall, head lolled back as if beseeching the ceiling. "I can find no evidence to refute your assessment." Slowly her smile faded until only a gentle shadow remained. "You ever find any kind of happiness, Save?" He did not answer, and Lily felt her heart ache at the thought. Okay, maybe that question was too vague. She tried again. "Did you ever get married?" Severus' eyes swung about to meet hers. She hadn't thought her question ludicrous enough to warrant the disbelief in his dark eyes. No, Lily would not be deterred. Okay, what about children then? Didn't I just say I wasn't married? She couldn't help herself. I didn't realize you were so old-fashioned. Severus lit up like a Christmas tree, spluttering with indignation. Though he really couldn't take a joke, Lily had to admit that one was in poor taste. Sorry, I mean, it's admirable that you were so principled. She honestly didn't know how to word it any better. Principles had nothing to bloody do with it, Save growled, beginning to look honestly quite mortified. Exactly what kind of woman would look at me and think husband material? Oh, don't sell yourself short, Save. If this conversation continued, Lily was going to get embarrassed. You've got plenty of qualities. But not the kind a woman would take to bed without payment first. Severus snapped with a flare of temper, then instantly regretted it. The silence stretched alongside his mortification. Lily could not shake the embarrassment that adorned her equally reddened face. Well, that was a candid insight into your life. She mentally winced, unsure why she couldn't just stop jibing him. Almost as if he was distancing himself in shame, Severus pulled away so that their shoulders were no longer touching. That slouch returned, that one that caused him to shrivel up against his chest and hide behind his curtain of hair. Sorry, he muttered in a defeated tone. I don't know why. I did not mean to be vulgar. With a sigh, Lily scooted over, almost shoving her shoulder into his. Don't think for a moment, after everything you've told me tonight, that the fact you spend frivolously on sordid company is the deal breaker. I do not spend frivolously, he growled, still unwilling to emerge from his curl of embarrassment. Got them on discount, did you? That jibe got a rise out of him. He really couldn't take a joke. She could see his beady black eye glaring at her through his veil of hair. Though admittedly, she knew it wasn't anything to really joke about. Her heart ached if she stopped too long to think about it, the tragic picture of his life that all this was painting. Did you really have no one? Lily asked, feeling the will to smile leave her. He did not answer, he did not have to. Was there any point in your life at all where you were happy? Slowly he drew himself up again, his shoulders straightening as his back found the wall once more. There was. Lily leaned forward, hopeful, eager. He finally lifted his eyes to meet hers. But those were years past within your lifetime. Her eyes dropped from his. What was left unsaid hung between them like the great purple irrumpant it was. He loves me. Could you really not move on? She didn't know why there was bitterness in her voice. From the corner of her eye, she saw him visibly flinch. You let your life pass you by. For what? A memory. Her voice trembled. She felt that lump re-emerge in her throat. Because, Severus Snape, that is no way to live. He sat silently for the longest moment before slowly shaking his head. My life wasn't mine to live. It hadn't been since the moment I killed you. Her heart gave a hollow, aching thud. You think punishing yourself was how I would have wanted it? Have you any concept of guilt, Lily? He growled, beginning to fluster again. She shook her head, unwilling to accept this, unable to accept any of this. And you did right by me. You came back to the light. And was I to just forget everything I had done? He muttered. She felt him squirm beside her. Still, she exclaimed, unable to grasp the magnitude of the guilt he must have felt, the crushing weight for causing the death of someone he loved. After all that time. Always. He did not even hesitate. Lily's heart skipped a beat. Though she asked the question framed around his unshakable guilt, she knew it did not leave her lips the way she had intended it. The answer she received left her in no doubt which way he was choosing to answer it. His eyes were upon her, even though she did not lift her own to meet as she could somehow feel his gaze. Those dark eyes of his, eyes that had seen so much. Sorry, he muttered, and she felt him slump again. She shifted, stretching out her back against the wall, letting the biting cold draw her from her swirling thoughts. Don't be, she said, without quite knowing what she was trying to say. That what you feel, there's nothing to be sorry for. Were they actually going to talk about this? Anything that could create something like that? Like your silver doe, that beautiful spectre he conjured in her memory. The image that left her with no doubt how tightly he held on to her within his heart. Something so beautiful cannot be a bad thing. Slowly she turned her gaze and found his black staring eyes from within the gloom, that intense dark gaze that stirred something akin to fear in her heart, a squirm of nervousness for the known and unknown. He loves me. She knew that now, with a certainty beyond anything she ever known in her life. He loved her, but he had been the first contact she had with the magical world. a promised support in her life through that terrifying transition, her best friend, her oldest friend, for years the only constant in her ever-changing life, a boy she had been terrified she had lost, a horrifying destiny that could have been, a terrible destiny that had been for him. She did not want to lose him again. She stared deep into those eyes, those dark, intense eyes that did not leave her, never left her. Could she learn to love him back? She did love him dearly, but she would be fooling herself if she thought her feelings reached to where his lay. That undying, unerring love he had held to for longer than she had ever been in his life. A love she did not think she could ever live up to. She did not think, but maybe. "Hey, Severus," she began, hesitant, nervous. Those eyes never left her. "Can you show me that dough? Can you conjure it for me?" He did not blink. He did not lift his eyes from her own. "Expecto patronum," he whispered, turning his wand in a wide circular motion. As if it leapt straight from those memories, the dough materialized before her, brighter and more beautiful than she could ever do justice in her remembering. Without thinking, she stood, reaching out to touch the corporeal manifestation of undying love. The little doe stared up at her with bright, silvery eyes, its light touching every corner of the still and silent classroom. She pressed her fingers against its muzzle, feeling a warm tingling where her skin passed through the charm, a warmth that touched her to her core, a warmth that made her think, perhaps. Then slowly, it faded, like a flake of snow disappearing under the noon's harsh light, leaving only a fading glare, a reminder of the form the light once took after the darkness settled in its place. Lily blinked as her eyes adjusted to the darkened gloom once more, the after-image of the doe slowly disappearing from her eyes. With its passing, a powerful sorrow threatened to overwhelm her, the feeling that something terribly beautiful had just disappeared from the world. "It's called the Patronus charm." Severus' voice rumbled from the darkness. "It is a charm that is the manifestation of happiness, and it takes on the form significant to the caster. I knew it was me the moment I saw it." Lily turned to the boy who still sat upon the floor, staring up at her with an intensity lost to the darkness of the room and the residual glare remaining in her eyes. Slowly, he pulled himself to his feet, a motion slow and deliberate as she'd ever seen him make. "That is because it is yours. That doe is your patroness." Somehow that answer made a whole lot of terrible sense. At one point in Severus' life, she must have learned to cast that spell. The reason that doe was familiar to her was because it was hers, it slept inside her soul. And Severus had kept it for the duration of his life, long after its original owner had passed from the world. A manifestation of the caster's self and soul, an immortal reminder that his heart was not his own. Because his heart was hers, always would be hers. Always. Lily's heart twisted in its seat. It was painful to know what could have been, what had been for him. To know the extent of his regrets, the lengths he had gone in his remorse. To have done all that after all hope had been lost to him, to do that for a mere memory. To love her still when she had just been a memory, when she had long since fallen in love with another. Her heart thudded loudly in her chest once again, a roaring in her ears. In his lifetime, she had fallen in love with James Potter. Not just fallen in love, but married him, had a child with him. Started a family, a life, a destiny that was still possible for her. James Potter, that arrogant and handsome boy, aggravating but kind, childish, yet somehow noble, and growing more mature and charming by the day. She had teased the idea of simply accepting his advances, just say yes and see where things take them. Never once had she thought so far into the future as to think it would take them to marriage, a family. "I had married James, didn't I?" When those words left her lips, she knew the kinds of emotions she would invoke within him. Into the darkness, Severus retreated, his long, slim form shrinking against the frozen stone. She could not see his eyes, but she could feel they had left hers. "Severus, can you tell me what my son was like?" She watched him intently, hoping but not truly believing he would answer her. "He had your eyes," his voice lanced through the darkness, raw and unexpected. She couldn't help the smile that found its way to her lips, a strange mingle of happiness and sadness in equal measure. Did he live a good life? Even if I wasn't there for him, was he happy? "Yes, I believe so," Severus muttered, his voice holding a strange tense edge overlaying a gentle tone. "He had many that loved him and cared for him in your stead. Including you." He fell silent, a deep, hard silence. A silence more telling than anything he could have said, a silence that broke her heart. You did not love him, Lily muttered, laying bare the words that hung unsaid. Severus drew up. She could see his eyes now, glinting in the dim light of the still glowing orb upon the floor. I protected him. His voice deep, words ringing with emphasis. But you didn't love him, she insisted, somehow unable to grasp the idea. How could he, a man who loved her so deeply, not have been able to find it in himself to love the only thing she would have left behind? How could I? He almost roared, his voice chipped with frustration. He looked just like his father. Lily's heart skipped a beat. The horrible, dreaded truth hung between them, the inescapable and unavoidable impasse. She had hoped, she had been given reason to hope, that the malaise of bad feelings that hung between Severus and the marauders could dampen with time, that it would not come down to a choice between him and James. But his hatred had not faded in the 20-odd years that preceded this point, lingering far beyond the death of the man itself, darkening any chance of a relationship he could have ever had with a son Lily would have never got to see grow up. The feeling was mutual. The boy hated me too. Severus' voice came unexpected, muted. He was reckless and arrogant, just like his father, always running headlong into danger without a damned thought of the consequences, of the life he was risking. Sacrifices that would have been wasted. You're talking about a child. Lily felt her heart breaking. The son she never had, a boy she never met, and her best friend who couldn't find it in himself to share with the boy a fraction of the love he had for the mother. And in the end, I could not protect him either. Voice barely a whisper, the distraught young man slumped against the wall. I tried so hard to think of a way to save him. I couldn't. I died before he did, but he wouldn't have. Lived long past my passing. A lancing pain struck across Lily's heart. Tears fell from her eyes, tears for a boy she had never met, a boy she knew she would have loved. The memory of Severus berating the headmaster for his callous decision to sacrifice her son blared forth from her mind. She had watched that scene with a numb disbelief, a jarring scene wedged into a tale of trust and friendship between Severus and an equally enigmatic headmaster. The memories had begun with the scene upon the hilltop. Shifting to the crying wreck, he became within Dumbledore's office, from small conversations had between headmaster and the young, inexperienced professor to the conspiratorial whispers as they planned for war once again. The mentions of her son that emerged from that story passed too quickly for her to fully comprehend. It was only now, after talking with Severus, did this idea seem real, that she had a son who had lived a life well past her own. A son she had never got to raise, a son that was sacrificed in the war to great protest by a man who could never bring himself to love him, a man who was never truly loved himself. He was there when I died, a whisper in the straining silence. Severus' voice sounded again. He knelt beside me when I lay dying, when all logic should have told him to abandon me. He shifted again, his eyes drifting but not finding hers, his voice a hoarse whisper. Whatever faults he may have had, at the very least he had your kindness, and I am very sorry I could not save him. Guilt, she heard it then, remorse for the wrongs he could not right, an ode to what would be the defining theme of his terrible life, a life that was his past, but also his future, a future he was struggling so hard to change. He would never be a Death Eater again. That was what he had promised her. Lily stepped forward, feeling the crushing burden that was this knowledge, the knowledge of a future that could have been hers. The knowledge that a son waited for her in that life, as well as a husband, tied together with strands of fate that had not yet become reality, because she had not yet come to love James Potter. Her heart thudded in her chest, the certainty of what would have been and the question of what could be. Because she knew, despite all his faults, despite all the wrongs he had done, Severus became a good man. He was fighting hard to make something of the terrible hand he was given, fighting free of all the darkness that grabbed at him from all sides and from within. All alone with only her memory as his guiding light. He needs me. The future she could have had went hand in hand with the future he could have had. He chose to change his course, struggling against everything life had taught him to be. He stumbled here and there, like anybody would, but never on the most important things. He never dipped back into that darkness, never abandoned the course he carved for himself. And until this point he had done all that alone. She reached out and took his hand. It felt dry and hot against her own. He startled, eyes darting up to meet hers. "You're freezing," he growled, concern overriding any presiding thoughts that might have been roiling within his mind. He grasped for her other hand, bringing them both within his own. She could feel the tingle within her fingers, a feeling so similar to one she felt not long ago. It is possible. Severus, thanks. She could feel the warmth return to her skin. She hadn't realized how cold she was getting. Dawn's grey light was beginning to trickle through the edges of the thickened curtains, casting dancing wisps along the wall. He did not answer, no acknowledgement of her appreciation. He just stood in abject silence, sharing his heating charm with her through contact and proximity. She drew a hand from his grasp, withdrawing from his comforting warmth. Slowly she brought her fingers up against his cheek, his eyes widening to her touch. It is possible. Severus, it is possible. Teach me. His brows furrowed, his wide eyes searching her own. Teach me to cast the Patronus. Teach me to summon your doe. It's your doe. His voice rasped. It was always yours. It is possible. Lily smiled, a hesitant but beaming smile. Of what laid before her, the possibilities of what could be, she at least knew one thing with certainty. If she followed the doe lying dormant within her heart, she would eventually find him. Chapter 15. A Fate Undecided. Chapter text breakfast was well on the way when Lily snuck into the great hall. She had spent all night breaking curfew, a fact not likely lost on her friends. Combined with the rings of exhaustion around her eyes and the unkempt state of her hair and robes, she was going to run into uncomfortable questions. Severus had the forethought to take an alternate path, slipping away before they ran into another soul, living or dead. She could see him already seated amongst his Slytherins. In daylight, he didn't look much worse for wear. A night's lost sleep had little impact on his already sunken eyes, and frankly nobody would be able to tell if his hair or robes were in any worse state than usual. Unfortunately, on Lily, those things would not so easily slip by. Woohoo! Look who's shown up, gals. Susan's sing-song tone met her before she could even take her seat. Out all night, huh, Lily? Who's the lucky guy? A clang and splutter met her ears as down the table James had just turned beet red, apparently choking on his cup of tea, prompting Black to reach over and thump him harshly on the back. This was not a promising start to the morning. Nothing so saucy, guys, Lily mumbled, reaching for the toast. I got caught out after curfew on a floor that Filch just refused to stop patrolling. I just locked myself into a classroom and waited it out till morning. Mary's eyes met hers. Though she said nothing, Lily knew she remained unconvinced. Lily had told her who she was meeting the night before, the only person to know she had left to find Severus. Oh crap, I didn't give him his homework. She had all night, and she couldn't damn well remember to do what she had left her dorm to do. Lily glanced across the hall at the thin, hawk-like Slytherin boy, eating with gusto, but not without manners. If he had realized he was no longer in possession of his homework, then he did not seem concerned. Had it been the boy Lily had always known, she would think the idea of him calmly accepting the loss of points and reputation was outlandish. But with this new Severus, all bets were off. This Severus had been a Death Eater, a professor, a spy, and killed by you-know-who himself. It kind of put a late article of homework into perspective. Hey Lils, you're looking real slack, Marlene observed, causing Lily to quickly tear her eyes from the Slytherin table. Think you should take a sick day? McGonagall won't like it, but you look legitimate. The ailing girl was quick to reassure. Oh no, I feel fine. Can't disappoint the den mother. Besides, she still had to get Severus' homework back to him, regardless of whether he cared. It still mattered to her that she was going to cost her best friend his perfect track record. Speaking of best friends and track records, Marlene, you finished last week's resubmission. When left to her own devices, Marlene tended to have to repeat homework hand-ins. Yeah, the blonde Gryffindor sighed, but I barely clobbered together this week's, Lily groaned. Marlene, you think McGonagall will go easy on me if I end up in the hospital wing too? Of what? Procrastinitis. Don't you use that fancy muggle lingo on me. Marlene heaved a dramatic sigh. One of those times I wish those Slytherins were still aggressing us. Makes it so much easier to whip up an alibi. Almost as if the mention of Slytherin carried across the room, Severus' eyes were drawn to the Gryffindor table, finding Lily's drifting gaze. She held those eyes in place for a good 3 seconds before he suddenly looked away, subtle discomfort written all over his face and body language. including the fact he tried to use a fork to eat his porridge. Lily couldn't help but smirk. Despite years of dangerous work as a spy and a soldier of the light, he couldn't meet her eyes without jittering all over the place. It was well beyond a simple crush, and she had no idea how she could have missed it. Or maybe she just hadn't cared before everything. Lily turned back, shaking off her lingering thoughts, a seemingly casual motion that did not appear to fool Mary in the slightest. She found the girl staring at her briefly before mouthing silently the words, "Be careful," and then covering it by taking a deliberate bite of her marmalade toast. This was going to make for uncomfortable explanations later, Lily thought to herself as she quickly turned away, eager to involve someone else in conversation just to throw off attention. Unfortunately, that brought her into direct eye contact with James. James, who stared at her with wide-eyed disbelief. Lily felt her heart skip a beat. That glimpse into the future brought with it knowledge she could never simply forget. The knowledge of how her life could have turned out, how it still could turn out. Lily turned her eyes away, spooning unenthusiastically at a tureen of baked beans, attempting to assemble half an English breakfast. Her mind was a jumble, burdened by a combination of exhaustion and soul-wrenching awareness. Her discoveries last night had opened up a new world that told her not only of possibilities, but also of certainties. Certainties like James Potter. If she was to walk down that path, she would find someone she could make a life with. But that decision brought with it another certainty. Severus would live his life like he once had, alone and unhappy. In the emotional storm of the night before, in the tiny room, sealed away from the rest of the world, warmed by his hands and heart, it had been an easy decision to make for herself. To forego the future of certainty to stay by his side, in whatever capacity she could find within herself. To search for that silver dough. As inconspicuously as she could, Lily brought her eyes up from her plate and across the hall towards the crowd of green. Severus had returned to his meal, partaking in porridge in a manner as if he was dining with the Muggle Queen. Behavior at such odds with the boy she had known, behavior that spoke volumes of the man he changed into. A man he had become despite all odds, despite the darkness that clung to his heart. The man who chose to shed that darkness for a love that had never been returned. A man who had never been loved. A man she knew she could come to love. But that meant abandoning a future that would have been. Slowly Lily's eyes slipped from the Slytherins to gaze down her breakfast table. Her eyes found him, the Gryffindor boy whose life entwined with hers, his hazel eyes watching her with a ferocious intensity. She felt a chill down her spine, and a dread she did not anticipate. The knowledge of what was and still could be blared unsilenced within her mind. The knowledge of what she would be giving up if she chose the different course. A child who would never be born. Lily turned back to her plate of toast and beans, hunger trickling away through her haze of exhaustion and troubled thoughts. By the time Transfigurations rolled around, Lily was in a bad mood. Having endured a free period of inane questions from Susan and measured glances from Mary, Lily was about ready to hex the next person who made even the slightest innuendo. Unfortunately, an hour block of Transfiguration stood between her and freedom with her thoughts, but at the very least, it would be an hour free from gossipy prodding. Hurrying ahead of her friends, mostly to avoid Susan's pointed questions, Lily arrived at the already open door of the Transfigurations classroom. She hurried inside without waiting for the pack of girls trailing behind her, just glad to be within the shelter of calm and order that was McGonagall's domain. As she stepped through the door that opened directly from the back of the classroom, Lily could not help but cast her eyes about the room. Not unexpectedly, Severus was already there, perched straight backed in his seat near the doorway. His eyes meeting hers briefly before she glanced away, continuing her trudge towards her seat at the front, troubled thoughts swirling about her cluttered mind. Her eyes trailed across the rest of the room, noting the half-filled attendants, taking too careful a note on the absence in the Marauder's corner. Of how James was not yet there. They would be there before class start, as they never missed Transfigurations. With a suppressed sigh, Lily deposited herself into her front row seat, her eyes fixed blankly at the colossal desk, not yet occupied by the professor. It wasn't even a couple seconds, respite, before loud yammering voices announced the arrival of her friends. Marlene deposited herself directly into the second seat at Lily's desk with a stretch and a dejected sigh. Across the gap on the adjacent desk, Mary settled into the seat, sharing the table with Pandora. It seemed it was Susan's day to be stuck sitting together with Dorcas across the room. The Ravenclaw girl chose the desk closest to the Marauder's corner during the practical portion for reasons of academic pursuit. That was fine by Lily. She needed distance. If that damned gossip insinuates one more lewd comment, what she'd do was lost to her thoughts when suddenly James strode by, her eyes drawn to the handsome boy with more insistency than they ever had before. He glanced her way, a small brief meeting of their eyes, the corners of his lips lifting at the prospect of catching her attention. A bright, fun, and handsome boy who had never made it a secret how much he crushed on her. A boy who could irritate her with his arrogance and flatter her with his attention, who could make her feel wanted and desirable. A boy whose family reserved a place of wealth, stability, and respect within this magical world. The world she had always wanted to find a place in. Outside of the darkened isolation of the silent second-floor classroom, her decision was becoming a jagged gauntlet of the heart. She did not love James yet. Interested, definitely. Who wouldn't be, the handsome young man that he was? With the charm and confidence of a boy who had never been denied, any girl would find their head turned, and it was only by the power of sheer stubbornness that Lily had been fighting that silly instinct for years. After all, like any spoilt child, he was only interested in what he could not easily obtain. That had been her belief for years, one of the main reasons why she had never allowed herself to fall for him, that and his awful arrogant nature. But even after she and Save had drifted apart, even as his ceaseless torment upon her once friend was beginning to let up, she resisted. The thought would not leave her that the charming and handsome James Potter chose to pursue her simply because she resisted, and the moment she turned his way he would simply grow bored. She would become just a notch upon his belt, another girl among the many. Now she knew it was not the case. The future she could have had with him, the future she could still have with him, the future that excluded Severus from her life. Lily felt her stomach squirm, heavy and uncomfortable with the breakfast she had forced herself to consume. She couldn't know for sure, but somehow she felt eyes boring into her back, the black eyes of the man she was forsaking with her thoughts. There was never any way to keep Severus if she chose James. Class. Settle. McGonagall swept through the middle aisle, bringing with her the authority of silence and order, and granting Lily a grateful reprieve from her swirling thoughts. We are embarking upon human transfiguration in today's lesson, and I need everyone to engage with their utmost focus. This is a dangerous branch of magic, and I would rather you not have to spend the rest of your day regrowing your nose in the hospital wing. Great. Of all days to be sleep-deprived. Now I'm sure you're all eager to get started, but formalities must be seen to. Please pass your homework forward to the front. Oh, number Lily's eyes widened as she twisted in her seat. Severus was already elbow-deep in his bag, flipping through the contents with an air of frustration. With mutters and groans, scrolls were starting to make their way down the chain of tables to the front. Lily stared on desperately, beseeching Severus to excise his eyes out from within his bag to see her subtly waving his homework at him. Unfortunately, McGonagall noticed his flustered activity in the back before Lily was able to win his attention. "Mr. Snape, I trust there is no issue." Slowly Save set his bag aside, embarrassment burning upon his face. It appeared even professors loathed being caught out without their homework. "I seem to have misplaced it. Why, this is quite unusual, Mr. Snape. Homework was never where your priorities lacked. Probably wasn't thinking with his brain, ma'am," came Black's unwelcome smirking interjection from the front corner. Not enough blood supply to run both that and his balls at once. The class erupted into cruel laughter. Severus glowed red, glowering in his seat. No matter how much had changed, it was almost comforting to know Sirius Black, at the very least, could be counted on to be an absolute prat. James, however, did not look at the least bit amused. He took a hold of his best friend's elbow and pulled him close with low, inaudible muttering. It made Lily's heart flutter to think that perhaps the once bullying boy was changing his ways, finally taking steps to put a stop to this incessant tormenting of the Slytherin boy. "Your remark is both unhelpful and unwelcome, Mr. Black," McGonagall snapped in a dry tone. "I would thank you to cease your vulgarities in the vicinity of polite company." She turned to the crimson boy in the back. "And Mr. Snape, I do expect better from you." It was an incredibly unjust situation to have Severus endure, especially when the fault was not his. It was not the ideal way Lily would have him vindicated, but she couldn't sit by and cover her eyes. "Professor McGonagall, I have his homework," Lily announced, feeling uncomfortable under the unwanted attention of numerous stares she just attracted. Holding the elusive article of homework aloft, Lily stood to deliver her stack of gathered parchment. McGonagall did not look the least bit sated with this answer. "What, may I ask, is Mr. Snape's homework doing in your possession, MS Evans?" Lily flushed, hating every moment of this negative attention she was receiving. "We were studying together yesterday, and it got mixed up with my stuff when I packed up. Sorry, Save, was meaning to give it back to you before now," she said, with an apologetic glance over her shoulder. Severus stared back at her with his black, pitted eyes. "Well then, MS Evans, I trust that you will pay better mind in class today than you had with your friend's possessions," McGonagall quipped lightly as she accepted the stack of parchments. Lily slunk back to her seat, almost falling into it with relief. Marlene leant over. "How in Merlin's name does she just accept that without question? If I handed in 2 scrolls, she'd be all over me." "Perhaps, MS McKinnon, that is because your friend here has never shown any predisposition to copying other people's work." McGonagall's voice lanced across the room, sending the blonde girl scrambling to right herself in her seat. "A trait I would rather you emulate if you wish to be offered the same sort of consideration." Sleep deprivation was not an uncommon state for Severus Snape, but unfortunately his teenaged body was having trouble remembering that. During the course of class, Snape found his mind wandering more often than he ever thought possible, more often than even lack of sleep could adequately explain. Because at the forefront of his thoughts swam Lily, of how she did not reject him when he confessed his worst, of how she did not hate him when she knew how badly he had forsaken her, of how soft her fingers felt against his cheek. Slowly he drew his fingers across the area of skin where her fingers had laid, feeling only the thin, patchy growth of whiskers that was beginning to appear. Shaking himself out of his swirling thoughts, Snape muttered, "Crinus Muto," but it seemed his mind had completely wandered off as he tapped his wand against his head. In hindsight, not the best way a dangerous branch of transfiguration ought to be attempted, but luckily for him, the spell worked as intended. Less luckily, however, it telegraphed quite brazenly exactly what was on his mind. With a wincing blanch, Snape realized the hair transformation spell had turned his long black mane a bright auburn red. "Got it in one again. God, how do you do that?" Lester asked from the next desk over. Thankfully, he completely missed any significance in his friend's accidental choice in color template. "Practice." He mumbled an answer, restoring the color as quickly and subtly as possible. Helpless smile twisted across the Muggle-born's face. "Well, you appear to be the only person who's actually got it down." Lester tilted his head, indicating his desk partner Mulciber and his murderous scowl at the bold patch upon his crown. "Try casting it less angrily," Snape offered snidely and unhelpfully. Mulciber pushed himself up, resigning to the trudge up to the front and getting McGonagall to sort out his mess. The marauders eyed the hulking boy as he stomped by but made no pass at him. It was good to know height, and mass made one less of a target in the marauder's eyes. Muttering the incantation, Urquhart had succeeded in tinging the front of his fair hair green. Whipping the mirror around the boy observed his results, looking dissatisfied with what he found. At the very least, he did not need help restoring his mistake, as with a quick tap his hair returned to its dirty blonde. Snape cast his eyes about the classroom, finding similarly poor success rates among the rest of the class. One Hufflepuff had already managed to somehow turn his hair sentient. McGonagall was rushing down the aisle to combat this magical mishap before it scalped the boy and mauled his neighbor. Down in the front corner seat of the classroom, a number of the marauders had appeared to find success. James, Potter, and Sirius Black now sported manets of dazzling golden blonde, and it made them look like damned twats. Sweeping his eyes across to the front aisle, he settled his sights upon Lily, her hair still a beautiful deep auburn red. She did not appear to be applying herself to the task as she sat hunched over on her elbows, rubbing her palm across her eyes. She could not be handling the loss of sleep well, and at her age sleep was exactly what her still-growing body needed. A sliver of guilt squirmed in his gut for being the very reason she had missed an entire night's sleep, a thought which, for some idiotic reason, also caused him to feel unreasonably pleased with himself. He blamed the hormones. It was at that moment that Lily chose to lift her eyes from her hands. She turned in a subtle motion, her eyes drifting across the front rows to the arrogant boy lounging in his corner seat, running his fingers through the back of his ridiculous golden hair. Any tickle of optimism up till that point evaporated with that one glance. Why did he think he had any hope? Just because she had forgiven the worst of him? Because she did not hate him for his mistakes? Because she ran her fingers down his face? He scowled hatefully down at his desk, seeing his own hideous reflection glower back at him from the mirror that lay unused upon it. Hope was a stupid emotion, and had he not been a dumb teenager, he would not have entertained such a silly notion. How could he have thought that just because she knew the truth of his misery that she'd pick him? Did he really think she was going to give up the vainglorious Potter and date him out of pity? Especially when the tragedy of his life had been entirely his own fault in the making. Class ended, while Snape had his face buried in his arms, sheltering from his exhaustion and self-pity. The clatter of books and bags and the scrape of chairs awoke him from his spiraling thoughts, but even so he loathed to rejoin the world of the conscious. There was nothing waiting for him out there but broken hopes and a pointless future. Hey, Snape. He felt Urquhart's angular elbow jab into his side, drawing him irritably out of his misery. Look alive, chap. I do believe your princess wishes to speak with you. He yanked his eyes from his desk to the green ones awaiting him, just inches away. A smile touched her face, a smile that confused the young man greatly and stilled his darkened thoughts and fanned that hateful flare of hope. Hey, Save, got time? She asked, still smiling her beautiful but confusing smile. With a muted nod, he stood and began gathering his gear, taking care to stow his homework question with great attention. He was not keen on repeating this morning's exercise twice. With a polite regard to Lily, Urquhart excused himself from the table. Say what one may about the boy's social manners, he at least knew how to be formally polite, and when his presence was not desired. With his bag slung carefully across his shoulders, Snape strode to the door where Lily awaited him. Few stragglers were left. A Ravenclaw threw a suspicious glance over Snape's direction as he hurried past the awaiting Gryffindor. Did you want to study? Snape asked as he fell into step beside her. It honestly was too much to hope for that she wanted to simply enjoy his company. That might have been the case once before, but not since their great calamitous end of friendship, and it certainly did not seem like the direction her knowledge of the truth would take them. Lily, however, shook her head, a hesitant smile upon her lips. It made Snape feel nervous and idiotically hopeful in equal measures. Actually, Save, I wanted to go out to the Great Lake. He frowned, immediately thinking this was a bad idea. It's still freezing outside. Yeah, you can hold up against the cold with your charm right. Lily shot him a small, measured smile. But the weather's holding up now, so this is the best time today. Best time to do what? Even for his promised lessons on the Patronus charm, Severus did not seem pleased about going out to the lake in knee-high snow. It was unlikely to be because of seasonal discomfort of the cold. Lily knew now he was well protected by his heating charm. It was likely Lily herself who was going to have a harder time enduring the chill despite how much better dressed for the weather she was. Severus had initially offered to cast his heating charm upon Lily, an offer she had quickly accepted without realizing how uncomfortable the spell felt. Within minutes, she was sweltering under her layers. The spell made her feel like she was trapped in her own personal humid summer's day. It did not take long for her to give in and ask him to dispel it. The returning rush of winter's air struck her like a physical blow, but the shock of cold stood leagues more preferable than the suffocating heat. Students from younger years were out and about on the grounds, playing in the snow during break time. Quite a few of the students were from parts of Britain that did not get decent snowfall during this time of year, and heavy snow cover, such as this in the Scottish Highlands, was still a novelty. Severus, however, remained unamused. When a snowball sailed a little too close for comfort, he sent the offending first year packing with a glower that could have melted that child's snow fort. Lily hid a grimace. It wasn't hard to imagine the kind of teacher he might have been. all bristly and strict. Probably the kind that would give you detentions for missed homework hand-ins. Probably the kind that wouldn't have accepted Lily's excuse in the morning and docked points regardless. Lily slowed her step as they drew up to the lakeside, but Severus continued to the grove of trees. With a swift motion, his wand was in his hand. He was so quick Lily didn't even see where he had drawn it from. With a flick, he swept the snow away from the base of a great dipping oak, forming a dry V-shape between two thick and gnarly roots. It was obvious that the intention was to create a place to sit, but Lily couldn't help but smile when he just stood there awkwardly, uncertain as to how he should communicate his intent. He was never good at expressing himself. His grasp of body language was poor, and when he could not put something in words, he'd often ended up standing there expecting you to just understand him. These familiar and endearing little snippets of the Severus she knew shone out all the more brightly from the different man he was now. The calmer, wiser, and deeply lonely man he was now. The kind of man who did not know how to be happy. Lily did not know if she could love him back, but for the sake of them both she was going to find out, with the only path she knew laying entwined with this complex and beautiful charm. And if at the end of it all, if she still could not find it in herself to match his feelings, then it would not be fair for either of them if she continued this road. But at the very least, she would have tried. At the very least, she gave him the consideration he deserved. With a small smile, Lily strode over to sit upon the great root, causing Severus to appear, relieved that he did not need to explain any further. With a stiff, but somehow still graceful motion, he settled upon the root facing her, carefully maintaining their personal space. Lily watched him position his skinny legs awkwardly, so very careful to not touch her. She took a deep, shuddering breath, taking in the cutting air into her lungs, using the shock to clear her head. Exhaustion still clung to her, and she badly needed sleep, yet she could not bring herself to put this off. "I still don't see why we have to be by the lake to do this," Severus grumbled. He must have noticed the shiver that passed through Lily when she drew deeply at the freezing air. A small smile twisted on the fair girl's lips as she stared out at the great frozen lake, a beautiful sight she didn't bring herself to enjoy often enough. "I wonder, how much do you actually remember of me, Severus?" His movements ceased. She could feel his black eyes boring into her, but she did not turn to meet them. "It has been 20 years since you've seen me, hasn't it?" She felt him move, his knee knocking gently against hers. "I remember you loved the lake. It was your favorite place on the school grounds." A smile graced Lily's lips. A small touch of warmth reached her heart. "I remember you loved animals, but had no affinity with them whatsoever. You couldn't even get a cat to sit still upon your lap, and struggled to find a school owl that would cooperate without first taking a peck at you." That was true, but she had long since learned how to make peace with the school owls. He was remembering things from when they were children together, before they drifted apart. "I remember. You were the kind of girl who would rather smile than frown. Always kind, you loathed to be cruel. You always tried to see the best in people, even when they did not deserve it." She turned then, finally meeting his dark, intent eyes. "Do you think you might be misremembering who I am?" He frowned, as if unsure of how to answer. "Because as flattering as your list may be, I don't seem to recall ever being the perfect being you described." A smirk twitched upon his thin lips. "I can't forget your temper." "Well, good to know I've made such an impression," Lily replied tartly with a raised brow in mock disapproval. "Or how you snort when you laugh." "I do not," Lily exclaimed, fighting hard to contain the laughter that threatened to prove him right. A genuine smile edged Severus' smirk, a little touch of self-satisfaction. "I also remember back in the summer of third year, when we snuck into Petunia's bedroom you—" All right, all right." She quickly backpedaled, not willing to dredge up that can of worms. "Okay, fine. Your memory was never your weakness. I don't know why I doubted it." His smile withdrew. His eyes were suddenly unable to meet hers, as if he feared what he might see there. "Come on, Save. Time to teach me," she urged, trying to distract him from whatever was making him frown so. "Right," he muttered, turning back to her but still reluctant to meet her eyes. "Your favorite place, this lake. Did you choose it because you thought it would help you with your casting?" "That was partially it," Lily conceded. "You did say happiness had a lot to do with the patronus." "That is the simple version," Severus, lips twisted in a grimace. "It is more accurate to say that the patronus is built upon positive emotions. Most reasonably happy memories will produce a formless patronus, appearance similar to that of silver mist, but for the corporeal one that you're aiming to cast, only the strongest will do." Lily frowned. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I didn't think positive emotions were your thing." A dry smile graced Severus' lips, a smile that spoke of knowing all too well of what she was saying. Perhaps it was my fortune that I did not have many appropriate memories to choose from, that it became a simple matter to find the one that worked. With a feigned casual tone, Lily asked, "So what was the memory that worked?" Red tinged Severus' face as he fought hard not to scowl. "I'd rather not say," he muttered, causing Lily's imagination to tailspin. "But it did involve me, right?" She asked, a little too quickly. The reddening boy couldn't help the scowl upon his face then. "It was nothing lewd." He hunched over, trying to hide behind his curtain of hair. Another familiar habit, one he did not seem to do now among anyone else's company but hers. "Right," Lily muttered, feeling her face begin to warm as well. With any luck, Severus would mistake her reddening for wind bite. She had thought it might have been lewd, especially after what she found out about him during the course of the night. She didn't know why, but she had never considered her best friend to have been that interested in anything other than mental stimulation. It was a silly idea upon consideration. After all, he had been a teenaged boy, and though Sirius Black's libido was no benchmark to hold others by, the tales of his lascivious ways reached far and wide, leaving Lily without a doubt of the sort of state of mind his far more civilized counterparts might be politely concealing. The idea that Severus might have been concealing such thoughts about her, she actually did not know how to feel about that. Was it even her business to feel anything? After all, that was his mind. What goes on in there should not be anyone's business but his own. Goodness knows the sort of thoughts about him she'd had over the years, a few simply unkind, some of them downright cruel. Once in a fit of temper, she had wished upon him a miserable fate for choosing the path that he did. Some of her cruelest thoughts turned out most prophetic. "Look, just choose a happy memory and start from there," Severus suddenly growled, evidently growing uncomfortable under her pointed stare. Lily obliged him and closed her eyes, thinking through her collection of happy memories and freeing him from her gaze. Several came to mind, such as last year when Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup and House Cup. The exhilaration she had felt alongside her house had almost completely overwhelmed the funk of severing ties with her best friend. Almost. But then not long after that, she had lost her mother. The sweet memory suddenly tasted like ash upon her tongue. She turned her mind to Hogwarts, and the elation she had felt upon seeing the great walls of the fabled White Castle looming out against the night sky as she sailed towards it upon a small rickety boat. The excited look she had exchanged with that young, smiling Severus, their hands clasped together, eyes still bright with hope for the future and confident in their friendship. Standing, Lily faced towards the lake, balancing her wand lithely between her fingers in a confident charmswork type of hold. "Expecto Patronum," she cried, mimicking the looping swish of the wand that Severus had done. No wondrous doe leapt forth, but she had expected it to be harder than that. What she hadn't expected was there to be no response at all. Did Severus not say to expect at least a silver mist? "What memory did you use?" Severus asked, as she slumped back into her seat. "Oh, so it's okay to ask me," Lily quipped tartly, a little flustered by her exercise of emotional self-manipulation and irritated by her null response. Charms were her forte. Even on her first tries, she'd never got no response. His dark eyes narrowed as they slowly fixed upon hers. "If you understand what you're doing wrong, then by all means keep it to yourself." I know, I'm sorry," Lily muttered, settling down. "It's just all a little overwhelming." "We barely started," Severus replied dryly. "I just meant everything. From last night and today, my thoughts just haven't stopped." A pointedly curious look caused Lily to change the direction of her babbling. "But yes, the memory I picked. Too right you need to know. It wasn't even anything all that embarrassing. I don't know why I was being so snippy." She knew all too well why. Her emotions had been roiling beneath the surface, and this exercise was forcing her to dip into them actively, lifting the lid upon the pressure part, so to speak. "The memory I chose was the first time we saw Hogwarts. Remember the sight of the great white castle looming out across the lake? Remember how happy and excited we both were?" A small frown touched upon Severus' brows. "I remember you were more scared than happy." "What?" Lily matched his frown. You were scared. You told me you were frightened, and that's why you wanted to hold my hand. His fingers twitched, an almost involuntary motion. That little whisper of memory came back to her, the fear she felt within that moment, a component she had forgotten. The child Lily had been was mired in worries and doubts. What if she didn't fit in? What if nobody liked her? What if she was not made for this world, this magical world to which her best friend belonged? Now, standing on the other side, she hadn't given a single one of those childhood anxieties a single thought. I can't believe you still remember that, she muttered, her roiling thoughts set aflight once again. That would have been a bajillion years ago for you. 27, he corrected, a man of semantics as ever. Okay, this is harder than I thought, Lily muttered, trying to sieve through her memories to one where the brightest emotion was happiness. She was just beginning to realize how difficult that was going to be. She very rarely felt just one thing at any one time. How about that first time we met when you told me I was a witch? A small smile twisted upon Severus' thin lips. I remember you had initially felt I insulted you. Okay, not that one. The time after, when I came to find you, and then I started to believe you. Try it. With a deep breath, Lily cleared herself of her calamitous emotions, focusing on just the one. How happy she must have felt when she discovered that strange little boy and listened to the fantasy he had woven. When she brought herself to hesitantly believe that there might be more out there, that she was not a freak, that instead there might be another place where she belonged. Standing again, she lifted her wand. This time she could feel a thrum of magic in her memory. Expecto Patronum. With one great sweep of her wand, the silver mist appeared, cast from the tip of her willow wood wand. Delight swept away any other emotion warring within. With a hesitant hand, she reached out to touch the spell work she conjured, reveling in the joy and sense of belonging from the memory she had used. Turning back to the would-be young man perched still upon his seat, she crowed, "Did you see that? High-level charm, just on my second try." "It's a start," was all Severus had to say. No smile, no nod of approval, just straight-faced, unflattering delivery. "Well, I can see why your classes weren't popular," Lily harumphed, but she could not keep the delight off her face, spoiling her mock annoyance. "Right sorry," Severus muttered, taking her mock offense quite seriously. "It was very good, considering it would be much harder for you." Lily glanced at him, smiling at his show of effort. "Harder? You mean because I have a lot of good memories to choose from?" Gave a small nod, his eyes drifting away yet again. "Well then, mister, how long did it take for you to get from this stage to your corporeal form?" A small grimace twisted itself across his pale lips. "There was never this stage for me," he answered in a muted tone. "My patroness came to me with one attempt." Feeling flawed and a little dejected, Lily dropped back onto the smooth knot of the oak root. "One try? What? How?" "It was easy for me," he muttered. "I didn't have many to choose from." It was obvious which one I should use. She felt her stomach squirm. "He loves me," her mind whispered. "What memory did you choose?" she asked, half afraid to learn. He scowled and turned away, his body language screaming his discomfort to be on this topic yet again. Lily reached out and laid a hand upon his, causing his eyes to whip around to her so quickly she feared he might flinch away. But instead he cupped her fingers between his hands. "You're freezing. Again," he hissed. That almost made her smile. She let him take her hands and envelop them in his own much larger ones, feeling the comforting secondary warmth of the stifling, heating charm he was enduring. "If you will not wear the charm, you can at least keep me informed of your well-being. I will not have you suffering frostbite for some silly notion of Gryffindor bravado." "Fine." Lily hooked her fingers around his wrists and stood, pulling Severus to his feet. He stood there momentarily confused as to what she expected him to do, especially when she did not pull her hands from his. "Sit with me then, Save." She motioned with a quick dart of her eyes and a tilt of her head. Slowly he turned his head, following her eyes to the nook formed by the two roots of the leaning oak. Without waiting for a response, Lily slipped her hands from his and wedged herself into the V formed by the roots, leaving a small gap of space. Severus settled hesitantly beside her, his body stiff and tense as he brushed close. The space she chose gave him no choice but to sit shoulder to shoulder with her in its cozy nook. "He loves me." Lily drew in close, feeling the warmth roll off his body in waves, warming her in their tight proximity. She touched her hand against his arm, and he took it, took both of them into his own, and kept her warm without a spoken request. She wondered if he actually felt as uncomfortable as he looked, if he was as confused by her actions as he seemed. They were always close, at least before they drifted apart in fifth year. She had always been able to touch him without any meaning. She was just that kind of person, the kind that hugged and held hands and offered pats upon the back. She never felt uncomfortable being too close to Severus, and for the longest time she thought he felt no discomfort either. Instead, his sullen expression would always perk up. Any glumness that darkened his features would instantly lift, and in its place, an expression of contentment would settle, like all was right with the world. It never made her as uncomfortable to touch him as it did now, because he was less content with a meaningless touch, far more cynical of his own prospects. He loves me. That was the difference now. He was a man who dedicated his whole life honoring a promise to a dead woman he loved. Now she sat here, a poor substitute for the love in his heart, struggling to find any possibility to return it. She withdrew from the warmth of his palms, prompting him to look back at her with a disapproving wariness. "Don't get cold," he muttered warningly, but made no move to take her hands again. "I'm getting warm enough just sitting beside you," Lily answered, snuggling against Severus in the cozy nook, then stopped. It occurred to her perhaps this shoulder-to-shoulder, leg-to-leg position would render onto him further discomfort. She cleared her throat, suddenly uncertain. Severus' eyes swung about to meet her, a weariness coloring his black, pitted eyes. She could sense the self-deprecation coming on the tip of his tongue. "You don't have to force yourself to. I'm not forcing myself to do anything. Don't feel sorry for me." Lily started. She hadn't expected him to raise his voice. Severus slumped forward and turned away, hiding his face, but she could see the scowl crinkling the skin along his temple. "I don't want your pity," he muttered, his voice suddenly much softer. A stirring of sadness ached within her heart. "It's not pity, Save." It bothered Lily so much that he would think she was forcing herself to be near him. It spoke poorly of them both. Despite everything, perhaps because of everything, we find ourselves friends again. It's not pity. I don't want to lose you again. Still he would not look at her. He sat still, eyes cast out towards the expanse of frozen lake. His wand was in his hand. She hadn't even seen when he drew it, his fingers tracing along the lines of its hilt. "It's not pity," Lily insisted again, "and I'm not forcing myself to be with you." He would not turn back to her. "Don't lose hope, Save, teach me the patroness." He turned then the slightest motion, his black pupils glancing to hers briefly. "It'll let me know." She felt her breath catch as he turned her way, his black eyes glinting with an unfathomable dark emotion. "It'll let me know," she insisted again, willing him to take from her words her willingness to try. Slowly, Severus settled back against the tree, his eyes never leaving Lily's. She could see him letting loose a tense breath, leaving him in a burst of white in the winter air. Disbelief, that was his dark emotion, but whether it was unwillingness to believe her or believe his own interpretations of her words, she did not know. After a tense moment, he finally spoke, in a much softer voice than Lily had been expecting. "Discovering you were a witch, that was a life-changing moment for you," he muttered. Lily did not know where he was going with this, but she was simply glad he was talking again. "Yes, of course. If you never told me, well, I wouldn't be here." "No, you would still be here," Severus muttered, his eyes trailing away. "You would have still received a visit from a Hogwarts official. It would have simply come as more of a surprise. All I did was introduce you to this world a little sooner." "I concede your point," Lily returned, smiling despite herself. She liked listening to him speak in this calm, deep tone so new to her. His eyes glanced briefly to hers, his mouth twitched in mimicry of the smile she bore. "I imagine you might have felt anxious too." Perhaps even disbelief. Well, it was hardly a believable concept, even for a 9-year-old. Your happiness, as life-altering as it might have been, was tempered with your hesitation and doubt. It will not do for a patroness. Lily lulled her head back against the oaken trunk. "You mean I have to find a life-changing happy memory completely untainted by negative emotions? How do I even begin looking for something like that?" His eyes did not leave hers, that intense dark stare that she could do little for but to meet with an air of feigned casualness. Those eyes suddenly dropped. She felt him move, slowly trying to edge away in vain in the restrictive space between the tree's roots. She heard him clear his throat, a nervous sound, a remnant of the boy he had been. "The memory I chose had been from that summer when we were in third year." Her mouth dried suddenly, her piqued interest fanning her sudden nervousness. Oh, God. Please don't tell me it was when we snuck into Petunia's room and— No, he hissed. It was Lily's nervous reflex to indulge a bad sense of humour, one that she feared was going to cost her Severus compliance, but to her relief he continued. A little quieter and a little more withdrawn, but he continued. It was after that. After Petunia somehow found the number to my household and spoke to my father. I met with you in that park the next morning, remember? My face was black and blue. Discomfort squirmed through Lily's gut. Yeah, I remember. You told me you fell and hit your head on a step. Severus looked away. Yes, I told you that. You didn't believe me when I did. He moved again, a motion that almost felt fidgety. My father had hit me, but I didn't want you to know. Lily couldn't help but fidget too, trying hard to recall what she had said to him then. But I think you suspected. You just wouldn't let up and we got into a row. It was starting to come back to her, that memory of a warm summer's morning spent hidden behind bushes in the park. Severus, younger and angrier, with a face so badly battered his usually sunken right eye had closed over with swelling. She had always suspected, her heart clenched. Severus continued, his eyes cast towards the lake once more, his voice flat, unfeeling. Your temper flared when you suspected I was lying to you, and in response my temper too, he trailed away. Lily held her breath, waiting. I told you to mind your own business, he continued, barely above a whisper. You told me you cared. Lily sat silent, struck stark still. The white puffs of breath was the only motion upon her. Severus finally turned, his eyes finding hers once again, his dark, boundless eyes. You were the only person that ever cared, Lily. I have never forgotten it. She felt her heart thud dully within her chest. Her emotions lay deep and disconnected from her numb surface. Happiness, Lily, the kind you need is not one disconnected from all other terrible context or intrusion, he continued, voice lighter, dark eyes leaving hers. It's one that makes you ignore all else. She drew close to him then, her hands gripping his warm forearm. She threaded her fingers through his. She felt him stiffen again, but he did not pull away. She could see a touch of discomfort and guilt mingling upon his profile. I still care, Severus, she muttered. I never stopped caring. Even when we weren't speaking. A small smile touched his eyes. She felt his fingers relax into her own. Slowly, she lay her head upon his tensed shoulder, feeling the warmth that radiated from him seep through her frost-glazed hair. A sudden, furious crunching of rubber sole upon snow shook both teenagers out of their moment. Severus sat up immediately, dislodging Lily in an almost violent motion. His wand already held defensively before him as his eyes snapped wide with alarm, then narrowed with hatred. James Potter stood doubled over, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. Lily felt her heart drop. This was not a confrontation she was ready for. Not yet. Severus stood then, taking his body heat with him, leaving Lily feeling suddenly alone and cold. What is this? James asked through his panting, his eyes darting from Severus to the girl shrinking between the roots. I don't have to answer you, Severus hissed, looking more than ever like that hate-filled child he had once been. Even after all those years, James brought out the worst in him, and it was becoming crystal clear to Lily why her choice had twisted him so badly. He had just confessed to her that his greatest happiness had been the belief that she cared about him. The only person in that point in his life that had expressed a care for him. The only person, perhaps, for the rest of his life, too. For her to have chosen James, the boy who had acted maliciously towards him, who tormented him relentlessly and destroyed his sense of self-worth. How could that have been seen as anything other than the recant of her words? How could he continue to believe that she cared about him when she chose the man that had hurt him the most? Her choice of James left him believing no one truly cared. She peered up at the Gryffindor boy from her shelter then, seeing his hazel eyes boring into hers through his misted glasses. His breath still huffing lightly despite his limber and fit physique. It spoke of how desperately he had rushed towards them, likely after seeing Severus and her together upon that invasive map of his. He was a handsome young man, she could not deny this. To think Severus compared to him in looks was kidding herself. He was kind when he wasn't being cruel, and funny when he wasn't being irritating. He was noble when he wasn't being childish. He would become a man that Lily could love. Lily stared, mouth dry, that knowledge beating upon her heart, that she would one day love him. But that day was not today. He was only a mere crush. He was not someone she'd throw Severus away for. Not this Severus. Not this lifetime. Slowly, Lily pulled herself to her feet. The crunching of snow announced the arrival of the other three marauders, little Peter wheezing as he struggled far behind the other two. Black stopped beside James, his wand clenched in his hand, ready to back his best friend up in any context. Remus stopped a little further back, his steely green eyes fixed wide upon Lily's. Perhaps he sensed the decision she had made. "I'm sorry, James," she muttered, feeling each word leave her like a stone sinking into the lake. "I'm sorry for leading you on." She stepped by Severus, taking his hand into her own, feeling the boy beside her stiffen as his rival stared in disbelief. "I choose Severus." The words left her feeling numb. A moment that seemed to stretch on forever was suddenly broken by a sudden sharp intake of breath. James suddenly stood straight, both hands flying through the back of his hair, sending the strands sticking out this way and that. "Why, you choose him?" His breath was unsteady, whether with disbelief or heartbreak she could not tell. "James will be fine. He has so many that love him. He'll be fine." Her grip tightened upon Severus, fingers causing the thin boy to turn his deep dark eyes towards her. She did not meet those eyes for fear of the doubt she might find there, or an acknowledgement of the shared knowledge for the choice she was making. "I'm sorry, James," she breathed one last time. With a slow, disbelieving shake of his head, James took an unsteady step back, then without a word he turned, trudging slowly back the way he came. Black shot Lily a look of pure loathing before quickening his step to catch up with his heartbroken friend, flinging his arm about the boy's drooping shoulders. Remus withdrew too, his eyes unable to meet hers. Lily did not know what he might be thinking, and any guess sent strikes of heartache through her. Only Peter stared at her gormlessly, having arrived too late to hear Lily's softly spoken words. He fell into step beside Black, confusion written upon his soft, round face. "Are you sure?" Severus' voice rumbled through the silence, an urgent edge to his tone. She turned her eyes up to meet his then, a small, hesitant smile upon her lips. "Help me find my doe," was all she could bring herself to say. A steely look of determination settled over Severus' dark eyes. Without a word he nodded, his fingers tightening over hers. Chapter 16. The Cruel Reality. Chapter text. I believe congratulations are in order. Urquhart's dry voice wafted across the dormitory floor the moment Snape stepped through the doors. Night had fallen, and for whatever reason the common rooms was already mostly vacated. "Shut up." Snape responded on principle, not quite feeling his heart in his reprimand. Mulciber sat up from his bed. A contraband magazine fell from over his eyes to his lap. "That Gryffindor girl, right? Mind your own business," Snape snapped. "Gossip any more, and I'd have thought I somehow bypassed the trespassing enchantment and stepped into the girls' dorm." "Who's gossiping?" Urquhart smirked. "I thought lads were supposed to congratulate each other on a successful score." "Your laudation has been duly noted," Snape muttered dryly, ready to dress down and bunker behind his posters with a book and pretend to read. He cringed at the thought of undressing with so many eyes upon him. "That Lily girl, is it?" Mulciber asked again, a dark look upon his face. Snape stiffened at the threatening expression, matching the glare warningly. "I weren't gonna do anything to her," he muttered and finally dropped his eyes, all semblance of belligerence gone. "I appreciate your restraint," Snape growled, feeling suddenly mighty protective of her despite her absence from his presence. "I hear she's a muggle born." Lester peeked up from his side of the room, eyes wide and curious. Snape had enough. "She is none of your business." "Any of you." With a swift, almost aggressive motion, Snape kicked off his robes and slipped into his nightshirt, almost diving into the shelter of his four-poster. With a few quick flicks of his wand, Snape enveloped his bed with silence, finding it within himself to finally relax. He could not help the excitement that roiled within him despite all grounding reason. That terrible spark of hope that he should have learned long ago to pay no heed. Lily had ditched James Bloody Potter right in front of him, with words nobody could misinterpret for anything other than complete rejection. Elation was what he felt for his greatest enemy's complete defeat. But what did it mean for the boy whose hand she held? With a flex of his fingers, Snape remembered the feeling of her cool fingers clutched within his too warm hand. Her soft skin beneath the tips of his fingers, her smooth palm pressed against his own. How she held onto him so tightly he felt his fingers going numb when those fateful words left her lips. "I hadn't forced her into that decision. If she comes to regret it, then it's on her. But even as that thought passed his mind, he felt the prickle of guilt across the surface of his skin. There was no way he could honestly believe their conversation in the minutes leading up to that sudden confrontation did not affect her decision. She chose him out of pity. There was no other way to explain it. And within days to hours, she would realize her mistake for that one rash moment of acting upon Gryffindor impulse. He could already see that regret there in her eyes the moment she had turned to him, the moment after she sent the marauders on their way, sent James Potter out of her future. He could read that fell state of mind upon her very being when she uttered that request once again, to help her find her patroness. He understood her apparent rush to find it now, after spilling his heart to her in a sudden apparent flare of sentiment. She was searching for her patroness, believing somehow it could make her love him back. That wasn't how the patroness worked. He knew that instinctively. After all, the dough was always hers. It was a manifestation of herself without ever needing Severus' input. Only to him was the creature's form pointedly symbolic of a heart not his own, a form that could never take shape without input from another. When he first made to cast the spell, it had been a night upon the hallowed eve, only 2 years after his great betrayal. When his soul was rent and raw from the guilt he could not cast away. Dumbledore had suggested the exercise as a means to calm his tortured mind, a spell to learn that forced him to sit down and sift through happy thoughts. That had been the plan, and Severus had loathed the mere thought of it. There was no list of happy thoughts to go through. At most, he predicted it to keep him distracted for an hour, before filling him with the depressing knowledge he could not find a single truly happy memory. But upon the quiet ushered in by the settling of night, beneath the cold, lonely light cast by that sliver of the moon that hung forlornly upon the vast, empty darkness, Snape brought himself to the lake. He stood where he stood the last he spoke to her. It was not a happy moment for him. It invoked nothing but upsetting memories, but he could not bring himself to move away from that spot. Wrapped in anger and self-loathing, Snape committed to an attempt, finding no alternatives to surviving that night. He closed his eyes, sending his mind to search among the few memories that wasn't seeped in beige, those moments that actually brought color to his days. The memory came to him surprisingly easily, that one moment that touched his soul more deeply than he had ever felt, branded deeper still than even the dark mark upon his forearm. I care, save. Those simple words meant more to him than could have been realized at that moment he heard it. He had been too young, too stupid, too angry, and too in pain to fully appreciate what it did for him. It was only on the other side of it all, after all his sins painted too darkly upon him, his mistakes never able to be taken back, did he finally realize. As the silver doe bound across the calm and darkened lake, Snape fell to his knees, weeping bitterly for all that his youthful stupidity had cost him, all that he had lost, and all he had cost the world. All because a stupid little fool took heed of a prophecy and brought it to an evil that could not have been reasoned with. A foolish glimpse into the future had cost Lily her life. The boy who had once called himself her best friend had been the one to condemn her. He had once thought if he could only take back that one action, he would gladly pay any price demanded of him. A shiver ran up Snape's spine as his tortured wish blared at him from within the abyss of his mind, one that brushed alarmingly with a realization that floated to the surface. He had killed for a mere glimpse into the future. Snape's heart thudded in his ears. The implications of those memories within Lily's unprotected mind, and what would happen if they were touched upon by an unfriendly Legilimens. The danger that knowledge put her under. Kicking out in frustration, Snape tossed upon his bed, cradling his head in his hands as his courses of action swam forth from his mind. But his analytical mind knew the truth. There was only one way to make certain of her safety. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, hating the mockery of choice the world laid upon him. The better part of a week trickled by since Lily's first lesson in the Patroness. The weather waxed and waned, but their lessons continued daily, usually in the afternoon, and always at that one spot. Severus must have understood how important it was for Lily to attempt this spell outside the confines of a classroom, because he never complained about her choice of locale again. This was a Thursday afternoon, a time that did not clash with either of their schedules. A light dusting of snow was dancing about the air this day as they headed down towards the lake. Severus stalked silently beside her. He had been awfully quiet these past few days, far more than was normal even for this new man. Lily drew in closer to him and bumped her shoulder to his, prompting him to slow a step and regard her with a thin, hesitant smile. She beamed back at him, trying to dispel whatever little funk he worked himself into. It wasn't like she couldn't understand. He didn't know where their relationship stood, and frankly, neither did she. They still spent a good part of their time on homework, apart or together. Severus never joined her when she sat with her Gryffindor or Ravenclaw friends, and similarly, she wouldn't approach him if he had another Slytherin at his table. Wasn't that she still believed the old prejudice against that house, but old survival instincts were hard to quiet. However, she couldn't deny it was uplifting to see the more liberal members of Slytherin already trying to reach out. More than once, she saw little glimpses of green among throngs of blue and occasionally yellow. Her heart would swell each time she caught sight of this, filled with happiness and hope at this glimpse of positive change. Hope that the future would not be so dark for people like her. It was in these times she loved Severus all the more. He had made this change possible, and though he tried not to show it, she could see how hard he was working to keep the momentum up. Little words of encouragement, or the Slytherin equivalent, exchanged with younger years in the hallways. Small glances to the Greens mingling outside their house to assess their well-being. Especially poignant his sudden interest in the outcasts, the students that would have otherwise not been able to find a place of peace within their 7 years of schooling. Within Slytherin House, Lily guessed that might have been the tiny fraction of Muggle-borns that had the misfortune of being sorted into that house. This was the Severus who stood beside her now, still a clever man, but kinder, calmer, and wiser than the child she had left by the side of that lake. One who lived through a life of soul-rending misery, yet still found it in himself to use his painful experiences to create positive change. This was the Severus Lily used to wish was possible, the kind of Severus she had always hoped he would become. The kind of Severus she had given up all hope for when he slipped further and further away into the darkness. If it was ever possible for Lily to love him like he did her, Lily knew it could only have been for the Severus he was now. All she could do now was to follow the doe and see where it brings her. And if at the end of her search, if she still could not find a way to love him as he deserved, then the least she could do was to be his true friend and not abandon him to solitude again. Even if they could not be together in the way that he wished, she would continue to be the person that cared. She reached for his hand, swinging by his side. She felt him stiffen as her fingers curled about his, not yet frozen by the bite of the weather. His dark eyes glanced towards her, that little hint of contentment muddled with troubled thoughts surfaced. He sensed something was changing between them, but she doubted he knew how. She hadn't told him how. She hadn't told him what she was trying to do lest she raise his hopes too cruelly. At the moment at least, they were good friends, and that appeared enough for him. He rarely touched upon his confession, and never challenged her for her opinion on the matter. He was patient, and Lily appreciated it from the bottom of her heart. It was just a matter for her to simply speak and listen now, find out as much about his life as he knew of hers, and simply be herself around him as she would have once before. Regardless of the daunting possibilities that loomed before them, they had to keep living life. "Hey, Save," she began, as most conversations would begin between them recently, with her effort. "They're holding apparition training next month. You're 17. Have you signed up?" A shadow of discomfort passed across his eyes. "I can't afford it." "That's right," Lily murmured. She didn't know how she could have forgotten that fact so suddenly. Just because this Severus was a different person to the one she knew didn't mean his situation somehow changed. "But it's not like you need lessons anyway, right? You could just go do the test and get your apparition license." A light scowl touched his face. His eyes turned away in apparent shame. "I can't even afford the testing fee." Lily fell silent, turning over this admission in her head. "How did you manage it the first time around?" "I was sponsored, in my 7th year, by Lucius Malfoy." Lily looked at him sharply, feeling the dread at his words. He grimaced, suddenly unwilling to continue, allowing the awful implications of his words to hang between them. "You were already a Death Eater by 7th year." He turned away, hiding his face. "No. I was well on the path towards that goal." Lily felt a little burn of anger in her heart. She tried to quell it with the reassurances of the difference this time around, but that small smoulder of anger fought to the surface. "Why would you do that?" Could you not have waited till you were out there to become horrible? He turned back, a matching anger upon his face, desperately masking the flash of hurt beneath. Did I not just say I was sponsored? If you haven't noticed, Lily, my life isn't exactly peachy. Just look at these rags I'm wearing. He scowled, shame burning through his layer of anger. I grasped at the dignity that was offered. Lily could not help but feel matching shame at her lack of empathetic awareness, but her mind still swirled wildly about his confession. When we were smaller, my parents would always offer to take you to buy clothes and school supplies. You would never accept. You hated every offer given. Why did you take up this one? There is a difference between sponsorship and charity, Lily. His voice suddenly softened. Your family's offer puts me to shame. It reminds me of all I lacked. His scowl receded, his eyes dark upon hers. But Lucius' offer was an investment. It was appreciation for the potential I had. The breath escaped from Lily's lips, creating a harsh sound between breathy laughter and a sigh. I could never have expected an explanation like that from the old save. His eyes glinted again with that unspoken emotion. Calm. No. Lily shook her head with that muted smile upon her lips. Honest about what hurts you. Severus squirmed beside her, his fingers still threaded between hers. Even in the sudden flare of emotions, he had not let go. I usually wouldn't have admitted it, he confessed after a moment's hesitation. It appears you have caused me to drop my guard. A smile touched Lily's lips. Because I care. His glinting dark eyes were on her again. She felt his fingers tighten briefly around hers. So what will you do this time around? Lily asked, her heart a little lighter by this glimmer of understanding. He did not answer at first, eyes cast forward towards the approaching lake. After a moment, his voice sounded muted and resigned. Endure, I suppose. It was Lily's turn to squeeze his hand. Don't endure everything in silence, all right. She glanced upwards him, willing him to meet her eyes. I'll be here for you this time, so tell me when something is wrong. Don't push away my help. Slowly, his dark eyes turned to her. His step faltered, causing them both to halt before the snowy bank of the great lake. Lily hadn't expected the pain she saw in his eyes then. She could not fathom why her words invoked such sadness. She turned to face him then, bringing her free hand over to his cheek. Those fingers were cold after spending so long exposed to the winter air, but if the shock of her chilled skin upon his cheek startled him, he gave no indication. She stroked her fingers along his jaw, feeling the soft smoothness of his still youthful face, watching his eyes grow sadder still, and she could not understand why. Hey, come on. She prodded his cheek. Why are you so glum? Give me a smile, why don't you? The corners of his lips twitched upwards in obligation. His attempts at a smile never meeting his sad, dark eyes. She felt empathetic sadness stir within her, and she did not know why they were feeling so. Come on, else you're going to make it difficult for me to find my happy place today. She gave him a weak smile and let her hand drop from his cheek, his free hand flying up to catch hers as it withdrew. She froze, feeling a little shrill of fear squirm in her gut. Fear that he was going to force her answer at this moment while she was still unprepared. But that was not the question that came. Lily, later, after dinner, can you come with me to see Dumbledore? Lily glanced at him curiously, the alarm mercifully trickling away along with her settling heart rate. Your tutorial session, sure, but why? The realization suddenly hit Lily. He knows right, and now so do I, so you have to tell him about me. Severus nodded slowly, a small smile edged around his thin lips that never reached his dark, sad eyes. Hey, come on, it's fine. Lily reassured, smiling. She couldn't understand why he was so distressed by this. Dumbledore won't get angry. The headmaster isn't like that. In fact, I'll bet he'll be thrilled you found a companion among your peers, someone who gets you. She grinned earnestly. Severus turned away, his voice soft. That's right. He will be pleased for me. She could not feel his sincerity. We've got a few hours till dinner anyhow. She tugged him into motion, headed for the twisted oak once more. Patronus lessons till then. No sad faces while happiness class is conducted save. A sliver of nervousness touched Lily's heart when she walked the hallways of the second floor that evening after dinner. In the winter months, the sun always set well before dinner, and as a result, the post-dinner castle took on the feel of the past curfew hours. It did not help that Severus walked alongside her, growing more agitated the closer to the office they got. The gargoyle leapt aside for them at the offer of a password, and Lily stepped forward, following closely after her hesitant friend. She didn't understand why he was so scared to reveal her to Dumbledore. What was the worst the headmaster would say? He was not an unreasonable man. At the door, Severus hesitated again, this time quite seriously. As he glimpsed back at her, she saw the fear in his eyes, stoking alive the worry that had been gnawing at her since their walk up to the office. "What's wrong?" Lily asked quite urgently, but he did not answer her, only stared silently before finally closing his eyes and turning back to the door. With a solid rap of his knuckles, he announced their presence, and Dumbledore's voice answered without any weight. "Come in." No hesitation acted against his fingers braced upon the door handle. With a swift motion, he let himself in, Lily following behind him, eyes wide with infectious worry. The headmaster sat behind his great oaken desk, his phoenix fox upon the perch by his elbow eyeing her with a curious tilt of the head. The pensive sat before him in the same place it was the week before. She understood what it was now. She had searched for mention of it in the library. There she had found a tome entitled Magic of the Mind that described it as a bowl that was able to hold a glimpse into one's past, a way for a person to pluck out memories and relive them as they were. "Why, good evening, Lily. What a pleasant surprise." The headmaster greeted with a warm smile. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Lily felt the tension melt away upon seeing the headmaster's kind smile. She was about to answer when Severus stepped forward. "She knows." Immediately the atmosphere of the room shifted. A dark shadow flitted across the once kind eyes of the headmaster. "Did you tell her?" he urged in a gentle voice. "No," Severus growled. For some vexing reason you had left the pensive on the table still filled with those memories last week. A sliver of sadness passed over those blue eyes. "I had left that, hadn't I? It was intended, but not for her. It was your eyes I hoped it would pass. Did you leave those memories to test me?" Severus snarled, enraged. "Not test. Remind that we have a complex relationship and that you have to be more open to complete my picture." Lily looked around at Severus in alarm, but the thin boy refused to meet her eyes, his anger trickling away, quelled by his agony. Slowly, the headmaster stood from his desk, taking slow, deliberate steps around the great oak structure. Lily never realized how tall Dumbledore was until the very moment she felt intimidated. "Then, I am very sorry, Severus, for putting you into this position." Lily's heart fluttered with alarm. She darted a glance up at Severus' scowling face, anger and grief awash upon his features. "Is there no other way?" A small glimmer of sadness touched upon Dumbledore's blue eyes. "You know what he'll do." Alarmed Lily stumbled back, eyes wide as her pupils darted between the two. What's going on?" Slowly Severus turned his dark eyes towards her. He stared at her with pits of fathomless sorrow. "Lily, the Dark Lord is a Legilimens." Legilimens, a wizard who could read minds. He learned about them during her evening reading, though it was a defense topic. She had not yet had it taught in class. Instead, she had chanced upon it in a tome about the mind arts, the very same that told her of the pensive. "Yeah, so," she breathed. "It's not like he's at Hogwarts." "No," Severus conceded. "But he has agents amongst the students of Hogwarts, perhaps fewer now and fewer in the future, but we cannot always be certain." He slowly met her eyes. "And you are not always at Hogwarts." "There is always the risk, Lily." "So what? What can we do?" Both pairs of eyes were unable to meet hers, and slowly realization dawned. "What? No, you want to obliviate me." "I don't want to," Severus growled. "Merlin knows I don't want to." "Then don't," Lily beseeched desperately. "I don't care about the risks. I need to know this. I need to know you. If the Dark Lord was to be given even a glimpse of what you know, then teach me to hide it. You can do it right. You know how to hide thoughts. That's how you were able to be a spy for so long back then, right?" Slowly Dumbledore shook his head. "That is no guarantee either." Severus' dark eyes held hers. "He's not fooled by anyone but the greatest of Occlumens, and even then it was hard. He could do terrible things to you to extract every last thought. You're not doing it. You're not obliviating me." Lily backed away, finding smooth wood where the open door should have been. Her eyes widened as Severus approached, his face twisted in a pained scowl. "Lily, listen to me. This is the only way to guarantee your safety." "Then I don't want it. Damn the risks. Please, Lily, I cannot lose you again." His voice cracked with anguish. "I cannot. It would be my fault again, and I cannot." Slowly Lily calmed. Her own grief lifted the fury over her eyes. She could see clearly how deep the decision had cut the man before her, how it must have been for him to come to this conclusion. She would forget, and with it all the grief and anger she was feeling now. But he would remember, carrying forever the regret of what could have been, what they had been trying to build upon this ground of mutual understanding. He would be alone once again, and she would be none the wiser about why he was suffering alone. Tears fell from Lily's eyes as she threaded her fingers through Severus' hair. Pulling him close, she enveloped him in an embrace, feeling the tremors upon his frame. "Thank you for everything, Lily," he muttered in her ear. "Thank you for caring." Her heart thundered within her chest. "You do what you have to, but please, keep my memories. Keep them for me for when I'm ready to have them back." He drew back, smiling a small, trembling smile. He cast a glance back, and Dumbledore returned a kindly nod. With a sweep of his hand, the headmaster summoned an empty crystal vial from a cupboard. A delicate one with diamond-patterned swirling trails curled upon the shoulder, crisscrossing each other just below the neck. "Only the most beautiful of vials will do for your memories," he offered in a most gentle tone. Severus took it, his wand already in his other hand, a dark determination filling his grief-ridden eyes. He was readying himself for the loneliness that was to return. He brought his wand towards Lily's temple. She felt her heart thud within her ears. He can't be alone. Reaching forward suddenly, Lily cupped both hands around his cheeks. "Don't you dare give up on me, Severus," she whispered to him as he stared back at her. "Don't you dare block yourself off into your isolated heart." His dark eyes stared at her, glimmering in the dark. "You find me, you hear, you find me, and remind me to care." His eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. "You will promise me, Severus." His voice sounded low and muted. "I promise. You promise me you won't leave me be, no matter what I say. You find me and make me listen to you." His dark eyes glimmered in their darkened way. "I promise. You will tell me of your heart, make me see the new you, let me see the different man you've become." A smile edged around his sorrowful expression. "I promise." And, she bit her lip, trying to shake off the hesitation, "It is possible, Severus." She met his eyes, those dark eyes of a man who would sacrifice anything for her. Had sacrificed everything just for a memory of her. "Make me fall in love with you." His words caught in his throat. He choked out a sound of disbelief. Lily shifted her hands, trailing her fingers up to his temples as she pulled him closer to her. "It is possible, Severus." She touched her forehead to his, feeling the thin film of clamminess upon his brows, his unsteady breath upon her lips, his dark eyes never leaving hers. Her heart beat dully within her ears, the aching cruelty of reality. That the moment she found him within her heart should be the moment she was forced to let him go. "Promise me," she breathed, his eyes steeled before her own. "I promise," he whispered, before suddenly it all went black and she remembered those vows no more. The headmaster's office sat in oppressive silence. The two men who remained spoke not a word. Not even Fawkes ruffled a single feather as his phoenix eyes blinked solemnly at the grieving young man. Snape sat hunched in the guest chair. In his hands was cupped the crystal vial. He stared blankly as he turned it, swishing about the liquid memories sitting at the bottom. The trickling fluid silver that held the precious hours they spent talking freely, the kindness she offered him, the forgiveness she granted him. All of it she gave freely despite his undeserving past. All of it, now just memories, held within this vessel between his fingers. Eventually, Dumbledore broke the silence with a slow, deliberate tone. "That must have been difficult, Severus." Snape did not lift his eyes. The only indication he heard those words at all was the slight tightening of his grip around the glowing vial. It had been all too easy for the headmaster when the obliviated girl came out of her magic-addled state. "Thank you, my dear, for bringing Mr. Snape to see me past curfew," he had said without a moment's abash for that brazen lie. "Be sure to hold on to your own hall pass. We don't want your fellow prefects to mistake you for a rule breaker." Lily blinked in confusion, and then turned her eyes to the scroll clasped in her hand in apparent evidence to the headmaster's words. With a bright smile free from any lingering doubts, Lily then took her leave, with a cheerful parting wave to the boy who could no longer meet her eyes. "How much of her memories did you take?" Dumbledore asked in a gentle but insistent tone. "I took enough." Snape hissed, the liquid sloshing about at the sudden jolting tenseness of his body. The moments of intimate comfort, the moments of empathetic understanding, the undeserving kindness she offered him. To her now, this precious week spent together would be nothing but an exercise conducted by two friends in learning a high-level charm. He even had to take her memories of his dough, for the only times he had shown it to her had been moments he could not explain without forbidden context. With a solemn nod, Dumbledore stood from his seat. "T. Severus?" asked the headmaster, his tone no longer marked with the gravity of the moment that passed. "I have a lovely spiced one from the southern Orients. Chai, I believe they call it. You ask too much." Those words escaped from Snape in a hiss. Dumbledore fell silent. Without even turning, the headmaster continued to bustle around his tea set, adding milk into a small, decorated saucepan. "The entire world asks too much. Always asks too much of me," Snape muttered, feeling the fight leave him with his pent-up breath of anger. A small porcelain cup and saucer was set before the younger man, steaming hot with odd smells of spices. The headmaster settled into his own chair, a cup of tea lifted to his bearded lip in a silent sip. A long moment of silence passed before Dumbledore finally set the cup and saucer down upon the oaken desk. "I agree, Severus," Dumbledore replied finally. "You have been asked to sacrifice more than any man should have to give." Snape's eyes did not rise from the vial between his fingers, tinged a soft blue by the gentle glow of the precious memories within. "But I see now, Severus. You always give, each time it is asked of you. You keep giving no matter how difficult it is for you." A rush of breath escaped the younger man, almost like the hiccup of a sob he could not contain. With a ruffle of golden feathers, Fawkes finally moved upon his perch, his golden eyes never leaving the wizards before him. From within the beast's magical form came the first beautiful notes of a haunting song. It lit a burning pit in Snape's hollow heart, a warmth he thought he could never feel again, that spark of hope that could only exist alongside courage. Finally he raised his black pitted eyes, burning with anger, yet steeled with determination. "All for her," he growled. "My loyalty and my sacrifices have always been for her." A small smile twinkled in Dumbledore's blue eyes. "I doubt you no more, Severus. You are no dark wizard." Chapter 17. A Glimpse of His Heart. Chapter text. The giggles were beginning to get to her. Lily glared across the breakfast table at the ridiculous Susan, still making those little tittering sounds she called a laugh. Beside her, Mary threw Lily an apologetic look. That girl never gossiped, a fact that Lily would be forever grateful for. "Oh my goodness, we were just practicing the Patronus," Lily exclaimed, throwing her hands up in defeat, unable to hold it in any more. From down the table, James glanced up from his meal. She briefly caught his eye before he quickly turned away, a strange aura of dejection about him. She recalled having rejected him again recently, when he had chased her to the lakeside, likely to disrupt her Patronus lessons with Save. But that couldn't have been it. That was over a week ago, and she'd never known a rejection to keep him down. Lily had never thought that boy could ever be kept down. She'd never seen a funk last past a good night's sleep, certainly not like how he was acting now. The Gryffindor girl turned back to her breakfast, 2 slices of buttered toast, sausages, beans and hash browns with a side of grilled tomatoes. She didn't know why, but she was famished when she awoke this morning, like she spent all evening committed to some heavy spell work or other. But she knew she couldn't have had the time to do that. After all, she had to run errands for the headmaster. He had needed her to fetch Severus, who for whatever reason decided to play hooky for his tutorial session. A fairly straightforward errand that wound up taking her the better part of the evening. Why Severus had been so reluctant to come was beyond her, but honestly it wasn't unexpected. She had noticed him acting unusually moody this past week. But then again, this was Severus. Moodiness was never unusual with him. Lily glanced across the hall to the boy in question, moodiness just radiating off his thin frame as he glared down his bowl of porridge like the oats had just insulted him. As if he felt her gaze, he glanced up, his dark eyes drawn immediately to hers. She shot him a grin, trying to make him crack a smile, or at least stop looking so dour, but all she managed to do was cause him to drop his gaze with an air of confusing abashment. "Making kissy faces also part of your Patronus training?" Susan's irritating teasing drew Lily's eyes back to her table. If this kept up, she'd be housing a Save scowl. "For the last time, Susan, Save and I are friends." Honestly, a bigger gossip there could not be. No scratch that, Petunia perhaps, but even then it'd be a close contest. Maybe that was also part of the reason why Susan rubbed Lily in all the wrong ways. With a helpless look, she beseeched Marlene for assistance, but the tall girl only offered a hesitant smile. Well, you do spend a lot of time with him lately. You too, Marlene. The patroness is hard. It is a high-leveled charm. Yeah, and about that, I never got why you were so interested. Lily opened her mouth to answer before she paused. Her mind was surprisingly blank when she had reached for the answer. Because it's a charm, and I do charms, she offered lamely. And you've never asked any of us to help. Why always him? Because he can already cast it. Lily answered confidently, but as she paused to think about it, he never really offered any real evidence to support that assertion. She was beginning to feel a little silly and was exceedingly thankful that Marlene didn't press further on that line of questioning. If you say so, Lily. The blonde girl sighed, poking at her eggs and bacon distractedly with her fork. And I know you're friends with him again and everything. But it's just that you never spend any time with us anymore since you started this patroness program. A little abashed, Lily finally conceded. You're right. I'm sorry, Marlene. You're my best friend too, and I haven't been acting it lately, so how can I make it up to you? A bright smile immediately lit up Marlene's face. For starters, you can come watch my Quidditch practice this afternoon. We're at such top form. Done and done. Lily grinned at her best friend's infectious smile. Marlene was easy to please, unlike some other best friends. And while we're at it, we can discuss how we want to celebrate your birthday. Oh, that's right. Somehow Lily had completely forgotten about that. Next Sunday, Marlene's face fell. It's a Sunday, dang. I was hoping we'd skip class. Mary leant over. It's your 17th too. Big important wizarding age if I recall. As another Muggle-born, Mary was wonderful support over the years. She understood all of Lily's worries and fears and took equal note of what others raised in the magical community considered mundane. A big party is the only acceptable outcome. Marlene nodded solemnly. Right in the common room. We'll kick everyone else out. Only party animals allowed. Sure you wouldn't prefer to spend your special day alone with C tilde V? Susan and her pig-headed one-tracked mind. Lily rankled. No, but I will invite him. Marlene shirked. Really? To our common room? It's not like there's a rule against it. Lily muttered, a little flustered. Only after saying it aloud did her mind begin catching up to what she was proposing. Inviting a Slytherin up into the Gryffindor common room should start a riot. You should invite him. Lily whipped around, disbelief at whose voice those words carried on. James, looking half in disbelief himself, but still somehow wholly determined, repeated again. Invite him. He should be there for your most important birthday. Lily stared, still not convinced she was actually hearing what she was hearing. It's fine, Lily. James said coolly as he turned away, sweeping his fingers through the back of his messed-up hair. If anyone gives him a hard time in there, we'll do something about it. Beside him, Black scowled, evidently not completely in agreement with his best friend. I agreed to swipe nosh and butter beers, not this. He groused under his breath, but even as Black grumbled, Lily knew it was more in protest than intent. James' earnestly spoken word was always true, and his promises as good as bound the rest of the marauders as well. Lily couldn't help the surprise that emerged from her smile. Thanks, James. I really appreciate it. The usually bold boy returned the smile in a hesitant, almost reluctant way. He had given up on her, that much was certain now. She felt her stomach twist at the thought. She had rejected the boy over and over again over the years, and always he would bounce back. But this time it looked as if it was one rejection too many. Honestly, she had no right to feel the bite of rejection as well. After all, wasn't she the one who kept refusing him? She wasn't trying to string him along. She honestly disliked his arrogance and his overconfident belief that everything is his to take, such as the only girl in all of Gryffindor who appeared to be resistant to his charms. The only girl he committed to pursuing relentlessly. She never gave him the satisfaction of knowing how close he got to wearing her down, and now it appears she'd never need to. But that still didn't stop the irrational regret of what could have been. Marlene slammed her hands down onto the table, rattling the plates and cutlery and making Lily jump. All right then, that's settled. Party on the Sunday after next. Invites only, unless of course you're Gryffindor. Gryffindors get automatic entry. She grinned down the table at the eager eyes of the younger lions. Be sure to get your homework complete on the Saturday. Pandora helpfully supplied with a radical dose of wishful thinking. Lily grinned, unable to stop herself from catching this infectious excitement. The slightly louder clamor of the Gryffindor table drew curious glances from the other tables. From across the hall, those black eyes drew to Lily's green ones once more. She could not help but wonder why the more she smiled, the more sorrow those fathomless depths seemed to reflect. It was all Severus could do to not lose heart. Lily had cancelled their patroness lessons the very morning her memories disappeared. She did not even keep his hopes up until the lunch period he was supposed to collect her at. She simply walked up to his desk at the beginning of Transfiguration class and told him there, and then she was taking a break from their lessons. Snape could only nod as she smiled brilliantly back at him, oblivious to all that had transpired between them, all that she was betraying with such nonchalance, all that she had asked him to fight through to find her again. Make me fall in love with you. After then, he heard not a word that she said, embroiled in the screaming agony of his own mind, railing against the impossible nature of the promise he made. There was hope for them then, when by her own words she saw the best in him. What could he do for a Lily who had no notion of any of the sacrifices he had made, a notion he could not give her? An elbow to the ribs jolted Snape out of his brooding, a high-toned hiss in his ear. She's waiting for an answer. He noticed those green eyes staring at him then, eagerly awaiting a response. That smile that adorned her peachy lips slowly slipped away. No interest, huh? I'm sorry. What was the question? Beside him, Urquhart buried his face in his palm. After isolating himself for 5 years, he had the cheek to judge Snape on his poor social conduct. The brat can judge him when he learns etiquette himself. Was the idea of coming up to the Gryffindor common room so outlandish it rendered you brain dead for a moment there? Snape looked closely at Lily's pouting smile, trying to reassure himself she wasn't actually as angry as her tone seemed to indicate. He did have a tendency to tease, and though he had a strength in detecting sarcasm and cheek in hostile students, it was not his strength to discern attitude delivered bereft of ill intention. Forgive me. I am having a hard time understanding why I should set foot in that den of headache-inducing rowdiness. A sharp elbow lanced into his ribs again. Snape was doing his utmost to not snap at Urquhart for his continual physical irritation. Lily's face fell. Save, weren't you listening at all? Snape squirmed in his seat. I heard Gryffindor common room and phased out. Did you also hear party? Must have been part of the problem. With a dejected frown, Lily withdrew. That's a shame. I really wanted you there for my birthday. Snape sat up with a start. What, you're talking about next Sunday? You really weren't listening. With a wince of abashment, Snape muttered. Sorry, I have a lot on my mind. The annoyance in Lily's eyes immediately softened. Alchemy still giving you grief? Yes, he lied. Efficiency in that subject was still eluding him, but it was well beyond his current state of consternation. Was that why you were so reluctant to see Dumbledore last night? Snape could not meet her eyes. Part of it. This was where the lies began, the inescapable world of lies that even death could not free him from. A gentle hand folded over his own. Empathy offered for unknown dishonesty. Don't wear yourself out worrying over it, okay, Save. If anyone can do it, it's you. Snape could not bring himself to take any comfort offered by her words or her touch. Come to my party or don't. It doesn't matter. Just take care of yourself, all right, Save. With a sympathetic smile, Lily left to take her seat, McGonagall having just swept into the classroom. Snape stared on, having not given an answer. Beside him came the exasperated mutter. You cannot be this bad at this. The party was scheduled for the Sunday afternoon. Snape had been sure to inquire, to the delight of Lily. As reluctant as he was to enter the lion's den and partake in that head-splitting frivolity, he was not about to pass on Lily's 17th birthday. He would grasp any opportunity to spend time with her. Time he needed to find a way back into her heart. And time offered by her was time he did not have to exhaust her patience to obtain. There was an extent to how needy he could permit himself to look. But looking needy was going to be the last of his problems if he was going to gift her what he planned to gift her that day. Snape sighed as he fidgeted with his pocket watch, feeling the weight of the quaffle-sized plain parcel he carried in that same pocket. Within, it held the present he spent all week working on, so carefully crafting it for fear of damaging the precious material. A gift that held more meaning than the words he was able to simply say. He hoped with it he'd be able to keep at least one of his promises to Lily while being able to keep his dignity intact. He would show her his heart without relenting a word of humiliating futility. So when she delivered her rejection, he could at least take solace in his pride and be comforted in the knowledge he kept his promises to the best of his ability. Make me fall in love with you. That had been the final askance from a lily that absolved him, a promise he made without any belief he could truly keep it, a promise that only served to drive the point in deeper, that ache for what could have been, a promise she had forced him to make when the path forward had closed to them, an exercise in the futility of hope. That had likely been her intention, to embed within him that spark, to encourage him to hold on to that hope even when they both knew there was none. But there was no hope in the heart of the cynical, just the heavy weight of duty, to which his promise added like a pebble within a quarry. All the same, a promise was a promise. As the afternoon of that Sunday rolled around, Snape straightened his robes as best he could. Even on weekends he wore his tatty school robes. He did not have a single set of non-uniform robes to call his own, and there was no way in this life or the next he would touch his pathetic muggle clothes willingly. Snape sighed into the mirror, knowing all too well how poorly he looked. As the only Slytherin in a party at the Gryffindor common room, he was already going to stick out. The shabby uniform would not ease the introduction. At the very least, he'd not have to contend with the marauders. Lily had guaranteed him their compliance. More still, she had conveyed to him their offer to guarantee Snape's safety in their domain. An offer Snape had snorted at in derision and disbelief. At the very least, this day would gift him with cowed marauders. He would enjoy provoking them with no fear of retaliation or the satisfaction of seeing them break their promises and invoke the wrath of Lily. A flash of remorse ruined Snape's amusement. The thought of doing anything to ruin Lily's 17th birthday sent his stomach into flips of guilt. Snape sighed as he turned from the bathroom mirror, surrendering his efforts on his appearance as well as the thought of provoking his hobbled enemies. If anything was to ruin Lily's day, it should not receive help from him. With a resigned set of his shoulders, Snape exited from the dormitory bathrooms, with all intention to head straight through for the party. But he knew, the moment he set foot into the Slytherin common room, that he would be terribly delayed. Bleeding, disappointment to all that your family stands for, Mulciber. Snape froze in his tracks. He stared at the growing commotion, wondering how he missed the shouting from the bathroom. Back off, Travers. If you've not noticed, you're outnumbered. The unintimidating voice of Urquhart lanced through. In the center of the common room, two factions were at loggerheads. Urquhart stood firm beside the hulking form of Mulciber. Lester, though terrified, stood his ground beside the two. Before them were Wilkes and Travers, the two seventh-year members of Snape's old Death Eater gang, and the only two that still stood publicly against him. Though there was little delusion to be had about how most of the young Death Eaters felt about this shift, they at least valued the protective shelter Snape's decree gave them from hostilities from the other houses. Like any true Slytherins, once finding themselves out of favor, the less prominent members of the blood supremacists hid away, publicly wearing the mask of neutrality while privately harboring their grudges. As far as Snape was concerned, Travers and Wilkes were being unseemly brazen about the whole affair, essentially wearing their hearts upon the sleeves and going about the issue like a good Slytherin wouldn't. Around the commotion, the younger years withdrew to the edges, eyes locked pointedly at the very public show of power playing out in the middle. Some eyes were eager, the unmoved hoping for the rallying cry of the old order, while many others looked on apprehensively, fearing for the exact same outcome. Near the door that descended to the dormitories stood Avery and Rosier, their eyes clouded with undisguised interest, but they at least were Slytherin enough not to break their illusion of neutrality. Outnumbered by you, Urquhart, Travers sneered. That brickhead Mulciber is all bulk and no bite, and without his daddy's backing he's lost all of his teeth. That leaves what? You and that mudblood. He looks like he's about to wet his pants. What of it, Urquhart? You think yourself good enough to play the army? I should certainly think it would be unwise to harass Urquhart so, Travers, Snape drawled, drawing all attention from all sides. Or have you forgotten that his uncle is the senior administrator of the Wisengamot, Elphinstone Urquhart? With a startled motion, Travers spun to face Snape, while Wilkes took an involuntary step back. Urquhart, however, smiled and nodded, a seemingly casual movement that spoke volumes of his relief. Thought you left for that Gryffindor party, Snape. And why would I want that splitting headache? Spare me. Snape growled, striding into the common room, parting the occupants before him. I would much rather see what this is about. Snape, Travis hissed, drawing his wand. Before he could level it fully, Snape drew his own, taking his dueling stance before the boy could even fully draw. As a youth, Snape's dueling stance was that of a thug, but now he was as lithe as a fencer. Around them, the Watchers drew back, allies and enemies alike, their eyes fixed fearfully upon the scene playing out before them. Wilkes' wand was out too. He stood beside Travis, feet planted wide in his own dueling stance. Urquhart drew as well, but Snape waved him down, eliciting a murmur across the watching crowds. Snape could see in Travis' eyes the fear ebbing forth, warring with his pride. He was stuck. He could not back down without confessing his fear to all who watched. It was not just Snape he feared, but the response he could elicit from the crowds. It was unlikely a 2-against-1 fight against Snape would remain so, especially when bystanders had jumped to his defense in the past. However, there was no way for them to know that crowd participation would be the least of their problems if they were to duel. Even 2-against-1 Snape had more than 20 years of combat experience on the boys. Without the element of surprise, the ungraduated and inexperienced boys stood no chance against a true veteran. It would be quite the humbling for the two to be taken down by a single opponent, a proper lesson taught to be sure. But this was not the example of Slytherin unity Snape wished to impress upon them. It was no longer a luxury afforded to him to act without consequence. With a slow, deliberate motion, Snape lowered his wand. Though neither Travis nor Wilkes lowered theirs, he knew with a glance upon their minds that neither wished to aggress with their odds out of favor, but things would not end quietly. "You're a bleedin', disgraced Snape," Wilkes suddenly spat, eyes burning with hatred. If Salazar could see what Slytherin's become, he'd spit upon his house. You perverted everything Slytherin stood for. No emotion stirred upon Snape's face, a blank mask upon his calm soul. The words of these children disturbed him not. Accusing him of betraying the values of Slytherin was not the path to his guilt. Oh, invoking the name of the great Salazar Slytherin for your own little disagreement, are you? Hiding behind the robe skirts of the great ancient dead. You know his relevance. Don't you dare deflect, Travis hissed, enraged. Salazar Slytherin made his stance against mudbloods clear. He was the original champion for blood purity, and you Severus Snape, half-blood filth that you are, have spat on his noble legacy. With a derisive smirk, Snape drawled, "Oh, by all means indulge yourself about that point in our founder's nature. Don't at all give pause to the fact he valued cunning, ambition, and resourcefulness above all else, the qualities that brought us all to his sphere to begin with. Who's forgetting that?" Travis replied through bared teeth. "Some of us are true Slytherin, unlike you." "Oh, excuse me then, because it appears I must have been sorted into this house by mistake." Snape sneered with such vehemence Travis recoiled instinctively. "I forget my cunning and resourcefulness play second fiddle to you pure bloods. Yet here I stand, above you in skill, strength, and mind. And dare I say power, why, how on earth had that happened?" With a casually lifted eyebrow and a tilt of the head, Snape regarded his furious opponent. "Well, answer me, O pure-blood Slytherins. Why have you not triumphed?" The answering silence was saturated with tension. The eyes of the watching crowds fixed upon the figures standing still in the center. The two seventh years tense and furious, with wands drawn, staring down their far smaller and unarmed opponent. His stance and expression, untouched by fear or anger, almost mocking in his calm. "And it is with such meagerness you wish to lord over each other." Snape saw a twitch in Travis' hand. Within his eyes, Snape read the rising aggression in the boy. That telltale warning of a fool who cannot win a fight with his words. Every one of the students here today is here because we possessed qualities of a Slytherin. Every one of us had been chosen by the only modern remains of the will of Salazar Slytherin himself. The sorting hat, the vessel that was forged with the combined intellects of all four founders. Yet his will apparently means nothing to you proud pure bloods who pick and choose among us. Pit us against each other to squabble for a place within our own house, weakening us in our division. Competition is how we grow strong. Wilkes challenged, his voice still strong with certainty. So strong that we only win one house cup in a dozen. Snape retorted. In his previous lifetime, it was only after he took up the mantle as head of Slytherin did yearly victory become synonymous with their house. We sabotage our own efforts with our division, so much so that even those feckless Hufflepuffs find victory more often than we do. Travis was not relenting. It is the weak among us that drag us down. Weak, Snape sneered. You mean like those of us who were born privileged, who never fought a day in their life for anything? He saw that tremor in Travis' hand again, and that telltale tightening around Wilkes' eyes. Pray tell me, O glorious pure bloods, in what way are you stronger than a mere half-blood like me? Like this, Travis snarled, his wand swinging forth with a silent curse. It took the barest of effort to brush that spell aside, even from his apparent unprepared stance. Wilkes barked roughly, unable to muster the dark arts without invocation. It too joined its counterpart dispersed in the frigid dungeon air. The room plunged into silence once more, eyes of the watchers round with admiration and shock. Snape stepped forth, his wand held aloft, seemingly plucked from nowhere. He met those hateful but unsurprised glares of Travis and Wilkes, so easily provoked into a display to their own detriment. A Slytherin was cunning, resourceful, and above all patient. If ever there was ever a time to make a move against Snape, it was not now, not when that known talent was confident and prepared. Not when all eyes were upon them, judging their failure. Not when their failure proved the half-blood's point. Snape did not move to retaliate, nor did he need to. Slowly, Travis and Wilkes lowered their wands, too late their Slytherin minds finally catching up with their tempers. One small victory, Snape. Travis warned in a low growl, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. But don't think the Dark Lord would be so merciful when he learns of you twisting the ideals of his once great house. The air changed suddenly. The victorious calm evaporated, replaced with the thickened silence of fear the mere suggestion of his moniker would invoke. The fear Snape felt in his heart even now, a fear he could not allow himself to express. I did not expect him to be merciful either way. Snape growled, standing unbowed. I will not be a slave out of fear. Then you should have been a brave fool of a Gryffindor, Wilkes snarled. Snape grimaced, shaking his head slowly, his dark eyes glaring forth. I do not need to be a Gryffindor to be brave, but you'll die screaming like one. Travis hissed, spinning on his heel to march towards the hidden wall out of the common room, parting the circle before him. After a moment's hesitation, Wilkes followed, his anger warring with his wisdom. Perhaps, if that is my fate. Snape glared after them, watching them slip out from the shifting brickwork. He turned slowly to regard those who remained. But until that time comes, I will choose to stand amongst any of Slytherin house, no matter their beliefs, no matter their desired path in life. Within Hogwarts we remain allies, even if we are destined to become enemies. His eyes drifted along those wide, expectant eyes, lingering on the ones he knew whose destinies lay in darkness. Regulus Black met his eyes briefly before turning away in apparent boredom, his mind a fortress against Snape's glancing peak. Near the dormitory, stairs Rosia and Avery averted their eyes, and without meeting them, Snape's poor social abilities could not discern fear from assent. With a sweep of his cloak, Snape strode to the fireside armchair, settling himself in a symbolic gesture. With a silent beckoning, he summoned his three companions, Urquhart responding quite readily and without hesitation, Mulciber with an almost calm acceptance. Lester trailed behind, still uncertain and fearful. I wish to speak to you too. Snape spoke with a pointed look towards Urquhart and Mulciber, two well-known pure bloods with very differing views associated with their family names. I wish to know of your view on blood purity. Urquhart huffed a half-laugh, half-sigh. If I believed that rubbish had not have been locked in loggerheads with Slytherin for so long. Mulciber, however, looked away, unable to meet Snape's eyes. It's kind of everything I was taught, you know, he muttered. I still think being a pureblood is a big deal, not that I'd want to kill you, Lester. He turned quickly to reassure the pale muggle-born who stood beside him. An amusing reassurance from a boy Snape once knew to be a vicious enforcer of those very ideals. A boy who would have gone on to become the murderer of muggle-borns and blood traitors. A boy who would become every bit a Death Eater as Snape ever was. He was not evil yet. None of these Slytherin children were evil yet. Then let it be known that conflicting views of this issue can coexist. Snape said in his deep commanding voice, "Believe what you want and live how you wish." There is no reason for Slytherin to continue to self-cannibalize. Leave the battlegrounds outside of your school years. It was not an explicit dismissal, but Slytherins knew how to read between the lines. Slowly, the circle dispersed, the common room returning to its hub of casual activity. With a relenting sigh, the combative Urquhart leaned against the back of Snape's chair, exchanging glances with the still awkward Mulciber. Well, Snape, I disagree with everything those Death Eaters stand for, but I do not disagree with what you're trying to do. I will not rock the boat. I appreciate the restraint. Snape muttered sardonically. Yeah, no need to worry about me neither. Mulciber offered. I'm cool with Lester, he's all right. The Muggle-born boy grinned back gratefully. And I suppose I'm cool with your Gryffindor girlfriend too. He relented with a mumble. Speaking of which, don't you have her birthday to attend? Urquhart reminded with a lilting drawl. Snape ran his fingers down his smooth chin and leaned back in his seat, stifling a solemn sigh. No, I don't believe my time today would be well spent amongst Gryffindors. Not when Slytherin needed him more. Though he loathed to disappoint Lily so, he had the feeling she would understand this time. To pursue a problem that still could be fixed, rather than pine after a foolish desire he had no hope of succeeding in. Make her fall in love with him, she had said. He was no fool. What hope he may have dissipated under the spell flare of his own obliviate. No wisecrack elicited from Urquhart, nor reassuring platitude from Lester. Mulciber stood easiest amongst the three, a pleased smile upon his would-be gormless face. Everyone shared in silent gratitude for Snape's decision to stay with their house through their tumultuous day. For once the situation could only benefit from his presence. Snape sat back in quiet contemplation as he scanned across the Slytherin common room, his mind upon the last time he saw his students in his previous life. Across the battlefield, the Hogwarts defenders had gathered. Students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff stood side by side in their tense last stand. Among them, not one Slytherin face stood out. He had always wondered if truly no Slytherin volunteered their service for their school. Was there truly not a single one who wished to fight upon the side of right, to earn a measure of redemption for their house, or had they been denied their chance by a mistrusting world? The grey light faded from the flurry-bitten windows. Night had set in true. Lily glanced about the common room for the 100th time, trying to spot that familiar lurking form of that boy who had promised to be here for her birthday. Surely he hadn't been turned away at the door. She was trying to keep a close eye on it in case someone took it upon themselves to turn away a Slytherin, with or without invitation. Lily made another track around the lounging students, keeping the corners in careful observation. If he did enter without her notice, then honestly that's where he'd be. She didn't befriend him for 6 years without knowing how lousy he'd be with crowds and noise, unfortunately the classic party staple. A sudden butterbeer appeared out of nowhere and into Lily's hands. A muscular yet feminine arm wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her into Marlene's curtain of golden hair. Come on, Lils. Loosen up and enjoy your own damned party. Don't let one idiot's absence keep you down. He promised he'd be here. Lily murmured, taking a generous gulp of the lightly alcoholic sweet drink. Marlene sighed and directed Lily around a couple of snogging fourth years. Boy, they're starting early these days, and deposited her friend on a beanbag that someone had conjured and left in the corner. Yup, welcome to the #1 lesson in life, Lily. Boys don't keep their promises. Lily sighed. Not exclusively boys. Everyone has their off days, saves no exception. I'm actually getting kind of worried something happened to him on the way here. Do you think someone turned him away at the portrait? Or he could have chickened out, Marlene replied pointedly. You do remember he is a Slytherin. Gryffindor home turf is not exactly a welcoming place for their kind, and last I checked courage isn't on their checklist. Lily rolled her eyes. Loyalty isn't on the Gryffindor list either, but I'd like to think we know how to function as friends. With a smirk, Marlene leaned over and with her wand and a low mutter summoned a plate of appetizers. Sausage, roll, or pasty. You've got to learn to summon wordlessly. Lily grumbled as she gingerly picked up the crescent-shaped pastry from the assorted offers. Marlene sighed and put the plate down on a footstool that slid over without apparent magical beckoning. Come on, Lils, don't ruin your birthday for me. Birthday girl. A loud bellow rang out from across the room. James Potter stood grinning and waving from the edibles table. Most of the items on offer today were procured by his team of marauders. When you gonna cut the cake? Somehow he managed to get his hands on an impressively decorated frosted chocolate sponge cake as well, with Lily's name iced onto it in bright white letters to boot. Lily sighed and pulled herself to her feet. Well, can't stall this any longer. Yes, sucks your Snapey friend can't make it for the cake. Maybe we'll save him a slice if he's coming. Don't bother. He hates sweets. With candles extinguished and wishes cast, Lily retired to her corner once more with her slice of dessert plated, this time choosing an armchair with a coffee table in proximity. As she set her sweet treat down, James stepped over to the vacant seat opposite. Marlene had taken charge of the cake distribution against all advisement. "Hey, is that your coming-of-age watch?" James asked before he even touched his seat. "Is it Muggle make?" Lily smiled and shook her head and offered out her left hand, displaying the elegant silver piece banded around her wrist. "My dad got it for me, but this is a properly enchanted watch." It was from the same place she had gotten Severus his pocket watch, actually, bought at the same time. They had both been picked out by her, which went some ways to explaining why their functions and designs were so similar. Moonfei's tracking was important for anyone with an interest in potioneering and ingredient gathering, as well as those with a friend in a werewolf. "Always thought you'd get a Muggle watch for your 17th. James bantered. "Why?" Lily couldn't help that little twinge of annoyance. "I want a magical watch like any witch or wizard." The boy shrugged with an easy smile. "Just thought it'd be easier for your family to get you a Muggle one than a magical one." "I mean, it's not like they'd know what to look for here." Returning his lopsided grin, Lily conceded his point. "We got it at that enchanted trinkets shop in Diagon Alley. I helped him pick it out." Though James pointed out Lily's Muggle heritage with annoying frequency, he never meant it in any malicious way. His questions often stemmed from curiosity and some assumed ignorance. He did not deserve to be met with the reflexive antagonism Lily found she had cultivated every time someone mentioned her Muggle roots. It wasn't that she was ashamed of being Muggle-born. It was more a sensitivity that had mostly developed in the past year, the year she had begun fighting with Severus over the issue of Slytherins and their blood purity ideals. With his efforts now, it was perhaps a tension she would be able to lay to rest. James laid his hands upon Lily's offered wrist, his touch jolting Lily out of her mirroring thoughts. She struggled to suppress the blush creeping up her neck as he turned her hand around in his. "It's really quite well made," he offered. "What is?" she brainlessly asked. He chuckled like she had just told a joke. "Your watch. Well crafted, and I can see it's got some solid enchantments laid on it. My family's one of those ancient artifact hoarders, so I kinda get to see enchantments in my day-to-day life." He could not help that smidge of smug arrogance in his tone that never failed to wipe the creeping blush clean away. Lily was always thankful that she found self-absorption such an immensely unattractive quality. It stopped her from acting a silly goose around the consistently flirty and honestly quite handsome James Potter. "Thank you, James," she replied in a now even tone. "I appreciate your expert input." The smug boy grinned. "I could do one better. How about I charm it to sing happy birthday for you every year?" Lily quickly retracted her hand from his grasp. "No, thanks, but that's quite all right. That would get very embarrassing very quickly." And with a charm overlaying an enchanted object, she could not dispel the offending spell for fear of interfering with other enchantments weaved upon it. Though she had read the kinds of spell work that were laid on an enchanted piece had a different mechanism to them, and could not be broken by simple dispels, Lily did not wish to risk it. Not at all off-put by Lily's indirect rebuke, James grinned and settled in his chair. His quick clearing of his throat alerted Lily to ulterior motives behind this conversation and sent her stomach into nervous flutters. "Well, since I can't impress you with my spell work, then thank goodness I bought you a gift instead." He fished a flat, pearl-trimmed velvet box from within his pocket. "Oh, James, you didn't have to get me anything," Lily muttered in a flustered tone as he pressed the box into her hands. Hesitantly, she lifted the highly decorated lid of the ridiculously expensive-looking box and could not even find it in herself to put any surprise into her gasp. Upon a bed of fine silk sat a fine golden necklace, crafted with intricately spun gold twisted into vine-like patterns around three small rubies so finely cut that they shone unreasonably bright in the candlelit dimness of the after-hours common room. A beautifully elegant piece that would have sat about her neck like a golden choker. "I can't accept this," Lily choked out, entirely too flustered by the expensive gift. James' smile faded. With a nervous motion, he ran his fingers through the back of his hair. Lily had gotten good at deciphering his moods by that single motion. "Yeah, I get it's a bit much for between friends," he muttered, his discomfort becoming more apparent with every word. "And if I were to be perfectly honest, I had planned to ask you out on your birthday using this gift. Well, I certainly can't accept it now." She snapped the box shut and tried to push it back into James' hands. With a rough motion, James shoved it back to her. "I said I was, but I get it, you know, I'm backing off." Lily stared at him in surprise. She had never thought anything could ever pierce the boy's armor of invincible confidence. "But I still want you to have it. One big coming-of-age gift between friends." He smiled his dazzling smile as Lily's heart made confused flailing circuits about her head. "So come on, what do you say, Lily?" I don't know what to say. He truly is over me." Conflicting emotions fluttered about her breast. "Ah, well, if it's the expense you're worried about, don't be." With a dismissive flick of his hand, James arrogantly crowed. "It's worth measly pocket change compared to my family fortune." Lily had to hand it to him. He knew how to strip down her emotions at the drop of a hat. "Then I graciously accept. Thank you, James." She slowly pried open the box again, watching the light play lazily across the beautiful trinket. "Want me to help you put it on?" James offered, his smile trickling away, mingling with a strange, wistful frown. Lily smiled, uncertain with what distance she should now treat him with. "Please." She finally relented, offering him back the box. With a surprisingly delicate motion, James removed the necklace from its lavish bed and approached. Lily froze as the tall boy stepped behind her and looped it under her chin, laying the ornament across her collarbone. With a stuttered breath, she felt her hair brushed aside, feeling those calloused fingers brushed against her neck, drawing the necklace around and fumbled upon the fastening. The gentle touch of a boy she had long thought incapable of gentleness. Suddenly it was all over. Lily suppressed a sigh of relief as James stepped back to admire his work. "Well, how is it?" Lily asked with a smile, untinged by her flutters of nervousness. Upon her smile, James vanished. "It's very beautiful." He cleared his throat several times roughly. "You're very beautiful." He relented, wiping the smile off Lily's face and invoking the nervousness in its place. James suddenly stepped back, his eyes no longer able to meet hers. He struggled briefly in apparent indecision before finally turning away. "Snape's a lucky guy," he muttered, and before Lily could say a thing, he dashed away into the bustling throng. With the party winding down, Lily trudged up to her dormitory. She hadn't had an opportunity to find James and set the record straight since his surprising declaration. How had the notion gotten into his head that Lily had rejected him for Severus? Was this about the patroness lessons again? What was it about the idea of two friends puzzling out a high-level spell together that was so hard for everyone to wrap their minds around? The idea bothered her more than it should have. Hadn't she been shrugging off lewd suggestions about her closeness with Severus since third year? Since everyone around her hit puberty, and the idea of an unromantic association between a boy and a girl became a hotly contested concept. It wasn't that she felt embarrassed by the suggestion. She never found Severus as repulsive as everyone made him out to be, but they didn't have that kind of a relationship. No feelings like that existed between them. And frankly, he was far easier to embarrass than she was. It was probably another big reason why he didn't come to her birthday party. He was smart enough to anticipate that he'd be peppered with such ridiculous insinuations as well. Severus never held up well against peer pressure interrogation. Lily pushed her dormitory door inwards, feeling the comfort of sanctuary envelop her. Pandora and Mary sat huddled together in quiet conversation on the bed at the far end, with Achilles the feline demon stretched out comfortably between them. Upon Lily's entrance, her muggle-born compatriot lifted her eyes and made the quiet gesture and pointed towards Susan's swaddled bed. Even through the thick tapestries, Lily could hear the suffering moans of a girl who had overindulged. Lily returned a thumbs up in a gesture of understanding and tiptoed to her bed by the frosted window, just thankful to be in a quiet space. Marlene's bed lay empty beside her. No doubt that party animal was still downstairs, wringing out every last drop of enjoyment. With a muffled sigh, Lily flopped onto her bed, kicking her shoes off in an apathetic motion. She was 17. She had just passed a major threshold in her life, and she had a big party to celebrate it and everything. Yet she just couldn't find it in herself to feel festive, and she knew exactly what was killing her mood. Stupid Severus, she muttered under her breath. I celebrated your 17th. The least you could do is drop by for mine. She and Save had celebrated every birthday together since they became friends at the age of 9. A tradition until quite recently she had relented to be dead along with their friendship. A tradition helped by the fact they were exactly 3 weeks apart in age. It was one of those major coincidences that people like Susan swoon over as meant to be. She had hoped he'd see this date like she did, as a symbolic gesture of mending between the two. And yet again, she placed too much faith in Severus' ability to gauge her intentions. It appeared even after nearly 7 years of friendship, he still had zero emotional awareness. Lily scrunched her face up in a pouting glare up at the offending canopy, as if that action could somehow alert Severus of her impending displeasure. But in an almost answering reply, a hollow rapping came at the window by her bedside. Lily jolted upright in surprise. With an ounce of suspicion, she brushed the heavy curtains aside to reveal a disgruntled-looking barn owl pressed against the glass, glaring at Lily for her sluggish response. Sorry, Lily uttered under her breath as she struggled to prise the window open. The ice had formed over the edges, making it exceedingly hard to shift. Cafecio, Lily muttered, passing her hand over the window, wandlessly heeding away the caking of frost that formed there. With a squelch, Lily finally managed to shift the slightly warm window, letting in a flurry of snowflakes and feathers. With a disgruntled hoot, the barn owl deposited a nondescript brown parcel atop of Lily's bed, then held its foot out with an impatient air about him, waiting for Lily to gather her wits and untie her message. Sorry, sorry, she muttered as she shuffled over quickly to do as she was bade, hoping this owl wouldn't bite her for her indolence. She had a ridiculously difficult time with owls, and every exchange with one was a gamble of life and limb. With a delicate tug of the string, Lily unfurled the message from the burly owl's leg, and without waiting any further, the barn owl took flight, spreading its majestic wings and clipping Lily painlessly across the head. Lily brushed aside her disarranged hair from her eyes and turned to the awaiting package. Pandora and Mary had already drifted over, drawn by the commotion and held by curiosity. Even Achilles slunk by for a quick peek before disappearing under the bed. What is it, Lily? Mary asked as Pandora shut the blustery window with an efficient swish of her wand. With an equal curiosity, Lily unfurled the scroll and suppressed the urge to laugh and sigh simultaneously the moment she recognized that distinctive spiky black handwriting. Sure, its edges were smoothed out and its form crafted far less aggressively, but the writing could belong to no other. Save sent along a gift. Lily shook her head with a rueful smile. Mary met her eyes with an upraised eyebrow. Can he afford to? I don't know, Lily muttered, suddenly feeling a little troubled. He did distinctly tell her when she gifted him his pocket watch that he could not afford to return the favor for her birthday. With hesitant fingers, Lily worked the twine loose on the oddly shaped package, wrapped thickly in butcher paper. The moment the first layers fell away, she could start making out the shape of the object within. It appeared to be a round bottom flask. A potion, perhaps. But all guesses were silenced as the last layer fell away, and a gentle glow met her eyes. In her hand, she held a beautiful crystal flask, sporting decorative tendrils upon the round shoulders, merging with the patterns creeping up the length of its neck. But it was not the beauty of the flask that stole away her thoughts and breath, but the little silver dough that formed in its belly. As Lily shifted the bottle, the little dough melted away into the shimmering silvery liquid sitting at the bottom, sitting according to gravity against whichever direction Lily tilted the flask. It wasn't until she held it perfectly still again did the little dough reemerge, as if standing upon a lake of silver, flicking its tiny silver ears. Wow, Mary muttered, voicing Lily's sentiments exactly. That's from Snape. It looks so pretty. Pandora chimed, her eyes shimmering in the light cast off by the dough. And expensive, Lily muttered, turning to her scroll. She handed over the vial to Mary, who held it delicately in her fingers. Moving over to candlelight, Lily unfurled the parchment. A smile touched her lips as she read the happy birthday scratched over the curled lip of the letter. I apologize for not attending your birthday gala. An issue came up within Slytherin that required my attention. An issue, I believe, that could only be solved with my presence. A sliver of worry touched Lily's heart, matched with an equal helping of guilt for mentally lambasting him for his absence. She should have known he would not have broken his promise lightly, and what he'd been trying to achieve with Slytherin was a matter of great importance. Her previous annoyance felt suddenly petty. I cannot convey my regrets truly enough in writing or in speech, honestly. But I hope you would understand why I chose my house over you this time. Well, of course she'd understand this time. Him likening this incident to the last only served to drive the point of her guilt in further. I regret not being able to hand to you your birthday gift in person, but I want you to have it this day. I have charmed the bottle to be shatterproof and the stopper to be irremovable. I will thank you to not take that as a challenge lest you dispel what I created within it. Lily could not help that little smile creeping across her lips. She could see him in her mind's eye reprimanding her for a hypothetical situation she wouldn't dream of doing. The creature I crafted is supposed to be a doe. I am uncertain if that had come across as I intended. It honestly had. Lily could not have mistaken the beautifully crafted form for anything else. But I want you to know it holds a greater significance than just a simple trinket. The doe is my patroness, and I wanted you to know that. With a sharp intake of breath, Lily paused, confusion fluttering about her mind as to why it did not come as a surprise. That should have been a surprise. Severus was not a guy who would invoke the image of a doe. Yet somehow it seemed fitting, almost familiar. I do not know what you would make of it, but I hope you will keep it close. Happy birthday, Lily. Love, Severus. Unexpected. That was the only way Lily could describe seeing Severus sign off with love. She could see little ink blots formed around the word, testament to the resistance he must have wrestled with penning it. She felt her heart thud dully and color creep onto her face. This was Severus, the aloof and studious Severus, the boy who would much rather spend a day in the library or experimenting with potion craft than touching upon social liaisons. A boy who would glow red and snap at any who inquired about matters of his closed heart. For him to offer that word willingly, if not casually, Lily peeked up from the letter, eyes drawn to that magical creature within the bottle held in Mary's careful hands. That tiny little silver doe, a crafted approximation of Severus, patronus. It was a spell that took on the form of a creature significant to the caster the textbooks had told her, and somehow that felt too significant to ignore. This doe was Save's heart, something he had seen fit to give to her with a note that he signed off with love. It could have all just been idiosyncrasies, just a sudden whim that took him close to sentimentality. Except then the tiny little creature turned its beautifully crafted head, its unseeing eyes meeting hers. The breath caught in her throat. A sudden realization clenched at her heart, the truth of its familiarity. That doe was her. She didn't know how she knew that, but she knew. Wordlessly, Lily reached out for the crystal bottle. Mary handed it back without any resistance, along with a quizzical comment that could find no hold within Lily's buzzing mind. The symbolic meaning behind the doe felt beautifully and alarmingly clear. It was everything else that came with it that could not settle clearly. Thoughts she never had before, questions she'd never asked. Lily closed her fingers around the flask, muffling the gentle glow, wishing that it were so easy to mute the sudden chaos within her heart and mind. Chapter 18. Pursuit of a Promise. Chapter text. My apologies for suspending your alchemy lessons, Dumbledore offered lightly as he poured out 2 delicate cups of tea. I hope today's return to session was not too much of a readjustment shock. Snape scowled as the floral scent hit his nose and grumbled. I kept up with reading and practice. To think the threat of his prospect for darkness had spooked Dumbledore so badly as to warrant seclusion from Flame. I expected no less. Dumbledore beamed without an ounce of contrition, setting down the cups on neat little saucers. I heard tell too from Slughorn of a commotion in the Slytherin quarters. Snape nodded brusquely. That has been taken care of. Ah, excellent. I do not know why I doubted you. Neither do I. The smile did not appear to falter on the headmaster's face. It was only thanks to years of knowing the man that Snape noticed the recession of that twinkle in the old man's eyes. I, too, am still fallible. I think, Severus, you of all people should know that. But somehow you had come to the conclusion that I was a dark wizard. Snape simply could not let it go. After all that I had given you, even after all that I had done for you, through 2 lifetimes even. All pretense of a smile parted from the headmaster's bearded lips. And through your memories, you had made one thing abundantly clear, Severus, that you were an exceptional spy. Snape bit down on a sharp retort, his easy temper flaring despite understanding what Dumbledore was trying to say. Severus Snape had appeared out of obscurity, offering all the answers to the Grand Wizard's prayers. Too convenient a gift, whose own willingly donated memories spoke of a proclivity for mind arts and spy work. Any fool would be suspicious, and Albus Dumbledore was no fool. "Fine," Snape growled, unable to subdue the vehemence in his tone. "What do you need of me as a guarantee?" With a rueful smile, Dumbledore shook his head. "I require no guarantee from you, Severus. I believe you." Was that all it took? Snape muttered scathingly. An easy memory charm and a quick cup of tea. "I did not see it that way, Severus," Dumbledore said calmly as he took a long draught of his rose-infused oolong tea. It had become a habit of late for Dumbledore to break out his exotic tea set on his Thursday evenings and offer a cup to the less than enthusiastic Snape. Though Snape would eventually accept a cup of whatever horrendous concoction, the old man brewed he stood unswayed from his preferred choice of black tea, or better yet coffee. After a moment of silence preceded by a contemplative sip, Dumbledore asked in a conversational tone, "How is Lily, by the way?" "As before," Snape muttered. It was all he could do to stop that creeping scowl from spilling forth once more. "Had you taken the time to speak to her yourself, you would know." I did not feel the need to alarm her with my attention. The headmaster continued after another brief sip of his steaming tea. "After all, she appears to be in good hands with you monitoring her closely. As close as I could be, with our return to a rocky-patched friendship," Snape grumbled. A weary look passed across Dumbledore's wizened face. "It was very admirable to do what you did. If it will keep her safe, then the cost to me is of no consequence." It felt easy to say that now that the event sat cozily in his past. She was not dead, nor was she estranged. All he had lost was the hope for something more, a wish he had no right to continue to wish for. With a smile, Dumbledore raised his teacup in a hailing gesture. "And that is why I require no guarantee. Your willingness to sacrifice is proof enough. You make it sound as if dark wizards are incapable of making sacrifices. Perhaps they are." Dumbledore acknowledged, his smile gentle. "But rarely for another, Severus, and never for love." This from a man who fell in love with a dark wizard, Snape scathed unkindly. A flash of hurt darted across the headmaster's face, but disappeared so quickly that had it not been for the sudden retreat of his smile, Snape might have thought it imagined. The younger man quickly took a sip of his watery, lukewarm tea. He even had the self-control to not grimace at the taste. "I did not consider anything that I was willing to do for him." "A sacrifice," Dumbledore confessed in a muted tone. "Perhaps. Had I been tested in that fashion, I would have realized sooner." Snape didn't expect the shame that lanced through him. That was a low blow, one unbefitting of a man who had done far worse than almost get lured into darkness by evil incarnate and potentially accidentally murder someone he loved. "At the very least, I do not need to worry about your love leading you astray, Severus," Dumbledore continued in a somewhat somber tone. "You have done much good despite your continued hardships, especially with the maligned children within your own house." Snape eased into the change of topic with silent gratitude. "They are not bad children. They were simply in a bad situation." A twinkle re-emerged in Dumbledore's eyes, not dissimilar to a story we both know too well. Snape scowled, suddenly not feeling too badly about his below-the-belt jab at the old man earlier. "Tell me, Severus," the headmaster continued, apparently oblivious at his company's souring mood, "was this way with influence and ability you gained through your role as head of house?" "Hardly," Snape grumbled. "I was only able to set ground rules. That led to the change of intra-house interactions over the decade. Ultimately, I could not stop the Death Eaters from springing up from within our ranks. Yet they were not bad children." "No," Snape agreed. "They were simply misguided and lonely, despite my best efforts." The smile finally returned to Dumbledore's wizened face. Then perhaps you could do some real good for them, not as an authority figure, but as a role model. That would be an ideal outcome, Snape returned coolly. Should you champion the cause of kindness and shepherd them away from the call of cruelty, reform becomes a true possibility for all. Dry grimace curled the younger man's lips. Again, nothing would please me more. Then perhaps you might reconsider putting aside old grievances, said Dumbledore, setting aside all pretense. Make the wolfsbane for young Remus Lupin. Lead your cause by example. Snape had been too long in the game to be taken by such an obvious manipulative play. He saw the move from 2 sentences ago. I will think about it, answered Snape, not really committing any dedicated thinking time to the moral conundrum. Where the marauders were involved, if helping them was not of vital importance to the task at hand, or to Lily, then they could suffer, for all he cared. Dumbledore leant back in his seat, his eyes still holding that stupid twinkle, his smile too sure and satisfied for Snape's liking. Then I await your decision. February announced itself with a sudden offer of fair weather. Though the snow remained knee-high out on Hogwarts grounds, the biting cold upon the air lost much of its teeth. Friday mornings was Transfigurations, a class growing more difficult by the week. The new complex theorems were a test of Lily's ability and concentration at the best of times, but this day her mind was drifting far worse than usual. Modification of the transformation formula. T equals W times C over. McGonagall's voice buzzed against Lily's consciousness. It was all very important, she was sure, and she would regret it come the homework next week, but she simply could not rein in her rebellious mind. Lily lowered her head slightly as she made to glance over her shoulder discreetly. Severus sat at the back in his little Slytherin corner as usual, his eyes fixed upon his desk, scribbling his notes in that furious writing style of his. He didn't seem to find any problems concentrating whatsoever. Lily felt a little bubble of irritation. Just 2 weeks ago, Severus had sent her that emotionally ambiguous message, and he didn't even have the decency of sharing Lily's nervous distraction. She had come to class on Monday, under-rested, and full of dreaded anticipation of meeting Save in class that day. She had been kept up all night by the worries of what this all might mean about their friendship, about how things might change. As it turned out, she had lost all that sleep for nothing. Come morning, the first class she had together with Save was Defense Against the Dark Arts. She had been twisted into knots, sneaking apprehensively into the classroom while enduring the snarky, smirking glances Susan threw at her. With a small, nervous smile, Lily had glanced straight into the Slytherin corner, from where Severus greeted back mutely with a small wave and a lack of smile. She didn't know what more she had expected from him, but it just seemed too usual, at least for the boy he was now. As the day progressed, and potions had come and gone, Lily had felt more and more confused and slightly let down by the lack of response she was getting. Granted, she had started the day absolutely dreading having to face a mortifying confession situation from the last person she ever expected to have to deal with emotionally, but his absolute lack of change had disconcerted her. Was she the one that was mistaken? Did she read too much into his gift? Or perhaps he was acting differently, and she was simply not noticing it. After all, he had changed so much in the 6 months, he felt like a completely different person. Or perhaps more accurately, a Severus who now embodied his best traits, a Severus who was no longer ruled by his worst. Everything he was now was nothing she didn't know him capable of, and she could not help now but imagine that it was all because of her, because of how he felt about her. Yet despite how certain she had been about the meaning of his gift, his cool, aloof demeanor had begun wearing down her confidence in her prognosis. He would not smile when she spoke to him, nor would he leave a word out of place. Then again, he did not say much. He rarely did nowadays. Whatever it was that had changed Severus, it did not leave him happier for it. And if his funk turned out to be due to a tragic, unreciprocated love, well, she'd deal with it if it came to that. Almost a fortnight had passed since, and she couldn't even be sure it was that, not any more at least. Just yesterday, she had encountered him in the library, so early that the only other studious souls about were overeager Ravenclaws. It was not unusual to find him thus. He was apparently in study, poring over complex scrolls with indecipherable formulas. Yet again, very ordinary. Without any announcement, she dropped her books onto his table, startling him from undoubtedly deep contemplations. "What you thinking about?" Lily had asked brightly, all smiles and sunshine despite her fluttering nervousness to be virtually alone with Severus. No smile touched his rigid lips, but his eyes softened a touch. "Alchemy. I'm preparing for classes later today." No hesitation colored his voice, no awkwardness in his demeanor, at least no more than usual. "Figured your way past your bump in the road," Lily continued, her eyes not leaving his. Eventually he did look away, casting his eyes back to his complex scrolls, an indicator of discomfort or his eagerness to reapply his studious mind. "Getting there," he muttered, and that was all that was said. Lily could not gain any more insight from that exchange as moments later, like a vulture to the death rattles of a dying man, Madame Pince swooped in and ensured the rest of the study session passed in a far more silent fashion. He did not seem different, at least not from before he sent his gift to her. That was the niggling thought that swirled about her mind during transfiguration, whisking away the valuable brain power that could no doubt have been better spent saving herself a lot of ketchup. Lily sighed as class wrapped up, and McGonagall announced the week's homework topic. 2 to 4 feet of writing, no doubt. It was never a light load this year, and by the groan that emitted from Marlene, the task was edging more towards the 4 feet end of the scale. When the flurry of packing up kicked up around her, Lily sluggishly tucked away her hastily noted homework topic into her pack without allowing the ink to properly dry. Wincing at her rookie mistake, she withdrew the paper and sighed when the writing emerged too smeared to make out. It looked like she'd be relying on Marlene this week for a copy of the assignment question. "You okay, Lily?" Mary ventured, concerned. "Yeah, you've been out of it all week," Susan added, her concern colored far more with curiosity. "Still recovering from the hangover from my party, I suppose," Lily said with a shrug, a motion she hoped looked convincingly casual enough to not provoke any more questioning down this line. An unpleasantly knowing purse lit upon Susan's thin lips, an expression too similar to that of Lily's harpy sister. "I don't think it's that at all," she said in her irritatingly sing-song tone. "Rather, you're recovering from the heartbreak of your party, because C. Tilda V. didn't come." Mary smiled apologetically, knowing all too well how much Susan's teasing ways grated upon Lily's nerves. "You're right, Susan," she suddenly replied, eliciting a small gasp of scandalized surprise from that too gossipy friend of hers. "I simply cannot go on without him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must rectify my sorry excuse of a meaningless life." And with that, Lily stood with as much quiet dignity she could muster after spending all morning half comatose, and marched straight down to the back of the classroom to intercept the wizard in question. Severus was just making his way down along with his ex-Death Eater friends when Lily swooped onto him and linked arms. "Keep walking, and don't ask any questions," Lily muttered as she dragged the confused boy down past her gobsmacked friends. "That'll give the harpies something to talk about," she muttered acidly as they stepped out of the classroom and out of earshot. "Someone you don't get along with, Lily?" Severus asked, his tone light. Though he did not smile, his eyebrows were raised, giving his dark eyes an almost amused twinkle. His Slytherin friends had melted away from his side. They were pretty quick on the uptake since their sudden turnabout. "My roommate Susan. Unrepentant gossip, I tell you. It's like living with Petunia all over again." His thin lips pulled across in a ghost of a smile. Lily's heart did a flip. "My condolences, then. She's moved away last year, you know." Lily prattled on. "Went to London to pursue some kind of study course. Was quite peaceful during the breaks. All except for the summer, in any case. What with her mother's sudden passing, and the return of Petunia for the funeral, and what with her and Save not talking. You should come over next time. I guarantee you it's so much nicer without Toonie breathing down our necks." She felt a slight tensing of his arm, though his expression did not change. "Nothing would please me more than to be part of your life again," he told her solemnly, with a tone and passive expression that told her nothing of his state of mind. Phooey, it bothered her. It would be so much easier to understand him if he just came out and said how he felt. No more riddles and guesswork. No more sitting in a corner and wondering exactly what it was that was changing him into this miraculous, wonderful Severus. "Well, how about we start with this Saturday, then?" Lily suddenly offered. "You planning on going to Hogsmeade?" Weekend trips to that little village happened about once a month, usually on the Saturday of the first week or before any significant days. This month it was the second Saturday, the one right before Valentine's Day. Oh, goodness, Lily suddenly thought with a start. I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea. But his darkened expression told her a romantic weekend was not the first thing that came to mind. No, he muttered, rippling with discomfort. Lily shifted with empathetic discomfort, suddenly remembering Severus never liked coming to Hogsmeade. He could never afford anything there, and it would always end with him wandering aimlessly, waiting for her to be done. After just 6 months, that fact had somehow slipped her mind. All right. Neither am I, Lily backpedaled quickly. Severus stared at her with raised eyebrows. Lily, you're a prefect. You have patrol duties. Not all of us have to be there. Lily felt a little frazzled by the prospect of cashing in her favor from head girl Tills on such short notice. That might just do her nut in, but Lily had to be firm. She wanted things to be settled between her and Severus now, not after another week of disastrous classwork. I just want our patroness lessons to start again. That brought a response out of him. Severus stopped mid-stride and stared, his high eyebrows suddenly sitting low upon his dark eyes, staring, perhaps searching her eyes as Lily searched his. You wish to learn again? He asked, disbelief coloring his words, tinted with hope. There it was, his emotions were within her scope once more. Well, I never wanted to stop our lessons, Lily said almost flippantly. Things got busy, what with the birthday party, then after as well. She got too flustered to seek him out. Homework. Things got pretty hard pretty quickly, didn't it? Severus, blank expression reaffirmed itself upon his face. I honestly hadn't noticed. He replied dryly. Either way, Saturday, let's try again. Lily tapped her elbow to his side in a playful way. But fair warning, in the 3 weeks I took as a break, I seem to have managed to forget almost everything. Have to reteach me. To her relief, he did not appear the least bit offended. I am prepared to help you revise. Lily beamed. This was the Severus she loved, the kind and dependable boy she had known since childhood, and yet so different. He did not deal with her lapse in practice with that streak of impatient irritation that always made her feel slow and stupid. Though he was almost always scowling and never smiling, he was a far more desirable version than the Severus she had parted ways with. The Severus she could barely bring herself to stand, his anger and possessiveness that grew with every passing day. It appeared those 6 months apart was just what they needed. Oh, Lily, a word if you please. A cheerful voice called out from behind her. Lily paused in her step and unlinked her arm from Severus. That charade was for Susan's benefit, not for Remus. You're looking well, Remus. Lily greeted with a smile. The full moon a week ago took a toll on the poor werewolf. Even after a weekend's bed rest, he could barely pull himself together for classes on Monday morning. All the better for seeing your smile, dear Lily. The smooth-tongued werewolf continued. Lily rolled her eyes with what she hoped was an exasperated smile. Please, Remus, I'm with company. Except she suddenly wasn't. Lily turned to find Severus halfway down the corridor, his shoulders hunched and tense. A sliver of sadness stabbed Lily's heart as she realized, despite the changes Severus underwent, one thing remained constant. He hated werewolves, something due to no fault of the poor cursed boy. Whatever relent Save might have found with James would never be extended to Remus. That was the ugliest thing about Severus now. Perhaps it was still an improvement. Ah, Snape got you down, Remus asked sympathetically. It's honestly much better, Lily insisted. I couldn't see how it could have been worse. Lily smirked, feeling the knot of tension she didn't know she was holding slip away. It's really complicated, you know, Remus. He's just so different now. Not in a bad way, not at all, in every best way possible. But he feels like a stranger, the sandy-haired boy helpfully offered. More like how he used to be as a 9-year-old, before all this peer pressure and pure-blood nonsense got to him. Lily conceded with an easy smile. Which I suppose, considering how much longer I had known him to be a pure-blood supremacy prick, is as good as being a stranger. But now he makes me all tense when I talk to him. She confessed without any resistance. Remus was always easy to talk to. With a raise of one sandy eyebrow, her friend and fellow prefect asked, "But you like him more now?" "Much more," Lily responded with a nod. "Then all in good time, Lily. That's all that stands between strangers and friends. And since this is a much nicer Snape, I'm sure getting to know him will be a far less harrowing experience than the first time around." Lily snorted her mortifying, unladylike laugh. "Don't be like that. He was a good guy when I first got to know him." "Then it'd be déjà vu, I'm sure." Remus finished with a kindly smile. That was what she hoped for, an ease back to when their relationship was simple, when he was her best friend, and all he brought to her life was wonder and joy. Lily smiled her easy smile, wordlessly thanking the calm and kind marauder for his bolstering words. It occurred to her suddenly that in their stumble off topic he hadn't told her what he was seeking her out for. "Oh, right. What did you need to talk to me about?" "Right." Remus grinned brightly. "I was meant to bring you the itinerary for patrol times tomorrow." The bright smile upon Lily's face retreated to a guilty grimace. "Marauders, curse them, and the very ground they walk on." Snape strode briskly down the corridor, trying put as much distance between him and that repulsive werewolf as possible. Lily greeted the vile creature with a smile and such ease that it shook Snape to the core. She wasn't just his Lily. She never was. Instead, he was forced to share her with the vile likes of those marauders. Snape scowled as he emerged into the bustling entrance hall and headed up towards the grand staircase, filled with noisy children. Morning break was in session, and undoubtedly their eagerness was not owing to anything constructive. Snape glared two small Hufflepuffs out of his path and skulked quietly up towards the library. At the very least, he'd get his Transfigurations essay finished. The principles of rematerialization were a well-practiced field for Severus. This homework would presumably take him no longer than an hour. That left him the rest of the day, a day to practice his alchemy, perhaps. He had no more homework to do. He always finished his work within a day or two of classes, with the exception of charms. He had started forming a habit of keeping Charm's homework on the table in case he needed an excuse to spend time with Lily, which honestly sounded pretty pathetic now that he thought about it. At the very least, Lily had promised him some time with her tomorrow. That was time he did not need to exhaust his excuses for. Snape sighed internally, not allowing the ripple of weakness to touch his stony exterior. Patroness classes again. She had requested it, but he doubted she pursued it with the significance it had represented. That had been their time together, their possibility of finding out if a future together was possible. It was never possible. Severus wasn't fooling himself. But the idea that Lily had thought it might be, it was comforting. A kindness he only ever expected from a soul like Lily. "Make me fall in love with you," she had asked of him, a promise he gave willingly, a promise she no longer remembered, but he had tried to uphold it the best that he could. He had sent her that bottle of her memories, enchanted into the shape of the creature within his own heart, as sentimental as he could bring himself to be, as close to confessing his heart to the unobtainable Lily as he could bear. In the end, all he had achieved was a slightly higher-strung friend who threw him appraising glances whenever she thought he wasn't looking. Now, the only hope Snape had for the future was a small part in Lily's life, and to find absolution in her survival. If her destiny brought her together with someone else, then so be it. He could deal with it, eventually, so long as it wasn't Potter or any one of those damned marauders. The most he could ask for now was a little slice of her time every few days, just to feel the comfort of her presence, to bask in that illusion of hope. Snape could not stop that grumbling sigh that tore through his glowering lips. These were definitely the sort of thoughts he sought to distract himself from. Perhaps immersive work with his alchemy was called for this afternoon. He had to drive himself into the frustration of experimentation and failure that entailed the creation of a new spell. A tedious effort that required his full concentration, the perfect whitewash to immerse himself in. The issue had been having to juggle spellcasting. It was possible for him to balance two active spells at once. He had the delicate control necessary, but what he lacked was the ability to maintain equal portions of power throughout the process. The result always gave him a disappointingly low yield of products at the end of his transmutative process. What Snape believed was needed to be done was for one process to be rearranged in sequence to the other, so neither process needed to compete for his attention or magical power. He had initially experimented with the stasis charm to suspend the substrate in liquid form. However, that rendered the subsequent application of the microtransfiguration spell inert. Those molecules that stayed in stasis would refuse to shift for the newly introduced spell. No, that was not the way to do this. If it were so simple, surely the art would have changed centuries ago by the undoubtedly high numbers of mentally able witches and wizards who could not weather the wandless path like himself. It would not be simple, but if a solution was possible then, he would find it. Snape paused upon the first-floor flight, wrestling briefly with the decision to finish his Transfiguration's homework as planned, or give in to temptation and ascend straight up to the 7th floor and settle down straight into spell crafting. It would be gratifying to feel some inkling of triumph against at least one of the various things frustrating his life, to feel some semblance of the vicious pride that his creation of Sectum Sempra had given him. It wasn't just Lucius' offer that drove him. It was his own need to prove to himself that he could do what others could not, that he had something of value, that he was something of value, the catharsis of self-worth. Snape's hand tightened upon the handrail as he turned his eyes upwards through the shifting staircases, a silent beseech upon his unsettled soul. He had long since surrendered to self-loathing and accepted that there was nothing to celebrate about himself. The only quality he ever had was his creative and exacting mind, and even that had brought him little to nothing. But he should need a crutch no longer. He was not a child that still needed reaffirmation and encouragement at every turn. He was an adult, bitter but grounded in reality. This was as good as it was going to get for him. With a set of his jaw, Snape stepped out from the first-floor flight and into the corridor, committing to his responsibilities before his experimentations. That had been his reasoning as he stepped through the corridor, and not the scream he heard from down that hall, and certainly not that blonde werewolf that tore past him, dashing to the source of that commotion. Prefect, coming through, Lupin called as he fought through the crowds rushing in the other direction. A little slithering girl of South Asian descent was running up past him, a girl stopped by Severus, grip upon her elbow. "What's happened?" he demanded in his deep, commanding tone. The fear melted from her face the moment she saw it was Snape, a strange reaction that he was still getting used to. "The 2 7th years from our house," she babbled quickly. "They attacked me and Pippa and the group of Ravenclaws we were studying with." Snape barked, "Show me," and hurried his step, right up the hall past the library. The girl directed, breaking into a jog. "Where that Gryffindor prefect is headed. He's not going to be able to do anything about it." Snape growled, and as if proving his point, a loud bang sounded around the corner, and Lupin's body was flung like a rag doll into the wall, right in front of the surprised girl. In 2 long strides, Snape rounded the corner, wand leveled against the 2 7th-year anarchists. Travers and Wilkes stared back, surprised but defiant, standing over the moaning forms of the Ravenclaw girls they had cursed and strewn about the hallway. One of the girls sobbed over handfuls of luxurious brown locks that had been scalped from the crown of her head. Another lay semi-conscious as pustules spouted across her nose and cheeks. "It appears I cannot trust either of you to restrain yourself for the benefit of our house," Snape growled. Wilkes laughed, a rough, sneering guffaw. "What, you think you're going to fight us on your own, Snape? No bleedin' house unity to back you out of this one." The slithering girl gripped her wand and prepared to step out into the hallway, but Snape motioned subtly with his left hand for her to stand back. It was good to be underestimated. Travers and Wilkes honestly had no idea, and Snape wanted a conscious witness for what was to ensue. "Well, here I am, alone and outnumbered," Snape sneered, his wand not moving an inch from his dueling stance. "By all means, teach me a lesson." "Bleedin' house traitor," Travers roared and flung his silent curse. With barely a blink, Snape swept it aside, as well as the next spell fire shot at him. He advanced slowly down the hall, savoring that creeping horror in the 2 7th-year's eyes as they retreated down the hallway. Wilkes stumbled over the prone body of a Ravenclaw girl. He only regained his footing because Snape gave him the reprieve to. And from the look in his eye, he knew it. That rush of power Snape felt, when his opponents knew they were bested before he even dealt that decisive blow. A blow to their pride and their spirit, to crush the fight from their soul. Victory within his grasp, a gratifying, unmistakable victory. A victory stolen from him in the most ironic way. Blasted marauders and their ability to constantly appear where Snape wanted them the least. James Potter and Sirius Black emerged from the bend beyond, their wands already leveled, as if they expected to find every man in the position that they stood. Stupefy. They both shouted, twin blasts downing Wilkes from behind. Even taking enemies by surprise, they chose to gang up on one target. Travis roared and spun on his heel, sending a curse silently towards the unsurprisingly unprepared Black. With almost an embarrassing lack of fight, the reckless marauder went down in a flurry of feathers and tar. To his credit, Potter did not flinch, but fired back in a wide and obvious strike that Travis could parry, even with his mediocre skill. With a reluctant sigh, Snape sent a stunner down the hall, bringing down Travis from behind with embarrassing ease. This was not how he wanted his victory to go. It was almost predictable that the marauders would find some way to ruin it. Thanks, but I could have handled it, Potter quipped arrogantly as he stowed his wand. As could I, Snape spat in return. The bespectacled marauder knelt to tend to his cursing friend as he fought free of that sticky mess. It wasn't that I doubted you, but Remus was behind you, and you didn't look like you felt like clearing him for rescue any time soon. Which, by the way, how is he, Peter? He called down the hallway, prompting Snape to turn. That pudgy rat-faced, soon-to-turn traitor knelt beside his unconscious friend, his face arranged in every way the concerned friend should look. He's bleeding just a little, James, the watery-eyed boy replied. But he's not waking up. That's because he's stunned. Snape muttered, marching down the hallway to assess the injured. Some of the girls pulled themselves upright, most still marked with the curses they had been struck with. Priya. A curse-addled Slytherin girl groaned as the help-fetching Slytherin girl knelt down beside her. Striding over, Snape traced his wand over the cross-eyed girl and muttered the counter-curse. It was a simple matter dispelling these light, barely harmful spells. Child's play, one might say. No matter how vicious they thought themselves to be, they could not yet bring themselves to cast anything with any teeth. James Potter was suddenly by his side, lending wand work to a sobbing girl grunting through a pig's snout. Do not attempt to untransfigure her, Snape growled. Leave those injuries to a professional. I am professional, Potter returned arrogantly, and true to word, he returned the girl's face to her with a tap of his wand. Snape narrowed his eyes, reminded quite suddenly that the marauders were a gang of illegal animagi. They would have to know how to dispel human transfiguration injuries owing to their own proclivity for reckless spellcasting. Get the others on stretchers. Snape barked, eliciting a sour look from James Potter and the still stained Sirius Black. The hospital wing was thankfully on this floor, which saved the victims from needing to gamble on the help these foolhardy Gryffindors were offering to provide. The Slytherin girls, however, jumped to order. Even slightly disorientated Pippa was still able to conjure. They could be no younger than 5th years if they knew that spell, but they were not people he remembered. Thanks, Pippa offered with a nervous smile, before she and her friend Priya floated their charges down the hall towards the hospital wing. I suppose I should offer you some thanks too. Potter grunted unexpectedly as he fitted the remaining 3 girls with quickly conjured stretchers. I didn't do anything for you. Snape spat as he deposited the unconscious Travis and Wilkes not too gently upon his own conjured stretchers. Potter smirked in his irritating, confident way. But you helped Remus. For that I'm thankful. I wasn't trying to. He growled again. That blonde idiot was being stretchered by that ham-fisted Black. What that half-wit werewolf thought he could accomplish by his presence in this situation was beyond Snape. Did he really think his prefectural powers protected him from attack? Potter shrugged, hefting the 3 stretchers behind him with a powerful ease that did not befit that of a student. Whatever your intentions might have been, you helped Remus. I'm still grateful for that, you know. I don't care. Snape growled as the marauders stepped harmlessly past him, each hauling their charges. As usual, the rat remained unhelpful, trailing behind his stronger friends, sniffling and throwing suspicious glances at the lone Slytherin. Potter stepped up to the corner and paused before he rounded the bend, glancing back to Snape with that irritating smirk upon his face. We're not enemies any more, remember. And with that, he stepped away. Black followed along, throwing dirty looks over his shoulder, while useless little Peter quickened his step so as not to be left alone in that suddenly too empty hallway. Fresh snowfall covered the sloping bank of the great frozen lake. Lily was already 2 attempts in before she finally heard the crunch of Severus approach that frosty Saturday morning. Expecto Patronum, she called, a thick white mist spilling forth from her wand in response. Lily grinned triumphantly as she turned to the approaching boy. Your patroness has gotten a lot stronger, he observed in a dry tone. Which memory did you choose? My first successful wand cast. Lily answered without hesitation. Just came home from my first trip to Diagon Alley with my new wand and a bag full of school books. Took out the top book on the pile and turned to the first page. The levitation charm. Had my pillows floating within the hour. She beamed with the recalled joy and pride. Severus stepped down beside her, his heating charm melting the snow around his ankles, his face as stony and unsmiling as she had come to expect. Your spell work brings you uncomplicated joy, he muttered. I suppose that comes as unsurprising. Is that what's spurring my casting? Lily asked with a fading smile. Uncomplicated feelings. It will take you some of the way, Snape answered. But not all of it. Lily finished, the elation she felt at her apparent progress ebbing away. Severus turned to her with an apologetic look on his face, as he should for being such a discouraging downer. The reason why memories of uncomplicated happiness do not work is because they are of such little consequence. Excuse me. Lily rounded on her friend with upraised eyebrows. My casting ability is not of little consequence. Of course not. He returned with a haste, a cautious edge to his tone. He seemed to have lost the ability to tell when she's just teasing. Lily flashed him a quick smile to clue him in on her jest, and he settled visibly in response. You need a memory that matters to you, he continued, as in you, the current you. While I'm certain the ability to cast basic spells was elating at the time, it ultimately does very little for you now. Lily scrunched her face up in a pouting grimace. This is making less sense by the minute. I swear you're speaking in maddening riddles. Think of something that brings your life joy at this very moment. Severus offered in a helpful, patient tone. With a sudden beaming smile, Lily knew what he was hinting at. Well, I am quite happy about you, she declared, watching that tiny uplift in the corner of his thin lips. I do believe your return might be my happy memory. Severus nodded his silent encouragement to try. Turning to the lake, Lily mustered her memory, recalling the moment, mere months ago, when Severus announced his break with the Death Eaters to the entire school. That shock mingled with disbelief, and that beautiful, undeniable bloom of hope. Expecto Patronum, she called, swinging her wand in that familiar circular motion. The mist that bloomed forth was thick and heady, and slow to disperse. Her heart thudded. She was on the right path. With a deep breath, she tried again. This time within her mind that embrace she shared with him. That moment when she sought him out, and he confirmed his words to her. When she finally truly believed her friend had returned to her life. Expecto Patronum, she evoked again, and this time the spell responded in a way it never had before. The mist pooled before her, no longer loose and formless, but coalescing into a faint shape. Before it could fully form, the mist dissipated, as if scattered by the breeze that skipped across the frozen lake. The elation Lily felt at the results ebbed away into shock, because even faintly formed the shape of her patroness was apparent. A doe. She breathed. That was a doe, wasn't it? How could you tell? Severus returned dryly, but his refusal to meet her eyes made her think he was anything but dismissive of the significance. Lily brushed her hair across her shoulder, letting the flowing strands come down across her face to hide her sudden discomfort. That was a doe. She was becoming surer by the minute, and even more so that it was exactly what Severus had expected. Her patroness was a doe, just like his, or so he had claimed. She hadn't actually seen it after all. Can I see your patroness? Lily suddenly asked. A nervous shadow fell across Severus' face. You know what it is, he muttered. No, I don't, Lily insisted. I only know that you told me yours is a doe, along with a beautifully enchanted example. If theirs was the same, what did it all mean? She knew what she suspected. Show me, she insisted, her eyes wide and searching. Severus withdrew a step, his dark eyes hooded, his expression suddenly anxious, almost fearful. No, he choked out, backing up another step. You said yours is a doe. Were you lying? Lily would not relent. Severus looked away. No, he grated out through gritted teeth, his denial sounding like a confession to Lily's ears, a terrifying, heart-pounding confession. But if mine is a doe and yours is a doe, she let that sentence trail off. Severus refused to turn back to look at her. What does it mean, Severus? Does it mean? He closed his eyes, teeth gritted in an almost shameful scowl. "What does it mean?" she insisted again. "I know what it means." Her heart raced. "Why am I asking? Why am I forcing an answer? Severus." She breathed, unsure as to what she hoped to gain from this and unable to stop herself. "What does it mean?" Finally, he opened his eyes, those dark eyes lifting impossibly slowly to meet hers, that anxiety no longer upon his features. "It means—" He muttered, his voice deep and calm. "I love you."